Chapter 161. The acquired spirit item, the Pearl of Fire Element, was an innate spirit item condensed from the acquired true flame aura. It represented the strongest power that the acquired flame could achieve in this world. As Wuxia did not have the time to truly refine it, he could only throw it out like a brick and smash it at someone. But that was more than enough. Relying solely on the power of the Pearl of Fire Element, the talisman formation of 4 elements was instantly destroyed by the highly condensed, high-temperature, and high-pressure flame. The frightening firepower that could instantly turn several dozens of lofty mountains into wisps of green smoke dispersed in all directions, blasting the 4 talisman treasures far away. The crimson flame transformed into a wall of flame that stood 1,000 feet tall and shot in all directions. Wuxia was blown away by one of the flame walls, and his short hair was burned into ashes once again. Not only his hair, all his body hair was burned away by the flame, and his body was now naked like a large piece of glass. Ling Wujiu and his companions never expected that Wuxia would have such a spirit item. The scorching heat waves rushed whistling and rushed into their bodies, nearly burning them into ashes. Large amounts of sweat burst out from their bodies, turning into water vapor and evaporating in an instant. The fat under their skin was melted into liquid grease by the high temperature, flowing out from their pores and igniting on the surface of their skin. Their hair and fingernails were scorched and twisted by the high temperature, and their bodies began to soften and collapse like candles. The severe pain from the scorching flame made Ling Wujiu and his companions howl miserably, but they did not have any way to fight back. Apart from drawing all kinds of talismans that could be used to kill people, the Talisman Masters of Heavenly Spirit Sect had their strongest weapon, which was also their only magical item, the Talisman Treasure. The mystic cultivation technique of Celestial Spirit Sect was to use the technique of forging talisman treasures to transform one's gold core into a collection of talisman symbols. Only in this way could one communicate with talisman treasures and unleash an extremely powerful lethality. After the Jin Dan was engraved with a large number of runes, it could no longer communicate with other flying swords and magical treasures. Facing the raging flame that was burning their bodies, they could only endure it, persisting in injecting their energies into Ling Wujiu's body, allowing him to activate the Heavenly Star Positioning Disc. The Heavenly Star Positioning Disc was an upper-tier magical treasure that was extremely rare in Great Yin Dynasty. Almost all of them could produce their own item spirit, turning them into a spirit item. This magical treasure corresponded to the stars, and it had the powerful effect of surveying mountains, rivers, and veins, as well as peeking into the mysteries of all kinds of formations. Using the secret technique of Heavenly Spirit Sect, it could also perform all kinds of divination. For example, one of its functions was to roughly determine the location of Wuxia within 30,000 miles. It was also one of the few magical treasures that were compatible with the Heavenly Spirit Sect's Talisman Masters and could be driven by them, apart from their own talisman treasures. Just when Ling Wujiu and the other 3 were nearly turned into dried corpses by the scorching heat unleashed by the Spirit Fire Pearl, the energies they injected into the pearl finally activated the cornerstone treasure of Heavenly Spirit Sect. All of a sudden, several thousand tiny silver specks flickered on the surface of the Heavenly Star Positioning Disc. The stars that appeared in the bright sky suddenly grew brighter. Visible strands of cyan and silver light fell from the sky like mist, quickly injecting into the bodies of Ling Wujiu and the others. Abruptly, the surrounding flames were extinguished, and the bone-piercing cold energy of the stars enveloped the space of several miles in circumference. The Heavenly Star Positioning Disc soared up into the sky. Accompanied by a deep, muffled noise of a millstone turning, the Heavenly Star Positioning Disc began to spin slowly. Several dozens of starlights flickered on the surface of the disc. Then a silver beam that was as thin as a hair shot out abruptly. Right after landing on the ground, Wuxia dodged the silver beam, which was aimed at his heart, and brushed past his body. A frightening force, which contained a coldness mixed with a strange high temperature, brushed past Wuxi's body. A thumb-sized piece of flesh was missing from his left shoulder. The wound was so clean that it could be used as a mirror, without even a single drop of blood. This was the 6-9 Spirit Star's destructive beam, unleashed by the Heavenly Star Positioning Disc. This destructive beam was mixed with the energy of the stars and combined with the innate magnetic force that came from the ninth heaven that could innately wipe out all life force. It possessed the power to destroy everything. Just now, that thin beam of silver beam was nearly as powerful as a full-force attack launched by an Earth Immortal of nascent soul realm, wielding a middle-grade magical treasure and possessed the power to kill an Earth Immortal of nascent soul realm. Fortunately, Wuxia had a strong, fleshly body, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. Once his body landed on the ground, he immediately leaped up and avoided the attack of the silver beam. Otherwise, if the beam had hit his heart, he would have been dead. A strong, lingering fear made all the muscles on Wuxi's body tighten. Just now, his lower abdomen trembled, and he nearly made a fool out of himself. That silver beam had almost killed him. It was just a little bit more, and it would have killed him. Wuxia let out a furious roar. His eyes shone with a five-colored gleam, and without hesitation, he cried out, "Go!" Immediately after that, the silver lotus flower shot out from the spirit fire pearl, slowly opened up, shrouded in a faint five-colored glow, and transformed into a magnificent lotus flower with a circumference of several hundred feet, shielding right in front of the Heavenly Star Positioning Disc. 13 beams of destructive light from the spirit fire pearl hit the silver lotus flower in a row, causing the lotus flower to flicker and flicker. Deep, muffled thunderclaps kept ringing out, yet none of them could break the defense on the surface of the silver lotus flower. 360 grand white spatial breaching pearls of innate energies shot out with a loud whistling noise, and in just a blink of an eye, they had teleported into the bodies of Ling Wujiu and his companions. The high-frequency, vibrating, spatial breaching pearls pierced through their bodies, and in an instant, completely destroyed their corporeal bodies. Ling Wujiu let out a miserable howl. His Jin Dan shot up into the sky in a beam of bright light, reaching an altitude of 1,000 feet, and fled towards the outside of Meng Mountains. As a Jin Dan cultivator, his soul had completely fused with his Jin Dan. As long as he could break his gold core and form his nascent soul, he would be able to attain the Earth Immortal realm of nascent soul realm. Therefore, as a Jin Dan cultivator, even if his corporeal body was destroyed, he still had the ability to escape. As long as Jin Dan could escape and find a suitable body to possess within 7 days, he would be able to restore his Dharma body, and his cultivation base would not drop too much. But how could Wuxia allow Ling Wujiu to escape? From a pistol of the silver lotus sprayed out countless five-colored light threads, which tightly bound all 4 Jin Dan, including Ling Wujiu, and pulled them down from the ground, imprisoning them inside the silver lotus. The Heavenly Star Positioning Disc, which had just unleashed 14 destructive light beams from the 6-9 Spirit Stars, dimmed down and fell slowly to the ground. Although this upper-grade magical treasure was very powerful and had the power to kill an Earth Immortal of nascent soul realm, it also consumed an astronomical amount of energy. Although Ling Wujiu and his companions had injected all their energy into the disc, they could only unleash a dozen destructive light beams. Apart from causing Wuxia to lose a small piece of his flesh, they did not cause any real harm to him. Panting heavily, Wuxia struggled and leaped up from the ground. In a flurry, he retracted the silver lotus, fire spirit pearl, and all the other magical treasures back into his body, then grabbed the Heavenly Star Positioning Disc complacently. The cornerstone treasure of Heavenly Spirit Sect. Haha, it's mine now. An upper-grade magical treasure? Just one item spirit, and it can become a spirit item? Are you here to kill someone, or to give me a treasure? After carefully fiddling with the Heavenly Star Positioning Disc for a while, Wuxia, who did not have the time to refine it, shoved it into his storage ring, then sped towards the place where Ling Wujiu and his companions were killed. A few shiny storage rings could be seen glinting amidst the mess on the ground. Wuqi's eyes were gleaming with a green gleam. After a short but intense battle just now, relying on his incredibly strong body and a large number of precious treasures, Wuqi had killed 5 Jin Dan human immortals of Heavenly Spirit sect. However, the battlefield was in a complete mess. A flaming dragon talisman had blown a large hole in the ground, and the top-grade acquired flame unleashed from the fire spirit pearl had burned the ground to a depth of 30 feet, turning the area several miles in circumference into a clump of lava. Carefully, Wuqi found 5 storage rings from the lava, then sent his divine sense into them. A loud laughter towered up into the sky. Wuqi was laughing so hard that his eyes were narrowed into 2 fine lines. Needless to say, there was a huge amount of talismans in the storage rings. These few people were elders of Jin Dan in Heavenly Spirit sect, holding a high position and great power. Every day, when they had nothing to do, they would draw a large number of talismans out of habit. Among them, there were some powerful high-grade talismans that they were reluctant to sell or give away to others. After several hundreds of years of accumulation, these 5 storage rings actually contained over 20,000 powerful talismans of various colors. It made Wuqi's mouth turn crooked with joy. These were the accumulation of 5 Jin Dan human immortals for several hundreds of years. Every single one of these 20,000 talismans was of excellent quality, and each of them was priceless. Putting aside the energy stones and spirit herbs, they were just enough to replenish the consumption of Wuqi when he was constructing his secret abodes. As for the other raw materials used to draw talismans, Wuqi only gave them a brief glance, then threw them aside. What made Wuqi wild with joy the most was that Ling Wujiu, as the elder of imparting technique of Heavenly Spirit sect, actually found in his storage ring was the mystic scripture of talismans, the Heavenly Spirit star positioning technique. It was a book divided into 3 parts, with each part being divided into 13 volumes. It contained all the runes, formations, and restrictive spells of Heavenly Spirit sect, a comprehensive book. From the most basic explosive talisman to the 9 upper and 9 lower spirit heaven celestial thunderbolt subduing talisman, which had the power equivalent to the full force strike of a nascent divinity heaven immortal. It contained everything one could think of. Clutching the few storage rings tightly in his hand, Wuqi threw his head back and let out a few loud laughs, then hastily put everything inside into his own storage bracelet. After that, he threaded the rings with some natural silk and hung them around his neck. After tidying up all the storage rings, Wuqi rushed towards the 4 talisman treasures that were thrown tens of miles away by the explosion. These 4 talisman treasures were treasures that consumed an enormous amount of natural treasures, as well as several hundred years of painstaking effort. Although they were struck by the spirit fire pearl, and the true flame that exploded out from the pearl dispersed the gathered natural energies, the talisman treasures themselves did not suffer any damage. As long as they were slightly refined using the mystic technique of Heavenly Spirit sect, they could be used as excellent materials to construct formations. These talisman treasures were absolutely qualified to be used as the formation cores of a few killing formations. Just as Wuqi placed the 4 talisman treasures on the ground in a straight line and was happily admiring the complicated runes engraved on them, an impassioned singing voice was heard coming from afar. How can it be said to have no clothes? To share the same robe with one's son. The king sends his army to repair my spear and spear. To share the same hatred with one's son. How can it be said to have no clothes? To share the same fate with one's son. The king sends his army to repair my spear and halberd. To share the same fate with one's son. How can it be said to have no clothes? To share the same fate with one's son. The king sends his army to repair my armor and weapons. To share the same fate with one's son. The singing voice came from afar with an unconcealable sharpness and murderous aura that soared into the sky. Wuqi felt a chill running down his spine. He suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by dozens of ferocious beasts, as a faint cold air was exuding from all the pores on his body. Slowly turning around, Wuxia saw a burly man, clad in a pale red heavy armor, carrying a tiger-headed spear on his shoulder. He was leading a group of 7 to 8 warriors, each clad in a dark heavy armor, and a few dozens of warriors clad in a dark soft armor. They had formed into a crescent moon formation that had no loopholes and were slowly approaching Wuxia. These warriors walked towards Wuxia as if they were on a spring outing, as if nothing had happened, and they were even singing. However, their gray and emotionless eyes were locked onto Wuxia's body. From top to bottom, as long as it was a part of his body where he could launch an attack, he would be stared at by one or a few of them. On top of that, they seemed to be walking casually, but no matter how they walked, the crescent moon formation would never move. The burly man with the tiger-headed spear giggled, then turned to look at Wuxia from a distance of about 1 mile away and said, "Hand over all your energy stones and kill yourself right here, and I'll spare your soul for reincarnation." The burly man's laughter was bright. It was filled with a bloody aura of Azura. Chapter 162. Looking at the group of warriors, who were emanating a strong smell of blood from their bodies and had an aura that made them look like wolves and leopards, Wuxia put away everything around him and slowly retreated backward. Every time those warriors took a step forward, he would take a step back. Unhurriedly, he kept a distance of 2,000 feet from them. While retreating, Wuxia laughed and said, "That's not creative at all. If you want to rob me, so be it. Why do you make it sound like you have done me a great favor? You are a prostitute, so why do you want to erect a chastity?" The man with the tiger-headed spear frowned and looked at Wuxia, then said coolly, "I know you are a prostitute, but what is a chastity?" The memory of Lu Xiaobai in Wuxia's soul suddenly flickered. He said happily, "So you don't know the meaning of this sentence? You're just an uncultured, boorish fellow." What I mean is, you're a man like Daochuo, so why do you talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality like Confucius? I don't like the idea of leaving me a broken soul for reincarnation. Be careful, don't get yourself killed here. The burly man grinned and grinned like a ferocious tiger that had been provoked. Then he laughed sinisterly. He shook his head and did not say a word. Instead, he waved the tiger-head, wind-cracking spear and increased his speed, chasing after Wuxia. His heavy footsteps collided with the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Both of his feet had turned blurry, and he leaped towards Wuxia along with a strong gust of wind. Wuxia looked at the man smilingly. Suddenly, both of his feet turned blurry as well, and he moved backward along with a strong gust of wind. Coldly, he stared at this man, who had the cultivation base of late stage of Jindan realm, while silently calculating the distance between him and the few human immortals and the dozens of embryonic breath Taoists behind him. As long as this man was more than 1,000 feet away from his subordinates, Wuxia was confident that he could kill him in the shortest time possible. The few Jindan human immortals behind the burly man had vaguely linked up with the Xianxia Taoist masters behind them, forming a military killing formation. For cultivators, any formation was dangerous. Thus, they needed to be vigilant. Wuxia would not risk being surrounded by the crescent moon killing array to kill this man. Even if he was confident that he could kill everyone in front of him with the least amount of effort, there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, ran for 3 miles in an instant. After running for 3 miles, Wuxia's upper body didn't move at all. He faced the man who was chasing after him with a sinister sneer on his face. The burly man's expression became more and more ferocious. The muscles on his face tightened and his eyes turned red as if they were about to bleed. All of a sudden, the distance between the burly man and his subordinates was already 1,000 feet, out of the range of the crescent moon killing array. Wuxia let out a long and sonorous cry. Suddenly, the sword of Greedy Wolf shot out from his mouth, transforming into 3 large wooden stakes, each about 10 feet long and 2 feet thick, enshrouded in a strong green wind, thrusting towards the burly man's head. 7 wolf heads could be vaguely seen on both sides of the wooden stakes. As long as the burly man revealed even the slightest mistake, they would be able to seize the opportunity and kill him, seizing his blood essence and life force. The burly man let out a wild laugh. Abruptly, the tiger-headed spear let out a deep, deep whistling noise. A clump of blood-red light shot out from the spear, transforming into a dozen of several feet long blood-red beams that leaped up into the sky and tangled with the 3 wooden stakes. The tiger-headed spear transformed into a 30 feet long, blood-red tiger, roaring and fighting fiercely with the 7 wolf heads. With a wild laugh, the burly man pulled out the sword with his right hand and threw it into the air. The sword transformed into a 10 feet long blood-red beam and hacked down towards Wuxi's head. After that, he curled up his body and leaped forward, spreading his arms and grabbing towards Wuxi. Wuxi let out a loud laugh. Then a golden gleam flashed from his mouth, and the golden coin that could knock down a flying sword had been shot out from his mouth. It transformed into a huge golden coin the size of a water tank, thrusting towards the blood-red beam above his head. A misty gleam shot out from the eye of the golden coin, quickly slicing off the blood-red beam on the flying sword, revealing the true form of the flying sword. In just a blink of an eye, the flying sword was sliced off by the golden coin and fell to the ground, bouncing and bouncing like a living creature. While laughing joyfully, Wuxi stared at the burly man and cried out, "Come, let's have a contest of strength." Then he shook his arms, exerting a divine strength of several tens of thousands of kilograms with his indestructible aura, thrusting towards the approaching fists of the burly man. A muffled boom rang out when the fists and palms collided with each other. The burly man coughed out a mouthful of blood and was knocked flying away by the tremendous force. Wuxi let out a muffled snort as well, as he staggered and staggered back by the mighty force coming from the burly man's arms. The strength of the burly man was very strong. Although the strength of his body was not as strong as Wuxi, the strength he could unleash in an instant was equal to the strength of Wuxi's body. Wuxi merely possessed a very strong and indestructible body, but the burly man had cultivated a technique that specialized in body strengthening. Not only was it a body strengthening technique, it was also a righteous body strengthening technique that was at least 10 times more powerful than the evil technique of Shi Tianma and his son, who were cultivating the body of half-demon beast. Although the strength of his body was only less than 1/20th of Wuxi's, by relying on the divine abilities found in the body strengthening technique, the strength unleashed by the burly man was more than enough to fight evenly with Wuxi. However, Wuxi's body was too strong. Therefore, although the burly man's strength was equal to Wuxi's, when the two enormous forces collided, Wuxi's body did not suffer any harm. But the bones of the burly man's arms had countless cracks, and all his internal organs had suffered a severe shock. Wuxi, who was forced to stagger back for tens of steps and still could not stand firmly, cried out in astonishment, "What an incredible strength! What cultivation technique are you cultivating?" On the other side, the burly man laughed wildly and said, "Wonderful! You're just a little man who hasn't even cultivated the Jin Dan, yet you have a fleshly body that is similar to my father's. What kind of natural treasure have you eaten? Young lad, you have a bright future ahead of you, and I, Bai Qi Tian, have taken a liking to you. What do you think? Join the army of Daqin and conquer the world for our imperial emperor, fighting for glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. This is a great fortune for you." Not allowing Wuxi to say anything, Bai Qi Tian had already cried out, "I, Bai Qi Tian, the general of Yuan army of Daqin, am recruiting you to join the army of Daqin. Why don't you accept it quickly? With the physique and potential of your body, with just a little training, you will become an invincible and fierce general. This is your luck." Wuxi, who was staggering backward, nearly tripped on a rock and fell flat on his face. "The general of Yuan army of Daqin, Bai Qi Tian?" Wuxi cried out in shock, "Bai Qi Tian, who is your father?" With such a big tone, what is the benefit of joining the army of Daqin? He opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood, with both of his arms dangling beside his shoulders. Bai Qitian gave Wuxia a deep look, and with a joyful expression, he let out a loud laugh and said, "My father is the Prince of Wuan of Great Qin Dynasty, the commander-in-chief of military forces Bai Qi. Father is thirsty for talent, and he likes young heroes the most. Someone like you, who doesn't know a thing about cultivation, but has frighteningly good luck, joining the army of Daqin is the best." The Prince of Wuan of Daqin, the Governor-General of the army, Bai Qi. Wuqi's heart and lungs were trembling. The Prince of Wuan of Qin, Bai Qi, was now the Prince of Wuan of Daqin and the Governor-General of the army? This was the man who was addressed as the Butcher by the people of the Warring States period. Even though it had been over 2,000 years, his name still made Wuqi shiver and feel extremely uncomfortable. He gave Bai Qitian a deep look, then spun and fled without saying a word. The sword of Greedy Wolf let out a long and sharp whistle, transforming into a dark beam and flying back into Wuqi's hand, no longer tangling with Bai Qitian's spear. Seeing that Wuqi had turned and fled, Bai Qitian hastened his pace and chased after him. He roared, "Little fellow, I've given you face, but you don't want it. Are you courting death? Either you join the army of Daqin, or you become a wanted criminal of the Daqin. Do you want a high position and great wealth, or be hunted down by the whole world?" Wuqi turned around and glared at Bai Qitian coldly, sneered and said, "What Daqin dynasty? I've never heard of it." After giving Bai Qitian a fierce glare, Wuqi bowed his head and fled at the fastest speed. If not because he was intimidated by the brutal reputation of Bai Qi, the Demon King of Slaughter, Wuqi would have definitely killed Bai Qitian right here. The problem was the brutal reputation of Bai Qi was too frightening. Since Bai Qitian was already here, where would Bai Qi be? Wuqi did not think that with Bai Qitian's insignificant strength, he would be able to cross Meng Mountains and come to a place only 400,000 miles away from Great Yin Dynasty. After becoming one of the influential nobles of Great Yin Dynasty, Wuqi had learned a lot of information about Meng Mountains from Yin Bugue. It was definitely a mountain range of monstrous scale. Perhaps it stretched for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of miles. Over the last 2,000 years, Great Yin Dynasty had lost countless lives, and even several hundred of Jin Dan human immortals had fallen in this place. Yet, they still failed to find out the exact size of Meng Mountains. Bai Qitian was just a little human immortal of late Jin Dan stage. How could he cross Meng Mountains and come to this place with such a small group of people? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be someone even more powerful accompanying him. Who could it be? Bai Qi? Others? Or even, upon thinking of those infamous figures, Wuqi felt his scalp going numb. He absolutely did not want to kill Bai Qitian right now. Once he alerted those people behind him, he would be treated like a stray dog. A group of Earth Immortals of nascent soul realm, or even someone with even more frightening cultivation base, were chasing after him, a little Earth Immortal of Void Core realm. When Wuqi thought of that frightening scene, he felt very pitiful, very pitiful. There was no need, as Wuqi did not want to poke this hornet's nest. However, even if a man did not go looking for a hornet, the hornet would come looking for him. Not long after Wuqi sprinted forward for a few miles, a few warriors, clad in black soft armors and treading on wing-shaped magical items, surrounded by a skinny, middle-aged scholar clad in a black robe, blocked his way. Almost instinctively, Wuqi stopped running, fixing his eyes at the middle-aged scholar, who had a skinny face, dark skin, and a pair of deep-sunken eyes. His gaze was glinting with a ghastly gleam, like that of a viper. Bai Qitian, who had been left far behind by Wuqi, cried out joyfully, "Your Excellency Li Si, Prime Minister Li Si, catch this guy. I don't know what kind of natural treasure he ate, but with the cultivation base of Xianxia realm, his fleshly body has already reached the indestructible body of an Earth Immortal of nascent soul realm. Both of my arms were broken by him." As if he had confirmed that Li Si could defeat Wuqi, Bai Qitian, who had been chasing after Wuqi madly, stopped running while gasping for breath, took out a bottle of pills, and shoved it into his mouth. Both of his arms were trembling slightly, producing cracking noises. Obviously, his bones were healing quickly. Li Si. Wuxia looked at the middle-aged scholar, who had his hands tucked under his sleeves and stood motionless like a great mountain. He cupped his fist, bowed, and said hoarsely, "Senior, please make way for me. I don't want to have a falling out with all of you, so please don't push me too far." Rustling noises could be heard coming from all directions, as over 2,000 black-armored warriors emerged from the tall grasses and trees in all directions, surrounding them from a distance. Among about 20 black-armored warriors of Xianxia realm, one of them was a human immortal general of Jindan. Among these 2,000 warriors, there were about 100 human immortals from Jindan. Wuxia sucked in a cold breath. He stared at Li Si and prepared himself to risk his life. Chapter 163. After quietly sizing up Wuxia for a long period of time and waiting until the army of 2,000 soldiers had completely surrounded this area of about 1 mile in circumference, Li Si finally squeezed out a smile from his dry face. He cupped his fist toward Wuxia, bowed solemnly, and said, "My little friend, I'm Li Si, the Prime Minister of Daqin. May I know which sect are you from, and which dynasty is this place under?" Wuxia looked at Li Si, who had a serious expression on his face and was meticulous in his etiquette. He couldn't help but breathe out a long sigh. He lowered his head and looked at his naked body after the fierce battle just now. Then he took out a change of clothes from his storage ring, smiled bitterly, and asked, "Can you allow me to put on some clothes?" Li Si shook his head slowly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a smile that made Wuxia's blood run cold. Not good. Those who don't wear clothes, no matter it is their behavior, they will look unnatural. Even when they are fleeing, their speed will be reduced by about 20%. Since it can slow down my little friend's speed, why should I let you put on some clothes? With a malicious smile on his face, Li Si continued slowly, "Let's talk like this. We are all men here, so it's not a big deal for us to not wear clothes. Let's not talk about the etiquette anymore. We are in the wilderness, and the etiquette is a vulgar thing that should never be mentioned. It stinks." Wuxia tightened his grip on the clothes. Once again, he breathed out a deep sigh. He looked at Li Si helplessly, while countless thoughts were flashing and spinning in his mind. Among them, there was even a plan of submitting to Daqin, leading them into Ji City and annexing Great Yin Dynasty. But suddenly, he thought of Lu Qingfeng, Yin Bugui, Yin Jiuhui, and Princess Zhonglu. He even thought of the 2 personal serving ladies of Princess Zhonglu, both of whom were the people of Great Yin Dynasty. His face darkened gradually. Unhurriedly, Wuxia began to put on his clothes. Li Si's expression changed slightly, and he said in an indifferent tone, "If my little friend puts on another shirt, I'll kill you." Looking at Li Si, Wuxia put on his clothes as fast as he could. "I've never seen a psychopath like you," he said coolly. "In order to prevent someone from escaping, you even forbid him from wearing clothes? If your children fall in my hands in the future, I'll strip them and throw them on the street so that everyone can judge them. How dare you?" A black-armored warrior standing behind Li Si gave a furious roar, drawing his blade and thrusting it towards Wuxia. The blade rose up into the air, and the black-armored warrior's body left behind dozens of afterimages. With a simple swing of the blade, he suddenly arrived next to Wuxia. A large sheet of flame burst out from his body, and a flame several tens of feet long burst out from the blade as well, bringing with it a terrifyingly high temperature that could melt gold and iron. The blade thrust straight towards Wuxia's neck. A deep, muffled explosion burst out from his body, as the massive fire element energy in the warrior's body was detonated by the innate fire element energy. Like a drop of fire sparks falling into an oil tank, the explosion went out of control. A deep, muffled explosion rang out, as the massive fire element energy in the warrior's body was detonated by the innate fire element energy. Like a drop of fire sparks falling into an oil tank, the explosion went out of control. Countless purplish-red flames burst out from all the pores on the warrior's body, instantly melting his body and turning his armor into a puddle of molten iron. In just a blink of an eye, a living man was burned into nothingness. Wuxia held the blade tightly in his hand, weighed in his hand, sneered, and said, "An upper-grade magical item, a good item. The market price is 100,000 gold coins. I'll take it." Casually putting the blade into his storage ring, Wuxia continued putting on his clothes. He did not even look at Li Si, who had a gloomy face. Taking a deep breath, Li Si said with a deep voice, "You've killed a warrior of Daqin, and you deserve the death penalty. Today, I sentence you to the grave crime of wiping out your entire clan." Dozens of warriors of embryonic breath tier, Chi-Chi, let out a war cry. At the same time, a large sheet of flame burst out from their bodies as they raised their blades and formed into a crescent moon killing formation, charging towards Wuxia. Wherever they went, the trees and grasses were turned into ashes, and even the dark soil was burned into a grayish-white clay by the high-temperature flame shot out from their feet. With just a single war cry, they had arrived next to Wuxia at the same time. They raised their blades up high, but before they could hack down towards Wuxia, who was in the middle of tying his belt, flicked his fingers, shooting out dozens of fire sparks and piercing into the bodies of these warriors. Once again, it was the innate fire element energy that detonated the fire element energy in these warriors' bodies. As they were proficient in fire element cultivation techniques, there was no way they could control the pure and brutal innate energy that contained a tiny bit of a natural law. Their innate energies quickly burst out like a bomb. Dozens of torches were set ablaze, and a purple-red flame burst out from the bodies of these warriors, turning their bodies and armors into nothingness at the same time. With a wave of his sleeve, Wuxia threw the dozens of blades into his storage ring. He looked at Li Si, sneered, and said, "Thank you. Thank you. Another few million gold coins. May I ask you, are you here to kill or to give me gifts?" Li Si stared blankly at Wuxia. His brows were twitching, and no one knew what he was thinking. Bai Qi, who had just healed the wounds on his arms, cursed furiously. "What an audacious young man. I thought you were a talented man, and that's why I wanted to recruit you. But not only did you fail to appreciate my kindness, you even dared to kill my men. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Somebody capture him alive and torture him carefully." 20 early-stage Jin Dan captains left the troop and formed 2 small crescent killing formations, pressing towards Wuxia from left and right. 20 long swords transformed into 10 feet long beams of light and wheeled above their heads. Loud and clear noises kept coming out from the bodies of these early-stage Jin Dan captains. Obviously, they had been cultivating with a special body strengthening technique and were concentrating on controlling the energy in their bodies. Seeing that these captains were about to fight Wuxia, Li Si suddenly cried out in a low voice, "Stop! Let me talk to him." Those captains turned a deaf ear to Li Si's words and kept approaching Wuxia. Bai Qi raised his head abruptly and stared at Li Si. With a pair of bloodshot eyes, he said with a deep voice, "Prime Minister, I've been rude. This man killed my men, and I can't let him go. Once I capture him alive, I'll let you talk to him." Li Si gave Bai Qi an indifferent look. Indifferently, he rolled up his arms and said, "Fine." Grinning coldly, Li Si brought a dozen men, who were clad in the same black robe and dressed like scholars, and slowly retreated several hundred feet back. Bai Qi eyes narrowed. Then he stared at Wuxia and cried out, "Crescent kill." 20 sword beams fell from the sky with a shrill whistling noise. Although they seemed to be messy, but in fact they were in perfect order, hacking towards the meridians and joints of Wuxia's hands and feet. If he was hit by the sword beams here, Wuxia would only lose the ability to move, but his life would not be in danger. Clearly, Bai Qi order to capture Wuxia alive had been carried out perfectly by his subordinates. Meanwhile, the 20 Jin Dan captains, who were human immortals, leaped towards Wuxia with deep, muffled whistles of wind breaking. After retreating several hundred feet back, Li Si suddenly cried out, "General Cheiji, have you forgotten? The Dharma body of an Earth immortal is not something they can break." Before his words could fade away, miserable howls had already been heard. A five-colored gleam flickered in Wuxi's eyes as he let the 20 sword beams fall viciously on his body. After that, the sword of Greedy Wolf let out a sonorous howl of a wolf, transforming into a cold beam that looked like a dark water wave and was dripping with water vapor, sweeping towards those captains. The sword beams let out a shrill cry as they brought up a large number of sparks on Wuxi's body before being knocked flying away by a tremendous force. Although these Jin Dan captains had cultivated the technique of body tempering, their bodies were still cut into halves by the sword beams, and they died on the spot. Casually, Wuxi grabbed 20-thumb-sized Jin Dan weapons, which had yet to completely solidify and were mixed with a faint golden gleam in his hand. While laughing wildly, he forcefully kept the flying swords and armors of these captains into his storage ring. After that, a beam of yellow light burst out from the surface of his body as he plunged into the ground. Bai Qitian was caught unprepared by the tragic death of his elite captains. He stared blankly at the 40 pieces of corpses on the ground, then suddenly roared furiously, "Damn it! The Dharma body of an Earth immortal. Even if a human immortal of Jin Dan wields a lower-grade magical treasure, he could never hurt it. This bastard." With a wild killing intent, Bai Qitian let out a loud roar and charged towards Wuxi, thrusting the tiger-headed spear towards Wuxi's chest while letting out a violent tiger roar. Wuxi had exercised the escape art of Earth, and half of his body had sunk into the ground. He stared coldly at Bai Qitian, who was leaping towards him. He fished out 3 purple gold talismans from his storage ring and gave Bai Qitian a strange smile. Casually activating the talismans, Wuxi pointed the talismans at Bai Qitian, then plunged half of his body into the ground. All of a sudden, the 3 golden-purple talismans were set ablaze. A clump of dark cloud appeared out of nowhere in the sky, accompanied by a deafening rumble. 18 golden thunderbolts, each as thick as a water bucket, came whistling down from the sky, bringing with them an aura of annihilation that seemed to be able to destroy everything. These were the 3-night golden thunder talismans, crafted by a human immortal talisman master from Heavenly Spirit sect. The power of each thunderbolt was equal to a full-force strike unleashed by a middle-stage Jin Dan cultivator. With 18 thunderbolts smashing down at the same time, even a late-stage Jin Dan human immortal with the protection of a magical treasure would not be able to withstand it. 18 thunderbolts struck Bai Qitian squarely on his head. The explosion charred his skin and made him look like a scarecrow blown by a strong gust of wind. He was thrown several hundred feet away like a scarecrow, howling and howling as he lay on the ground, unable to move even a little bit. Wuxi let out a long cry, turned his head over his shoulder, and gave Li Si a few provocative laughs. Apart from his head, his entire body had sunk into the ground. It was at this moment that Li Si struck. Slowly, he fished out a jade-colored scroll that was enshrouded in a golden glow and purple mist. Slowly, he unfolded it, then pulled out a writing brush made from some unknown material, which had a purple gold handle and a faint golden gleam. Casually, he wrote a character, "Mountain," on the scroll. With a casual flick of his hand, the character, which had just taken shape, flew out from the scroll. "Dharma word, mountain, suppressing heaven and earth," cried Li Si. Following his cry, the natural energies within an area of 100 miles in circumference suddenly began to stir, while countless strands of Earth Yuan Ling energy began to rapidly gather in his direction. In just a fraction of a second, a mountaintop, over 100 feet tall and over 1,000 feet in circumference, suddenly appeared above Wuxi's head. A heavy and suffocating pressure came pressing down from afar, making Wuxi's body sink, and his movement become a few times slower. Accompanied by a muffled, swooshing noise, the mountaintop fell down from the sky, pressing down viciously towards Wuxi's head. Looking at the mountaintop, that was pressing down from above, Wuxia gave a shrill cry with fear. Disregarding everything else, he exerted all the innate earth energy in his earth meridians and exercised the innate earth escape art with all his might, transforming his body into a stream of yellow earth energy and plunging into the ground. Rumble! A loud boom rang out. Right after Wuxia plunged into the ground, the mountaintop smashed right on the spot where he was just a moment ago. The ground shook violently, and over 2,000 Qin soldiers in the surroundings were thrown off their feet, while those with slightly weaker cultivation base fell to the ground while coughing blood. Chapter 164. When Wuxia was less than 100 feet into the ground, a tremendous force came smashing down on his head. His indestructible body, which was a few times stronger than that of an earth immortal of nascent soul realm, could only resist for a fraction of a second before he was nearly crushed by the tremendous force. Cracking noises could be heard coming from all over Wuxia's body, and he was nearly crushed. Blood kept bursting out from his 7 apertures. The tremendous pressure was like a juicer, trying to squeeze everything out of his body. Wuxia could still withstand the pressure of a small mountain. After all, earth immortals of nascent soul realm had the divine ability to carry mountains and oceans. However, this mountain was not only extremely heavy, it also contained an enormous magnetic force of acquired earth. This magnetic force had absorbed the soil within a circumference of 100 miles, connecting all the underground energy veins into one, and formed a tremendous force that pressed down on Wuxia. An earth immortal of nascent soul realm could easily withstand the pressure of a large mountain. But when it came to a piece of land with a circumference of 100 miles, not to mention an earth immortal of nascent soul realm, even a heaven immortal who had cultivated his nascent divinity would not dare to be smashed by a piece of land with a circumference of 100 miles. The terrible weight of millions of tons could crush any ordinary immortal into pieces. Wuxia coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Abruptly, the silver lotus, which had a vague connection with his mind, shot out from between his brows, unleashing a large sheet of lotus petal-shaped light that enveloped Wuxia's body, firmly protecting him within the stamen of the lotus. No matter how the tremendous force came crashing down from all directions, the silver lotus remained unmoved. Following Wuxia's will, it brought Wuxia's body and slowly sank into the ground. After absorbing the innate energies of 5 elements found in Wuxia's energy veins, the silver lotus, which was originally a pure metal element, had gradually taken on a hint of innate energies of 5 elements. Therefore, it was able to use the earth escape technique to slowly sink into the ground. Earth yellow light visible to the naked eyes was swirling rapidly in all directions, as if several dozens of Xianxia and yellow rivers were rushing back and forth under the ground. A tremendous force of earth energy swept across an area of 100 miles in circumference. If Wuxia's fleshly body was still in this land, it would have been crushed into the tiniest soil particles. The scroll and brush in Li Si's hands were unknown to him, and he didn't know what kind of secret technique he used. It was just a casual word, a sentence, but it had almost killed Wuxia on the spot. Panting and coughing out mouthful after mouthful of blood, Wuxia lay on the silver lotus with his eyes wide open. He raised his head and stared at the ground, which looked as if a Category 12 typhoon had just broken out, and cried out harshly, "Li Si, there is no enmity between us, but you've killed me so brutally. I will not stop until one of us is dead. So what if you're Li Si? So what if you're the Prime Minister of Daqin? So what if your cultivation is higher than mine? Didn't you also have 3 of your clans slaughtered by someone back then?" A valiant aura arose from the bottom of his heart, and the will to fight that belonged to Wu Wang rushed straight into Wuxia's spiritual ocean. He leaped up and roared furiously. "Li Si, I'm going to kill you. Ha ha. Just you wait. I'm going to teach you a good lesson." Panting and gasping, Wuxia sat down on the silver lotus. For a moment, countless vicious and vengeful methods popped up in Wuxia's mind. Wuxia couldn't help but admire Lu Xiaobai, whose soul had fused with his own. How could she come up with so many vicious strategies? Wuxia would never admit that some of these strategies were created by himself. It must be a strategy that only a heartless person like Liu Xiaobai could come up with. Gnashing his teeth, Wuxia took out a healing pill and shoved it into his mouth, hastily treating the injuries on his body. After that, Wuxia took out the 20 early-stage Jindan pills he had collected just now and threw them into his mouth. The quality of these Jindan pills was not high, and the amount of innate nectar in Jindan was very small. Therefore, all 10 false cores of Wuxia could barely light up a little bit. On the contrary, the acquired innate energy of 5 elements, which he cultivated using the qi circulating technique of 5 elements in his main meridians, had shrunk to a degree that was a few times more flexible and dense than mercury. The innate energy in his meridians, which looked like a tangible substance, was rolling and rolling along with the sound of waves. Riding on the silver lotus, Wuxia descended 100 miles, then flew away in a slanted direction. When he was at a distance of 100 miles, he let the silver lotus shield him and carefully crawled out from the ground. He chose a dark and dense forest and came out from it. With a gloomy face, Wuxia retracted the silver lotus back into his spiritual ocean and took off all his clothes. From his storage ring, he fished out a set of dark green soft armor, which was commonly worn by secret agents of scouting office when they were out in the wild. Although the soft armor looked inconspicuous, it was actually a magical item of good quality. There were dozens of nested aura-concealing talismans made by the expert talisman masters of Heavenly Spirit sect on the soft armor, which allowed the wearer to run without stirring up any wind and would never produce any sound of wind breaking. On top of that, it had the miraculous effect of concealing one's aura and hiding one's body. After putting on the soft armor, Wuxia covered his entire head with a soft leather hood that came together with the armor. After that, he carefully tidied himself up and put away all kinds of magical items that he might be able to use, especially the talismans he obtained from the 5 Jindan elders of Heavenly Spirit sect. After that, he carefully exercised the escape art of innate wood element and rushed towards the place where he was ambushed just now. Wuxia had a bellyful of resentment in his heart. The reason why Jindan elders of Heavenly Spirit sect were hunting him down was because he had ruined their source of wealth, and that was a personal grudge. Therefore, it was perfectly reasonable for them to seek revenge on each other. However, he did not know Li Si by Qitian or Daqin dynasty, and he had never had any dealings with them. Therefore, when Li Si and Bai Qitian attacked him abruptly and with a deadly strike, Wuxia could not accept it. He had to get revenge. He had to get revenge. And he had to make Li Si and Bai Qitian suffer so much pain that they would never forget Wuxia for the rest of their lives. Wuxia clenched his teeth tightly, transformed his body into a wisp of green mist that looked like a ghost, and sped through the countless trees and grasses in the forest. While running at full speed, he was thinking in his mind, if not because he was 400,000 miles deep into Meng Mountains, where he could not mobilize the army of Great Yin Dynasty, he would definitely inform Yindan immediately, asking Yindan to assemble an army of several million soldiers and force Li Si and his men to stay in this mountain range. Surely, Yindan would be very willing to kill Li Si with the army of the entire dynasty. In the past, the crown prince of Yin Dynasty and the prime minister of Qin Dynasty must have had a lot of enmity between them. But too bad, he was now 400,000 miles deep into Meng Mountains. It was impossible for him to assemble an army here. The demon beasts and natural strongholds along the way were more than enough to devour any army. While running at full speed, all kinds of thoughts were tumbling in his mind. Carefully, Wuxia came to the place where he was ambushed just now. Li Si and his men were still at the same spot. 20 campfires were burning fiercely, burning the bodies of 20 Jindan generals who were killed by Bai Qitian. Li Si was standing right next to the campfire, singing a funeral song with an ancient and desolate tune. His voice was sonorous and piercing into the clouds, making Wuxia feel extremely uncomfortable. Carefully, Wuxia crouched in the long grass between a few big trees, staring coldly at Li Si and his men. When the corpses of the dead generals had turned into ashes, Bai Qiqian took out a few white porcelain jars and collected the ashes. While collecting the scorching hot ashes, he turned to Li Si and cried out resentfully, "Prime Minister, why didn't you strike earlier? You've caused me to lose so many of my subordinates. How am I going to explain this to my father later?" Wu Qi's heart sank. Judging from Bai Qiqian's words, Bai Qi was indeed here. Li Si narrowed his eyes and kept staring at the darkening sky, as if he was having a mental journey. He did not give any explanation to Bai Qiqian. Bai Qiqian shouted angrily, but when he saw Li Si's expression, he had no choice but to shut his mouth obediently. Obviously, he did not have the courage to have a falling out with Li Si. Whether it was in terms of experience or position, he was too far behind Li Si. When Bai Qiqian was done packing everything, Li Si came back to his senses and said coolly, "Let's go back to the camp. I wonder how many energy stones the others have collected during the past few days. If there are not enough, we'll have to stay here for a few more days." Li Si gave a glance at a small hill that was several hundred feet deep into the ground not far away, then said confidently, "Although you've lost some subordinates, I've also killed that little fellow on the spot. He was a lucky little fellow who possessed an indestructible body. The credit of killing him is equal to that of half an Earth immortal of nascent soul realm. Although you've lost 20 Jin Dan soldiers, you've done nothing wrong. So, you don't have to be too calculative about it." Bai Qiqian stared coldly at Li Si, sneered and said, "This little fellow was killed by Prime Minister himself, so I dare not claim any credit. Boys, let's retreat and return to the camp. Send out some scouts along the way, and if we bump into any barbarian villages, we'll collect some energy stones along the way." Wu Qi, who had his eyes hidden behind the light green crystal mask on his head, nodded silently. Bai Qiqian and his men were collecting energy stones? Very good, very good. The main group of Qin army slowly broke camp and left the place. Li Si, together with a dozen of his attendants, was the last to leave. Hiding his hands under his sleeves, he stared at the small hill that was several hundred feet deep into the ground. After a long while, he nodded and said he should be dead. He is just a little boy, so how could he withstand a single strike from me? He disperse. With a wave of his sleeve, the small hill immediately transformed into countless strands of earth element energy and dispersed in all directions. Only then did the magnetic energy gathered by the small hill slowly disperse. A muffled boom that sounded like a thunderclap rang out from the ground, causing the surrounding trees and grasses to shake violently. Stepping on the wing-shaped magical items, the Qin army flew toward the west, while Li Si and his men were flying in the middle of the group. Wu Qi exercised his escape art and followed behind them, flying westward. Along the way, he saw several hundred barbarian villages that had been completely slaughtered. The fire in some villages had not been extinguished yet. Obviously, they had just been slaughtered and looted by the Qin army. When they passed by a lofty mountain, Wu Qi stood on top of the mountain and looked around. Using his spirit eyes, Wu Qi could see an area of several thousand miles from the lofty mountain. Within the circumference of several thousand miles, he saw many similar fires rising from many places. Obviously, the Qin army was slaughtering barbarians everywhere. In the southwest direction, because the fires in the villages had set the forest ablaze, an area of several hundred miles in circumference of the forest was ablaze. However, no one was there to deal with it. The conflagration sent smoke and dust soaring high into the sky, while a sorrowful and destructive aura lingered in the direction. Qin army, Qin army. Wu Qi's heart felt heavy. The barbarians in this place were truly unlucky. Their ancestors had escaped from the warblade of Great Yin dynasty, but now they had fallen under the butcher blade of Qin army. In short, they were really unlucky. Following closely behind Li Si and his men, they flew over 5,000 miles westward. Surrounded by mountains, they came to a basin that measured about 100 miles in circumference. It was a flat grassland in the basin, densely packed with Qiqi's tents. Countless soldiers clad in black armors and stepping on wing-shaped magical items were gathering towards this basin from all directions. Wuxia did a rough calculation and found that there were about 30,000 tents in this place. Judging from the size and scale of the tents, if each tent could accommodate 10 soldiers, there were at least several 100,000 Qin soldiers in this place. In the middle of the tents was a wooden city built with logs. Although the buildings were simple, they were still rather large. They stood in the middle of the wooden city. Above one of the palaces in the middle of the city stood a 200 feet tall flagpole, and on top of it was a black dragon flag, several tens of feet in circumference, waving menacingly in the wind. Shockingly, this was a field headquarters of Qin army. With just a cursory sensing, Wuxia had sensed several hundred powerful auras hiding in this field headquarters, which made his heart tremble with fear. Each of these auras was exactly the same as the aura he sensed from Yandan. Chapter 165. From the wooden city in the middle, for groups of strange men, each clad in a long black robe and wearing a tall round hat, walked out slowly. They walked out from the 4 city gates of the wooden city and came to the 4 main gates of the campsite. A deep and powerful incantation was heard. Along with the incantation, the natural energies in the basin began to fluctuate chaotically. Through Wuxi's spirit eyes, he could see the natural energies were disturbed into tiny energy molecules, mixing together in a messy manner like a pot of porridge that kept boiling. The ground was covered with long grass, and as Wuxia possessed the escape art of innate wood element, he was like a fish in the water, sneaking into the campsite without alerting anyone. There was a mystic technique in Scroll of Stealing that allowed one to avoid these primordial runes. As the black-robed men who deployed these defensive mechanisms did not have a profound cultivation of primordial runes, Wuxia was able to easily avoid several dozens of defensive mechanisms and sneak into the campsite. In this grand hall, there were just lowly serving ladies. Deep in the mountain, the sky turned dark quickly. Wuxia was standing on top of a lofty mountain on the eastern side of the basin, looking at the distant horizon. The setting sun had not yet set, but the basin in front of him was already covered by the curtain of night. Torches were lit up everywhere, and a large group of soldiers were patrolling the campsite in a neat formation, guarding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. According to the Scroll of Stealing, when one cultivated these primordial runes to an extremely profound level, one rune could shatter a star, one rune could grow flesh and bones, one rune could bring a dead man back to life, one rune could change the world, one rune could even change the position of the stars. It possessed an unimaginably magical power. However, the Scroll of Stealing only recorded the method to deal with and decipher these runes. As for the cultivation method of these runes, there was only a chapter called Book of Ancient God, which made Wuxia confused. With great effort, he calmed his surging emotions and restrained his aura. Using a mystic technique in Scroll of Stealing, he covered his entire body with innate 5 elements energies, merging his body with the 5 elements of the heaven and earth. Then, soundlessly, Wuxia went straight into the last wooden palace. The defense of this wooden palace was extremely tight, as it was surrounded by defensive mechanisms made of primordial runes. There were a total of 300 Jindan human immortals guarding the palace, and even those serving ladies who were dressed in long black dresses and carrying basins and towels in their hands had the cultivation base of Xianxia realm. After pondering for a while, Wuxia dived back into the ground and carefully made his way to the last palace. According to the layout of this place, the first hall should be used for banquets, the second hall should be the place where secrets were discussed, and the third hall should be the residence of the person with the highest status here. However, he did not know whether the person living inside was Li Si or Bai Qi. One of them was the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains, and the other was the Prime Minister. Could it be that they were sharing this hall? Amidst the chaotic energy porridge, a large number of spirit runes suddenly emerged and formed. These runes, which had all 5 elements, were connected from head to tail, and like agile snakes, They laid out several dozens of early warning mechanisms around, above, and under the camp. Once any living being touched these mechanisms, a loud noise and blinding light would burst out, which would be more than enough to alert the army in the camp. Some of these runes even contained frightening, explosive energy. If someone touched these runes, the explosive energy would be more than enough to severely injure a human immortal of early Jindan realm. They were not old ladies who had taken some pills to maintain their youthful appearance, but teenage girls who were in the prime of their youth. This was what surprised Wuxia. There were nearly 100 serving ladies here, and each of them was a young and beautiful teenage girl, possessing the cultivation base of Xianxia realm. In G City, the number of young men who possessed the cultivation base of Xianxia realm at their age that Wuxia had seen, perhaps these were the most he had ever seen. The palaces in the wooden city were arranged in a straight line right in the center. The 3 palaces were the main palaces, and there were 3 side palaces on the left and right. Currently, the first main palace was brightly lit. Through the open door, Wuxia could see a long table that was neatly arranged. Some imperial eunuchs clad in black robes were carefully placing all kinds of tableware and wine vessels on the table. Some military officers, who obviously possessed the cultivation base of Jindan realm, clad in heavy armors, were patrolling outside the main palace. Wuxia's heart was pounding rapidly, and the blood vessels on his temples were throbbing painfully. Wuxia was panting heavily, and his eyes were glowing brightly. Carefully, very carefully, he peeked out a pair of eyes from underneath a candlestick with a complicated design in the corner of the main palace. Wuxia looked towards the direction where the pressure was coming from. He saw a dragon bed, and a middle-aged man with a naked body and an emperor crown on his head was sitting upright on it. He, you are indeed a demon dragon who has almost become a heaven immortal. Yingzheng has been too careless. This world is still not the place where Yingzheng can look down upon. Primordial Talisman. Suddenly, Wuxia's eyes shone brightly. Needless to say, the Book of Ancient God was an extremely precious scripture. Otherwise, it would not have been collected by that shadowy figure into the scroll of stealing and passed down. However, because it was too profound and magical, Wuxia could not understand it at all. However, it seemed like these men in black robes before him had inherited a part of the Tao of Primordial Talisman. Perhaps he could find a way to advance in the study of Primordial Talisman from them. A few serving ladies were soaking white silk handkerchiefs in hot water, wiping away the dirty blood that flowed out from the man's wounds. Obviously, he was exercising a mystic technique to heal himself. He gave a few loud laughs, then clenched his teeth and roared furiously. But sooner or later, this world will be under Yingzheng's control. That demon dragon. I sentenced him to have his entire clan executed and all his clan members executed. However, for an elite army like the Qin army, it would not be a hindrance to them even if they did not have any rations or weapons in this forest that was rich in natural resources. There were no livestock sheds in the military camp, and all the soldiers had to fly in the sky with the help of those wing-shaped magical items. It was unnecessary for them to ride on their mounts in the forest. Therefore, if Wuxia wanted to burn down the livestock sheds and cause a commotion, there was nothing he could do. The Book of Ancient God had a total of 36,000 words, and each of them was ancient and simple, emanating an aura that came from a long time ago. Each of the 36,000 words contained a profound principle of the heaven and earth, and possessed an incredible power. However, the shadowy figure who passed the scroll of stealing to Wuxia had only focused on teaching him the main cultivation techniques, such as the 7 foundation establishment technique. As for those precious scriptures like the Book of Ancient God, which were obviously stolen by the shadowy figure, he had mentioned them, but he did not give any detailed explanation, nor did he give any cultivation advice to Wuxia. It looked like a banquet was going to be held here later, and presumably all the higher-ups of Qin army in this field headquarters would be attending the banquet. The Qin army headquarters measured several dozens of miles in both width and length, and was surrounded by a ring of mud walls, fences, traps, and trenches. Tens of layers of complicated fortifications had tightly encircled the entire field headquarters. Between the mud walls, fences, and trenches were several hundred watchtowers. Elite soldiers were stationed on top of these watchtowers, and ballistae and other weapons with powerful destructive force were deployed on top of these watchtowers. Although it was a field headquarters, the defensive strength of this barracks, together with those defensive runes, might not be any weaker than the defense of G-City. A dragon roar was heard coming from Ing Zheng's body, as a clump of dark water vapor soared up into the sky. Amidst the water vapor were the shadows of 8 flood dragons and a horned serpent, wriggling crazily. A tremendous pressure that felt like it was a real substance came rushing at Wuxi's face. It was as if he was punched in the face, and when the pressure struck his eyes, it gave him a severe pain and nearly caused tears to flow out from his eyes. Following that, a dozen serving ladies, who were carrying buckets made of pure gold, silver trays, and soft white silk handkerchiefs, walked into the hall. Wuxi, who was hiding a few feet under the ground, immediately sensed a tremendous, vast, and endless pressure pressing down on his head. Carefully, Wuxi poked his head out from behind a pillar and gave these serving ladies a glance. Who was the emperor of Daqin dynasty? Who should it be? Who could it be? The wound had nearly pierced through the chest of the middle-aged man, from his chest to his back. A few places on his body were pierced through, and light could be seen from the front to the back. From the wound, it looked like the claw of some huge beast had brutally scratched him. Vaguely, there was still a sticky, demonic energy that one could see with naked eyes, and it was crazily corroding the man's body. Wuxi did not pay any attention to the man's face. He just stared at the huge and ferocious wound on his chest with great shock. Wuxi stared at these black-robed men with great astonishment. In Scroll of Stealing, there was a description about this method of stirring the natural energies and condensing them into restrictive runes out of thin air. It was a Tao of talisman that was completely different from the orthodox Qi refining cultivators. It was a system of Tao of talisman that was even more ancient than that of Qi refining cultivators, a system of primordial talisman that pointed directly to the Tao of using the natural energies. After a full 15 minutes, the man suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. After that, he coughed violently and laughed out loud. Taking the opportunity when the soldiers were lining up and having their meals, and the sentries were changing shifts, it was inevitable that the campsite would become a little chaotic and the vigilance would inevitably be weakened. Wuqi's body had completely transformed into a clump of hazy green mist, moving along countless long grasses and deftly sneaking into the campsite of Qin army. Shaking his head helplessly, Wuqi secretly cursed the people who had made the Qin army so tightly organized, without leaving any loopholes for him to exploit. Then, he carefully sneaked into the wooden city located right in the center. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Wuqi came to the edge of the wooden city, which measured about 1 mile in both width and length. He came out from a remote corner of a wooden palace. He found nothing in the campsite. Apart from the barracks of soldiers, there were only the kitchen and toilets. Wuqi roughly understood what was going on. In this place, most likely, all the provisions and armaments were carried by those powerful cultivators using storage magical treasures. Therefore, no matter what ideas Wuqi had in mind, it was impossible for him to do anything to those provisions and armaments, unless he could find those cultivators who were carrying the provisions and armaments and steal their storage magical treasures. The pressure was not purposely unleashed at Wuqi. Instead, it filled the entire hall at all times and in all directions. It was like a small sun. Without any deliberate effort, its light and heat would naturally radiate in all directions. When the Daqin dynasty met with them, it had given Wuqi a pleasant surprise. The defensive strength of the headquarters was comparable to the defense of the capital city of Great Yin Dynasty, and Wuqi had no idea what to do next. If the headquarters was like this, what would the defense of the capital city of Daqin Dynasty be like? Coldly looking at these black-robed men who had densely surrounded a barracks with various defensive runes, making it look like an impregnable fortress. Wuxia sneered. Stealthily, he transformed into a green shadow and approached the campsite stealthily through the cover of countless grasses on the ground. A rich aroma of food was coming from the campsite in front of him. A large group of soldiers were lining up neatly and heading to the kitchen to get their meals. There was a special kitchen area in the campsite, as well as a large shed where soldiers could have their meals. The layout of the campsite was very reasonable, and it looked like a complete small city. While traveling underground, Wuqi's body suddenly turned stiff, and he was struck dumb. He slapped his own head forcefully and scolded himself in his mind for being a pighead. Li Si was here, and Baichi was here as well. Both of them had the same status, so how could they appear in the same headquarters? It could only be him. Their immediate superior was here as well, and that was the reason why they would come here with the identity of an entourage. The organization of the Qin army was very strict. When it came to having meals, changing shifts, and even going to the toilet, they would form groups of 10 to 100 men. Everyone in the groups were familiar with each other, and no one would leave the group without permission. Once a stranger sneaked into the group, it would immediately attract everyone's attention. After observing the pattern of the Qin army for a while, Wu Qi had no choice but to give up the plan of disguising himself as a Qin soldier and sneaking into the campsite. Using the escape art of Earth, he took a stroll around the campsite. Chapter 166. Su Fu still refused to leave, even though he found nothing after searching for a while. Like a vulture who had smelled the smell of rotting corpses but could not find any meat, he kept circling around the hall, his pair of glowing green eyes glancing around. When the old man entered the hall, Wu Qi immediately saw his pair of green eyes that looked like a ghost flame. There was a fine line in the middle of his pupils, dividing them into two halves. Both of them were shaped like the sun and the moon, emanating a strange cold gleam. According to the Scroll of Stealing, this pair of pupils was a mystic technique that only those practitioners of primordial runes could see through yin and yang, as well as everything under the heaven. It was a pair of eyes that could see through yin and yang, as well as everything under the heaven. In front of someone who possessed this pair of eyes, even those who had cultivated the breath control technique of Scroll of Stealing would have to be extra careful. The muscles on Ying Zheng's body were twisting and rolling at an incredible speed, while countless tiny granulation tissues were growing out from the huge, ferocious-looking wound on his chest. Drops of sticky, pitch-black demon energy were being forced out from the wound by an enormous amount of energy, turning into a pungent smoke that dissipated into the air. Ying Zheng's eyes went wide, his body trembling as he clenched his fists tightly and kept letting out low and deep, strange laughter. "I swear I'll kill you. You are just a demon dragon, yet you refuse to offer your blood essence and soul to help me cultivate the 9 Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic. This is a capital offense." After a while, Ying Zheng's body was finally cleaned. He lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest, which seemed to have shrunk to the size of a hair. He shook his head angrily and said, "What a demon dragon! What a demon dragon! With just one strike, you have killed 30,000 of my elite soldiers, and even wounded me severely. Humph! When I've completed the first level of 9 Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic, condense my dragon soul and nascent divinity, and become a heaven immortal, I'll kill you and let me cultivate the second level of the cultivation technique." Therefore, Wu Qi closed his eyes, daring not to reveal even the slightest bit of divine gleam. He even held his breath and retracted all his aura, using a mystic technique to stop his heartbeat. All the functions of his body were almost in a state of dead silence. The innate Earth Yuan Ling energy enveloped Wu Qi, transforming him into an earth ball that looked exactly like a lump of soil and burying him under the ground. Ying Zheng was overjoyed. "Is there such a thing? Do you know where that cultivator came from? Where did he come from? Which country is it under?" Not to mention the loss of military strength. Ying Zheng's 2 bodyguards were supposed to be his stewards. When Ying Zheng traveled, He brought along a huge amount of energy stones, formation discs used to construct teleportation formations, and many other treasures. He wanted to keep in touch with the capital city of Xianxia at all times, so that he could receive the army and supplies at any time. To be able to communicate with Xianxia, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, the number of spirit stones and array discs must be considerable. It would require a large number of storage artifacts to store them. Served by serving ladies, Xianxia put on the imperial robe and crown, then slowly rose to his feet. The dark mist in the great hall slowly fused into his body, and the shadows of 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent vanished without a trace. He took out a small purple gold bar and lightly tapped it on a jade bell hanging by the side of the bed. A clear and melodious sound of the bell immediately spread far away. Not long after that, a series of footsteps was heard. An old man with a short stature, thin face, clad in a black, wide-sleeved robe and a tall, round crown walked slowly into the great hall. At the same time, the scroll of stealing also warned Wuxia that all the practitioners who had the qualification to cultivate this kind of dharma were those who had immersed themselves in the Tao of primordial runes for a very long time and had a very profound cultivation base. Therefore, once Wuxia bumped into them, he had to be extra careful, and if anything went wrong, he had to flee 10,000 miles away immediately. Otherwise, with the bizarre and powerful Tao of primordial runes, a slight carelessness could result in a serious injury or even death. The entire great hall was enshrouded by the dark mist, and the water vapor in the air was increasing rapidly. The bronze candlestick in front of Wuxia was now fully covered with water droplets. Underneath the roof of the great hall, there were some faint electric arcs flashing, while the water vapor turned into dark clouds and rubbed against the ceiling, producing a faint rumbling of thunder. Xianxia was seen sitting cross-legged amidst the dark clouds and dark mist, while 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent were seen wheeling and wheeling in the dark mist behind him, emanating a matchless aura. The boundless murderous aura had condensed into a pressure that was as heavy as a mountain, so heavy that it almost materialized. Needless to say, Wuxia was coveting the energy essence in Su Fu's eyes more and more, and his desire for the mystic eyes of universe grew stronger. Xianxia snorted heavily. After a long moment of silence, he said in a cruel and merciless tone, "Left and right Minister Feng Bao was useless, as he had lost all the energy stones and formation discs that I brought with me on this trip. They were killed by the demon dragons, and that's not a big deal. But their people had slaughtered 3 clans as a warning to the others. Minister Feng Bao, their duty is to protect my treasures. Their negligence this time is unforgivable." The old man walked slowly into the great hall. Then, with a solemn expression, he dropped to his knees and bowed deeply to Xianxia. "Your subject, Su Fu, offers greetings, Your Majesty." After a moment of silence, Su Fu said with a dry voice, "That young cultivator killed 20 of the Jin Dan cavalry generals under the command of General Bai Qitian of Yulin Forest, and was trying to escape by escaping through the earth. His Excellency Li Si struck and killed him with the divine ability of spell conjuration. With his flesh and bones turned into mud, it is impossible to get a confession from him. It was also mentioned in Scroll of Stealing that if one could steal a thread of energy from the eyes of someone who cultivated this kind of eyes, it would allow the cultivation technique of spirit eyes to be greatly improved, and a pair of spirit eyes would have endless magical uses. If he could find some other precious materials, combined with a mystic technique in Scroll of Stealing called Mystic Eyes of Universe, Wuxi's pair of eyes would definitely possess a power that could shake the heaven. Wherever the green light reached, the ground would turn transparent as well. From the ground all the way to 10,000 feet underground, everything had turned into a transparent object that shone with a faint green light. Hiding a few feet under the ground, Wuxia could feel an indescribable, bone-piercing cold and extremely evil glimmer sprinkling down from the top of his head, nearly separating his body from the innate earth Yuan Ling energy. As a supreme emperor, Zheng could never wear all 10 fingers full of storage rings like some nouveau riche. That was why he had left and right servants to carry and manage all these energy stones and spirit items for him. In the end, the demon dragon unleashed its mighty power and killed left and right servants, while all the energy stones and spirit items were taken away by the demon dragon. With that, Zheng and his company were basically trapped in Meng Mountains. That was indeed a very bad luck. Wuxia shook his head gloatingly. Su Fu, on the other hand, stayed in the hall and did not leave. He walked around the hall a few times suspiciously, then suddenly opened his eyes. A large patch of dark green light shone from them, and he scanned the hall from top to bottom. Wherever the green light passed through, everything turned transparent. No matter it was gold and silver utensils, wood, soil, or rocks, everything turned into ripples and glazes. With a casual point of his finger, the dark light abruptly transformed into countless tiny dark threads, blotting out the sky and covering the entire grand hall, turning it into a sieve. After a full hour, the grand hall in front of him was filled with the sound of music and toasts. Only then did Su Fu stomp his feet and leave the grand hall with a cold smile on his face. But he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly waved his hand. A strange black beam, measuring 1 foot and 3 inches long and several hundred times thinner than a hair, emerged on his finger. Zheng let out a few loud laughs, then strode out of the grand hall. While walking, he laughed wildly and said, "My dear subjects, please join me. Ha ha ha. Today, Prince of Wuhan has found several hundred beautiful barbarian girls. Beautiful barbarian girls. My dear subjects, you have been working hard recently. Please join me. Please join me. Somebody, play the music and start the banquet." Zheng's loud laughter gradually faded away, followed by countless loud and sonorous cries of "Long live," emanating shockingly strong energy ripples. Obviously, Zheng had brought an army of tens of thousands of miles to this place. Needless to say, he did not have any good intentions. However, he was cultivating with a certain divine ability, the 9 Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic, which required him to plunder the blood essence and souls of flood dragons and fuse them into his own body. Only then could he keep improving his cultivation base. In Meng Mountains, they had met a demon dragon who had almost cultivated to the realm of heaven immortal. Therefore, Zheng had brought an army to slay the dragon excitedly. But little did he expect that the overall strength of the demon dragon was too strong. Zheng himself was severely wounded, and his army was nearly slaughtered by the demon dragon. Wuxia closed his eyes and shrunk his head 3 feet deep into the ground, relying on his sensitive ears to eavesdrop on the noises coming from above. He hesitated for a while, then with a green gleam flashing in his eyes, he said with a dry voice, "Xianxia is millions of miles away from here. Without some extraordinary treasures, such as spatial breaching spirit gold, as the core of the formation, the consumption will be too great. On top of that, the magnetic field in this mountain is chaotic, and the energy needed to break through the void has skyrocketed by 100 times. The energy stones I've collected now are not enough for me to communicate with Xianxia." Clenching his teeth so tightly that they produced cracking noises, Zheng continued to exert the energies in his body to force out the remaining demon energy in his wounds. The process went on for a full 15 minutes. Suddenly, a large amount of sticky sweat burst out from all over Zheng's body. He gasped for breath rapidly, then leaned back on the bed, feeling a little tired. Those serving ladies quickly came up to him, using hot water and silk handkerchiefs to wipe off the sticky sweat that came with a strange stench from his body. However, when Wuxia looked at the soil and rocks around him that had turned transparent, he could not help but feel his heart tremble with fear. Su Fu's divine ability of Dharma eyes was truly frightening. Although Wuxia had fused his innate energies of 5 elements in his eyes, he could only see a depth of a few feet deep into the ground. Surprisingly, This divine eye of Su Fu could actually see 10,000 feet deep into the ground, and its power was comparable to some unique spirit items. Then he heard Su Fu say with an indifferent voice, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Just now, Prime Minister Li Si met a cultivator, and judging from his appearance, he is not a barbarian living in this forest. Since that cultivator could appear here, it proves that this place is not far away from a populated area. As long as we can find their city, we can have as many energy stones and items as we want." Fortunately, the innate energies had endless magical effects. Although Su Fu's divine eye was strange and unfathomable, his cultivation base was still slightly weaker. The Yuan Ling energy that shrouded Wuxi's body had almost flawlessly imitated the transformation of the soil and rocks around him, making Wuxi's body turn transparent under the bright green light. Su Fu ran his eyes across the entire hall and the ground within 1,000 feet in circumference, but found nothing either. Su Fu rose to his feet and answered with a solemn voice, "Your Majesty, for the past few days, all the generals and soldiers have risked their lives to hunt barbarians and collect energy stones from all over the place. We have gathered 130,000 pieces of upper-grade energy stones, but the most important one, the supreme-grade energy stones, are only less than 3,000. If we're going to deploy a teleportation formation, we will need reinforcements from Xianxia City." Li Si, Yingzheng scolded fiercely, then burst into a loud laughter. "It doesn't matter. As long as we can find cultivators who are not from those barbarians, it proves that we are not far away from a populated area. No matter how far it is, as long as we can find a city with my army of several 100,000 soldiers, we will be able to wipe out an entire kingdom. As long as we can deploy the teleportation formation, we will be able to bring reinforcements from Xianxia City here." Humph. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yingzheng looked at Su Fu and said coolly, "Rise. How many energy stones have you collected in the past few days?" He gave the hall a quick glance and did not find anything unusual. Then he turned his eyes back to the ground. One was borrowing, while the other was controlling. The difference between them was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Wuxi stared at Yingzheng with great shock. At first glance, the 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent behind him looked very similar to the cultivation technique practiced by the beast warriors of Great Yin Dynasty. However, the beast warriors were only borrowing the enormous power contained in the beast souls for their own use. Unlike Yingzheng, the power of the 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent had completely fused with his body, and there was a tsunami of energy rocking in his body. All the power was under his complete control. Upon hearing Yingzheng's words, Wuqi suddenly understood the predicament Yingzheng and his men were in. Chapter 167. The spring rain was silent, and so was the dark beams. They gently penetrated through all the furnishings in the hall, leaving behind countless tiny holes that could not be seen by naked eyes. After that, the dark beams pierced into the ground soundlessly, going 1,000 feet deep into the ground and bringing up wisps of dark smoke wherever they went. Several dozens of dark beams brushed past Wu Qi's body, and Wu Qi could smell a faint stench coming from the dark smoke. They had a very strong penetrating force and contained a deadly poison. Carefully, Wu Qi used his divine sense to scan through one of the dark beams that flew past him. He discovered that it was actually the condensation of an extremely vicious, acquired poisonous gas from the Earth's core, mixed with the aurora found in the sky and the aura of the dark night that came from the last ray of sunlight in the sky every day. It turned an intangible object into a tangible object, then from a tangible object back to an intangible object. The process was repeated a few times, and then mixed with several dozens of poisonous objects that could cause a great harm to the corporeal body and soul of cultivators. It was a vicious technique that was between a magical treasure and a divine ability. It was extremely powerful, and once it hurt someone, the consequences would be very serious. The corporeal body of ordinary earth immortals would be penetrated by it, and once infected by the poison contained in it, even the Dharma body of an earth immortal would rot and disintegrate, and even his nascent soul and soul would suffer a great harm. Such a vicious thing was recorded in the Scroll of Stealing. But this was the first time Wuxia had seen something so vicious. Looking at the countless dark beams that had cleansed the entire hall, Su Fu frowned and shook his head. Am I really getting old? Why do I feel something is not right? TSK, something is still not right. Why do I always feel so nervous? He spun and walked round around the hall. Suddenly, he stretched out his right index finger, and a tiny thread of dark beam quickly condensed into a strange, twisting rune. Then, he casually shot the rune into the ground. Suddenly, the ground under the great hall froze, turning from an ordinary soil to a texture as dense as steel. Clanging noises rang out as countless blades suddenly took shape under the ground. Bringing with them an eerie cold breeze, they swept and slashed in all directions, turning the ground into a mess. As the steel saber hacked down, a 10,000 meters wide ball of poisonous flame silently rose from tens of thousands of meters deep into the ground along with dense smoke, burning all the sand and soil in its way into a puddle of pitch-black lava. In the blink of an eye, apart from a little bit of soil on the ground that was still intact, the rock stratum beneath the main hall had been destroyed into a complete mess, and the grass on the ground had withered and died. At that moment, Wuxia had sensed that something was amiss, so he had left the wooden city. Su Fu frowned and paced around the hall for a while. Only then did he feel reassured and nodded his head, clasping his hands behind his back and walking towards the banquet hall. At this moment, Ying Zheng's living hall looked exactly the same on the surface, but in fact, it had been badly damaged to the core. Many maidservants hurriedly ran back and forth, replacing the tools that were riddled with holes. They were extremely busy. Wuxia was running very fast, and whenever something went wrong, he would immediately flee out of the city. However, although he was running fast, Su Fu's attack was even faster and more brutal. As a result, his escape beam was still swept by a thread of poisonous flame and dark smoke that burst out from the Earth's core. A large red mark was left on his right calf, and a thread of heat poison went straight into his internal organs. If it were any other ordinary cultivator, this heat poison that had been nurtured by the Earth's core for tens of thousands of years would be a huge problem. However, with a slight movement of the false core in Wuxia's fire meridians, it absorbed all the heat poison, transforming it into innate fire energies that circulated throughout his body. Although Wuxia was cultivating with a special technique that made him immune to the heat poison, his right calf was still burning with a burning pain. On top of that, he was nearly riddled with holes by the bizarre black needles. Wuxia was so angry that his eyebrows were twitching, and he kept pointing his finger in the direction of the wooden city. Old fool Su Fu, the energy essence in your Dharma eyes will be taken by me, Wuxia. Not only the energy essence in your eyes, but also the mystic technique of primordial runes you are cultivating, they will also belong to me, Wuxia. This was the field headquarters of Qin Army. Not only were there several 100,000 elite soldiers stationed here, it was also guarded by a large number of cultivators. Li Si, Su Fu, Ying Zheng, and a few others were all almighty experts with astonishing cultivation base. Therefore, Wuxia dared not to underestimate Su Fu, and he dared not to strike hastily. He only had one chance to strike, and once he failed and alerted the others in the field headquarters, it would be very difficult for Wuxia to escape. After pondering for a while, Wuxia sneered and left the field headquarters, plunging into a nearby mountain. For the next 3 days, Wuxia was running around in the woods in a hurry, purposely searching for those dark, desolate, damp, and filthy corners that were densely covered with poisonous mist and miasma. He had no idea how many strange and bizarre poisonous bugs he had caught, and how many strange poisonous herbs he had harvested. The Scroll of Stealing contained all kinds of knowledge, and it contained all kinds of strange and rare knockout agents and poisons. It was reasonable, as the secret chambers of those heaven immortals, gold immortals, and almighty experts would be guarded by their loyal disciples, divine beasts, and immortal beasts that they had tamed. Although the stealing technique of the Scroll of Stealing was the strongest under the heaven, it did not mean that their cultivation base was the strongest under the heaven. Most likely, the cultivation base of these disciples, divine beasts, and immortal beasts was much higher than Wuxia himself. On top of that, cultivators would never fall asleep. Usually, they would sit in a meditative state for hundreds or even thousands of years. Under such circumstances, if Wuxia wanted to sneak into the secret chambers and steal something, he would need all kinds of knockout agents and poisons. Among all the knockout agents recorded in the Scroll of Stealing, the one that Wuxia could successfully concoct was the Drunken Dragon Incense, which had over 780 formulas. There was a magical herb named Drunken Dragon Grass under the heaven. Even if an ancient divine dragon were to consume it, he would be drunk for 1,000 years and lose consciousness. The Drunken Dragon Incense mimicked the medicinal strength of the Drunken Dragon Grass, combining all kinds of weaker herbs into one, and concocting a very powerful and overbearing knockout agent. In the Scroll of Stealing, the Drunken Dragon Incense was ranked as the 9th tier of immortal grade among all the knockout agents in the universe, and was ranked 7th. It was one of the most common and commonly used knockout agents. Therefore, the number of formulas for Drunken Dragon Incense was the highest, over 700 of them. After spending 3 days, Wuxia was lucky enough to find all the poisonous weeds and poisonous bugs that could be concocted with 3 different formulas of Drunken Dragon Incense. Carefully, according to the formulas, he processed all the poisonous weeds and poisonous bugs one by one, and finally concocted 3 different formulas of Drunken Dragon Incense, then made them into 3 tiny threads. There was no conflict between the 3 formulas of Drunken Dragon Incense, and they could be used at the same time, when the medicinal strength was stacked together. According to the description in the Scroll of Stealing, even an immortal or immortal beast of 36th tier Heaven Immortal Realm would be knocked down to the ground after smelling it. Although it was not the strongest formula of Drunken Dragon Incense, for the current Wuxia, it was more than enough. The result of 3 days of hard work was 3 tiny threads of pale pinkish color, as thin as a mung bean, and measuring only 3 inches long. Wuxia weighed the threads of Drunken Dragon Incense in his hand, then let out a strange laugh. Without wasting any more time, he exercised his escape art once again and returned to Qin Army's field headquarters. When the night fell, Zheng and all his ministers once again held a grand banquet. Wuxia waited until the banquet was over, then watched as all the people returned to their respective palaces to rest. It was obvious that Zheng had drunk too much today, as he was in high spirits. Wearing his helmet and armor, he brought 1,000 Yuan army and patrolled around the field headquarters for over 2 hours. Only when the moon was hanging high up in the sky did he return to Mu City, accompanied by Su Fu and Li Si. After Zheng settled down in the Great Hall and began to circulate his energy, only then did Li Si and Su Fu quietly leave Zheng's bedchamber. Outside the Great Hall, Li Si and Su Fu exchanged a glance, then went their separate ways with an expressionless face, entering 2 small side halls on the left and right side of Zheng's bedchamber. It was obvious that the relationship between Li Si and Su Fu was not very good. One was the leader of all the ministers, and the other was the leader of all the close ministers. It would be strange if they had a good relationship. Looking at the stiff relationship between Li Si and Su Fu, Wuxia nodded his head silently. Carefully, he retracted all his aura, and before Su Fu entered the side hall, Wuxia lit up 3 Drunken Dragon Incense sticks in the largest and most spacious bedroom. Then he carefully inserted the 3 incense sticks into the corner of the bedroom, then immediately plunged into the ground. The tasteless and odorless Drunken Dragon Incense quickly spread and enveloped the entire bedroom. Outside the bedroom, Su Fu gave a few instructions to a few practitioners, then sent them away. After that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked into the bedroom with a gloomy face. The door behind him moved on its own even though there was no wind, and quietly closed behind him. Frowning, Su Fu strode to the bed in the middle of the bedroom, took off his outer robe, and slowly sat down on the bed. A green gleam flickered in Su Fu's eyes as he sneered and said, "Li Si, how dare you tell His Majesty that you've found the location of a demon flood dragon, and that His Majesty can hunt it and complete the first stage of 9 Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic? If I allow you to make such a great contribution, wouldn't my position in His Majesty's heart become weaker? Last time, I was the one who reported to His Majesty about that demon dragon." Shaking his head, Su Fu sighed and said, "I've caused His Majesty to be injured and caused him to lose a lot of soldiers and generals. Although His Majesty doesn't take it to heart, if Li Si makes a new contribution, it will make him lose a lot of strength. Damn it, I've asked those useless fools to keep an eye on Li Si, but how could I let him find the demon flood dragon?" After muttering a few words in a low voice, Su Fu's eyes suddenly rolled up without any warning, and he fell heavily on the bed with his back to the sky. The back of his head knocked against the side of the bed, creating a loud and clear clang. It was a very shocking sound. However, as the bedroom was sealed by Su Fu with primordial runes, not a single sound could be heard from inside. Although there were several hundred black-robed practitioners on night duty outside, none of them knew what had happened inside. Hastily, Wuxia leaped out from the ground and leaped onto Su Fu's body. Without saying anything, he unleashed all the restrictive spells he could from the scroll of stealing on Su Fu, sealing all the acupoints, meridians, spiritual ocean, dantian, and many other parts of Su Fu's body. Using both hands, Wuxia pushed Su Fu's eyes open, brought himself before Su Fu's face, and aimed at Su Fu's eyes with his own. The mystic technique was activated. Suddenly, an extremely tiny and bright green whirlpool shone from the depth of Su Fu's eyes. A wisp of energy essence shot out from Su Fu's eyes at an incredible speed, shooting into Wuxia's eyes like a misty smoke. A faint green gleam shot out from Wuxia's eyes. The blood-red gleam in his eyes swelled up one after another, making his eyes as huge as a bull's and nearly popping out from their sockets. Su Fu had cultivated his Dharma eyes for many years, and the energy essence contained in them was extremely huge. Although Wuxia had only absorbed the energy essence for the span of 3 breaths, his eyes had nearly exploded, as they could no longer withstand the influx of energy essence. After stopping the mystic technique, Wuxia stored the absorbed energy essence into the depth of his eyes. After that, he quickly removed the only storage ring from Su Fu's body, as well as some talismans made from some special materials hidden in his sleeves and belt. Using his divine sense, he gave the storage ring a glance and found 33 jade scrolls in it, with the word script of ancient law written on them. Countless abstruse runes could be vaguely seen on the surface of these jade scrolls. Obviously, these were the scriptures for the cultivation of primordial runes. Wuxia was struck with great joy. Without hesitation, he transferred all the items in the ring into his own storage ring, then pulled out the sword of Greedy Wolf and thrust it forward. In just a blink of an eye, the sword had reached Su Fu's heart. Chapter 168. When the sword of Greedy Wolf was about to kill Su Fu, Wuxia suddenly recalled the description of the practitioners in Scroll of Stealing. He quickly retracted the sword, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead due to the fear. Carefully, he untied Su Fu's shirt, and sure enough, he saw that his body was densely covered with several tens of thousands of strange runes the size of mung beans. These runes were twisting and roaring like some living creatures. Just by looking at them, Wuxia could sense an extremely ferocious and brutal aura coming at him. This was the Blood Soul Curse. The deeper a practitioner studied into the primordial runes, the stronger the Blood Soul Curse would be. If a practitioner was killed by someone, the person who killed him or her would have to face the cruel revenge of the Blood Soul Curse. If this Blood Soul Curse was triggered by burning the practitioner's soul, the power of the Blood Soul Curse would be at least 100 times stronger than a full force strike from the practitioner. As Su Fu had formed his nascent soul, A full force strike from him was more than enough to turn Wuqi's body and soul into nothingness. Cold sweat was breaking out from Wuqi's body. When he thought of how he almost killed Su Fu, and how he was almost tricked by Su Fu's curse of blood soul, his heart was twitching and his legs were weak. The blood soul curse was an extremely mystical curse, and it would never fail to take revenge on the murderer. Even if Wuqi threw Su Fu into the nest of venomous bugs and let him be devoured by millions upon millions of them, the blood soul curse would only be unleashed on Wuqi. Faced with the densely packed curse runes on Su Fu's body, Wuqi was like a hungry wolf who had seen a porcupine. Although he had the desire to kill Su Fu, he could not do it. The Tao of primordial runes was bizarre and ferocious, possessing an unpredictable power. Therefore, Wuqi dared not to kill Su Fu. Flustered and exasperated, Wuqi stared at Su Fu's body for a long while. Clenching his teeth, he raised up the sword of greedy wolf, but in the end he still put it down. It was not worth risking his life. However, Wuqi was unwilling to let Su Fu go just like that. Needless to say, Su Fu would be a formidable enemy of Great Yin Dynasty in the future, and he would also be a formidable enemy of Wuqi. If they could kill him now, the pressure that Daqin would face on Great Yin Dynasty in the future would be greatly reduced. With a soft sigh, Wuqi sheathed his sword and put away the 3 half-burnt incense sticks. Placing the incense stick on his palm, Wuqi sprayed out a stream of true flame, turning all the incense stick into a wisp of thick smoke. Carefully, Wuqi stuffed the smoke into Su Fu's mouth. With the thick smoke as a foundation, Su Fu would not be able to wake up for at least 3 months. Grabbing Su Fu, Wuqi plunged into the ground with him. For hours later, Wuqi brought Su Fu and arrived at the bottom of the huge river. Amidst the rolling waves, Wuqi brought Su Fu along with him, drifting westward along the river. After traveling for over 3,000 miles with the current, Wuqi found a water nest, which was occupied by a huge demon carp underneath a patch of black rocks in the middle of the river. It was an underwater nest with an entrance of 30 feet in circumference, but tens of miles in size inside. On top of that, there was a front hall, a side hall, a bedroom, and a backyard. Obviously, this demon carp had spent quite a lot of effort in building this place. However, this demon carp was just a demon carp that was about to form its gene Dan. Although it had developed its own intelligence, Wuqi did not pay any attention to it. Then, he used a sword beam to kill the demon black carp, storing its huge body as food. After that, he sealed off the entrance of the cave and deployed a few formations that could conceal his aura. After that, he began to drain all the water in the cave abode. As he was not in the mood to take care of the cave, Wuqi threw the unconscious Su Fu to the ground, then sat down next to him. Immediately, he began to temper his eyes according to the technique of the mystic eyes of universe. He kept performing one bizarre incantation gesture after another. His eyes were shrouded in a bizarre mist, and in just a blink of an eye, his eyes were covered with a strange glow, which he could not tell what color it was, but it seemed to contain 7 different colors at the same time. The mystic eyes of universe was an ancient divine technique. It was said that once mastered, one would be able to see through the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Wherever the divine eyes looked, they could see through all illusions and formations, and would not be confused by any bewitching magic. However, the cost of cultivating the mystic eyes of universe was enormous. It required all kinds of acquired spirit treasures and innate spirit essences to fuse into the eyes, constantly tempering them. Every time a spirit essence was fused into the eyes, the power would increase by 1 level, and the increase in power was nearly endless. At this moment, while Wuqi was digesting the spirit essences he absorbed from Su Fu's eyes, he also fused the innate energies of 5 elements into his eyes, which gave his eyes the ability to attack with innate 5 elements. Then, he separated a thread of energy from the body of the 7 holy deities and devils, fusing it with his eyes, giving his eyes the ability to attack with the mind. In the future, when his eyes were strong enough, he could also fuse the innate divine flame, such as the divine flame of order, into his eyes. With that, his eyes would be able to shoot out the divine flame of order to attack his enemies, which would make the power even greater, mysterious, and unpredictable. 6 hours later, the spirit essences he absorbed from Su Fu's eyes were completely digested by Wu Qi's eyes. His eyes, which had a clear distinction between black and white, were now glinting brighter and brighter. The white of his eyes looked like silver, while his pupils looked like black crystals. The contrast between black and white was extremely sharp, emanating a sharp aura that no one could look straight at. The medicinal strength of the drunken dragon incense could not keep Su Fu unconscious for a long period of time. As time was limited, Wu Qi did not waste any time. He pried open Su Fu's eyes and absorbed a thread of spirit essences into his own eyes. This time, Wu Qi's eyes had gone through a tremendous change, as the amount of spirit essences they could hold was at least 10 times greater than before. After that, he spent over 4 hours to completely digest this thread of spirit essences. Half a month later, Su Fu's green eyes had turned dim and lifeless. His Dharma Eye's divine ability had been destroyed by Wu Qi, and all the years of arduous cultivation had gone down the drain. On the other hand, Wu Qi's eyes were glowing with a strange gleam, with layers upon layers of clouds constantly changing within them, becoming extremely profound and abstruse. The mystic eyes of universe was even more mysterious and mystical than Su Fu's Yin and Yang Dharma eyes. Currently, when Wu Qi stared with his eyes, his gaze could pierce through the surface of the river and look at the sky over 100 miles high. The strange gleam in his eyes swept across the ground. Wherever the gleam passed through, the sand and soil 3,000 feet deep would turn as clear as water. All sorts of bugs living in the sand and the strange beasts living underground could no longer hide from Wu Qi's eyes. What was even more miraculous was that, wherever Wu Qi's eyes passed through, all the natural energies contained in everything would be glistening brightly in his line of sight. According to the nature and quality of the natural energies, they would be of varying brightness and darkness. Wu Qi's eyes had nearly become the best appraisal instrument. With just a single glance, he could see through any ordinary precious treasures produced by the heaven and earth. After throwing his head back and letting out 3 loud laughs into the sky, expressing the boundless joy in his heart, Wu Qi took out the script of ancient law. The word ancient represented the meaning of the primordial era, while the word law represented the meaning of the Tao of the heaven and earth. The script of ancient law was a scripture that recorded the research of the primordial magicians on the nature, their understanding of the heaven and earth, and the laws of the heaven and earth. From the most basic energy of the 5 elements of the heaven and earth to the most abstruse laws of life and death, and the Tao of Yin and Yang, all of them were described in detail in these 33 jade scrolls. Wu Qi briefly flipped through the script of ancient law. The Tao of primordial runes recorded in this scripture could allow a mortal to cultivate all the way to the realm of heaven immortal. After reaching the realm of heaven immortal, it would be a blank slate. However, with the foundation of the Tao of primordial runes, Wu Qi would be able to study and cultivate the book of ancient God found in Scroll of Stealing. It was a primordial scripture that could allow one to cultivate all the way from the realm of heaven immortal, pointing straight to the origin of the world. The Book of Ancient God was a true cultivation scripture of primordial treasure grade, and the script of ancient law was the key to unlock this secret treasure. After comparing the various runes and mystic techniques found in the Book of Ancient God with the script of ancient law, Wu Qi could not help but let out a loud laugh once again. The sword technique of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect was a magical technique used to fight against cultivators using flying swords and magical treasures, while the script of ancient law and Book of Ancient God were divine abilities and mystic techniques that could allow one to establish one's life and see through the secrets of the heaven. If a cultivator wished to have a great achievement, both magical techniques and divine abilities were indispensable. Now, Wuxia did not lack any magical techniques or divine abilities, and he even had the solid foundation laid by the scroll of stealing. How could he not be happy? It was different from the cultivation technique of ordinary qi refining cultivators. Ordinary qi refining cultivators collected natural energies, tempered their corporeal bodies and bones, accumulated innate energies, and formed their Jin-Dan nascent souls. On the other hand, the practitioners who studied the Tao of primordial runes did not attach much importance to their corporeal bodies. What they focused on was comprehending the secrets of the heaven and earth, strengthening the source of their soul, strengthening their nascent divinity and divine sense, and communicating with the heaven and earth with the powerful soul energy. That was why they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas and change the stars with just a single rune. In other words, cultivators cultivated their qi, while practitioners cultivated their spirit. Both sides had their own emphasis, and each had their own advantages and disadvantages. Now, that Wuxia was cultivating both his qi and spirit. Even he himself did not have an exact estimation on how many benefits it could bring him. In any case, Wuxia began to cultivate the script of ancient law and began to study all kinds of runes and mystic techniques. After he had fused with Lu Xiaobai soul particles, his abnormal IQ had played a great role. Ordinary magicians might not be able to comprehend the runes, even if they tried to comprehend them for several years. But he only needed 2 to 3/4 of an hour to comprehend them. The most difficult part of studying the Tao of primordial runes was that it required one to gather a very powerful soul energy. The stronger the soul, the faster one could comprehend the runes, and the more powerful the offensive power of the runes would be. Without spending a long period of time, it was impossible to form a powerful soul. However, Wuxia still had Su Fu, a human-shaped great tonic, right next to him. Using the silver lotus as the medium, Wuxia forcibly split Su Fu's soul with the divine flame of order, refining the source of his soul into the most basic soul particles and fusing it with his own soul. With that, the cultivation of his soul progressed at a tremendous pace. In just a few days, his soul had become about 10 times stronger than before. Only the pitiful Su Fu was left. Day and night, he had to suffer the pain of soul refinement by the divine flame of order, and from time to time, his soul would be cut by the silver lotus. The pain made him twitch and jerk like a fish out of the water, slapping the ground and producing loud popping noises. Another month later, 70% of Su Fu's soul energy had been refined and absorbed by Wuxia. At the same time, Su Fu was almost at the end of his rope. If he continued to refine his soul energy, it was highly possible that his soul would be completely destroyed, and the curse of blood soul in his body would be triggered immediately, giving a deadly blow to Wuxia. Left with no other choice, Wuxia finally gave up on Su Fu. Looking at Su Fu, whose body had shrunk to one size, Wuxia stuffed a few life-saving spirit pills into his mouth. After that, he sneakily sent Su Fu back to the field headquarters of Qin Army, which was a few times more heavily guarded than before. After sending Su Fu back to his bedroom, Wuxia snuck out from the Qin Army's campsite stealthily. After that, he threw his head back and roared into the sky. "Li Si, the Prime Minister of Great Qin, I send my greetings to your mother." Then he pointed his right hand out and waved it, unleashing a rune that twisted and looked like a lightning bolt, falling forcefully into the sky above the Qin camp. Suddenly, thousands of tiny electric arcs shot down from the pitch-black sky. Countless thunderbolts streaked across the sky above the Qin camp, and immediately, the surroundings were thrown into chaos. From the wooden city, located right in the center of the field headquarters, the shadows of 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent soared up into the sky, while Ing Zheng's loud cry shook the surrounding mountains and caused half of them to crumble. "How dare you insult me, the Daqin?" Wuxia had long fled over 100 miles away from the scene. He stood on the peak of a lofty mountain, looking at the mountains that were crumbling crazily around the field headquarters of Daqin. Suddenly, he let out a long and sonorous cry, which sounded like a thunderclap and echoed out to a distance of several hundred miles. "Li Si, I'll fight you to the death." Chapter 169. Inside the cave, a strange gleam flashed across Wuqi's eyes as he slowly breathed out a long sigh of relief. It had been 7 days since he sent Su Fu back. During these 7 days, the Qin army was like a swarm of hornets whose nest had been burned, searching for the enemy in every direction. They had thrown the woods several thousand miles in circumference into a complete mess, and countless barbarian villages were discovered by the furious Qin army. All the barbarians were slaughtered, and all their belongings were looted. The sky was filled with smoke and dust during these few days. It was the thick smoke that rose from the burning of the barbarian villages and the nearby woods. During these 7 days, Wuqi had concocted a few new drunken dragon incense, trying to give the leaders of the Qin army a hard lesson. If possible, he even wanted to get some benefits from Yingzheng. But too bad, the higher-ups of the Qin army who had increased their vigilance did not give him any chance. Yingzheng and his men were all carrying various dust-repelling and poison-repelling pearls, so the smoke of the drunken dragon incense could not even touch their bodies. Therefore, it was useless. Wuqi had also tried to poison the wine and dishes, but as Yingzheng and his men had attained the cultivation base of nascent soul realm, they simply refused to eat, drink, or breathe. No matter what strange and bizarre methods Wuqi used, he still could not do anything to them. There was one time when Wuqi sneaked into Li Si's bedroom and poisoned the tea. As a result, he was nearly ambushed by the army led by Yingzheng and captured alive. Fortunately, when Wuqi realized that something was not right, he immediately fled underground, and that was how he managed to escape from the disaster. After that incident, Wuqi dared not to enter the Qin army's field headquarters again. He could only patrol around and see if he could find an opportunity to strike. In the end, after he ambushed a few small detachments of Qin army and looted a batch of energy stones, the Qin army simply shut themselves in and refused to come out, guarding the entire field headquarters so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Such a shameless method had left Wuqi with no idea what to do. He could only look at the Qin army's field headquarters and smile bitterly into the sky. The moonlight was bright and beautiful tonight, and a round moon hung high up in the sky. The moonlight on this day was exceptionally dazzling. The greenish-white moonlight poured down from the basin-sized moon like flowing water, sprinkling the cool moonlight essence on people's bodies. Wuqi walked out of the cave he was hiding in and took a deep breath. Thick smoke, a large amount of dust, and the cool essence of the moon were sucked into his body. Wuqi coughed violently. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking around, there were big and small fires everywhere. The forest was burning, and the fire made the moonlight in the sky dim. The army of Qin had been wreaking havoc in all directions these days. Red flames were reflected in the sky, giving the heaven and earth an aura of doomsday, as if a calamity was about to descend. Shaking his head, Wuqi's body turned into a beam of yellow light and drilled into the ground. During the past few days, many forests in the surrounding had been burned down. Without the cover of trees and flowers, he could not use the escape art of innate wood element. Thus, the escape art of earth had become the only choice for Wuqi. Cautiously, he poked half of his head out from the edge of the Qin army's campsite. Then, Wuqi saw a chariot pulled by 8 black horses coming out from the main entrance of the Qin army's campsite, and the man standing on the chariot was none other than Yingzheng. The chariot was driven by 3 burly warriors, each standing 10 feet tall with their upper bodies bared. Each of them had a skin that looked like it was forged from bronze, glinting with a cold gleam under the moonlight. Standing next to Yingzheng on the left was Li Si, whose face had turned green, and on the right was Su Fu, who looked haggard and had his vitality severely damaged. During the past few days, Wuqi had been harassing the Qin army's campsite, saying that he was going to seek revenge from Li Si. Because of this, Yingzheng flew into a terrible rage, scolding Li Si a few times in front of all his ministers. Even Bai Qi Tian, who had offended Wu Qi, was implicated by Ying Zheng as well. How could Li Si, who swore confidently that he had killed Wu Qi, have a pleasant expression on his face? Su Fu, on the other hand, had his Dharma energy essence completely seized by Wu Qi, and 70% of his soul source energy was seized by Wu Qi. But at this moment, there was a faint green gleam shining in Su Fu's eyes, and his face looked slightly flushed. It looked like he had actually recovered a small part of his lost energy. A greedy gleam shone in Wu Qi's eyes, and he gave Su Fu a fierce glare. Obviously, Ying Zheng had spent a great deal of his capital using some kind of rare and precious natural treasures to restore Su Fu's lost energy essence, strengthening Su Fu's foundation, and that was why Su Fu was able to recover his cultivation base in just a short 7 days. Surely, Ying Zheng had some good stuff with him. Wu Qi frowned, wondering how he could get his hands on these treasures. Apart from Ying Zheng and his men who were riding on the chariot, there were 400 black-robed practitioners accompanying them, and each of them had the cultivation base of Jindan realm. There were also 800 Yuan army and stalwart tiger army from Daqin dynasty, all of whom had the overall strength of Jindan realm. Among these black-robed practitioners, there were several dozens of them who emanated an aura that made Wu Qi feel fear. They should be Earth immortals of nascent soul realm. Meanwhile, standing in front of those Yuan army and stalwart tiger army were nearly 100 captains. Each of them looked very valiant, and the aura emanating from them was so strong that it made Wu Qi's hair stand on end. Among them, the general who stood closest to Ying Zheng's chariot was riding on a double-horned white qilin. According to what Wu Qi had seen and heard in the last few days when he sneaked into the Qin army's campsite, he was the current Grand Marshal of Daqin dynasty, Wang Baiqi of Wuhan City. Standing 9 feet tall, Baiqi's skin was slightly dark, and he had a square face that gave him an imposing aura. He was clad in 3 layers of heavy armor, all of which were rare mid-grade magical treasures, and possessed an amazing defensive strength. Following right beside Baiqi were his sons Baiqi Tian, the commander of Yuan Army Chariot, and Baiqi Ming, the commander of Stalwart Tiger Chariot. What a valiant and arrogant army! Wu Qi shook his head. He had no idea if Great Yin Dynasty still had some hidden trump cards. However, judging by the military strength displayed by Daqin today, just these 100 Earth Immortals of nascent soul realm were more than enough to wipe out Great Yin. Unless Great Yin Dynasty had enough hidden forces. Once Ying Zheng left Meng Mountains and came to Great Yan's territory, the fate of Great Yin Dynasty would be hanging by a thread. Sai, don't worry about the ancient people. Yin Dan was killed by Daqin once, and I don't think he will mind if he dies again. I just want to protect the people I care about. The faces of Meng Xiaobai, Lu Chengfeng, and Princess Zhonglu flashed before Wu Qi's eyes. Wu Qi twitched his lips, exercised an escape art, and caught up with Ying Zheng and his company, who were leaving the campsite in the middle of the night. The army marched through the woods at a fast speed. Cast by those practitioners, a thin layer of cloud had shrouded the army, preventing them from making any sound when they were marching. No matter if it was a cliff or a deep valley, the army could just fly past them without encountering any obstacle. In just over 2 hours, when it was almost midnight, Ying Zheng and his company came to the bank of the Great River and traveled along the Great River for over 6,000 miles eastward. The Great River had fused with the water from 3 other tributaries here, and as the 3 tributaries flowed into the Great River almost at the same place, the water area here was very wide, and a huge lake with a circumference of nearly 3,000 miles was formed amidst the mountains. Standing on the peak of a lofty mountain, Wu Qi looked down at the lake. The main stream of the Great River was like a great dragon, rushing from east to west, while the 3 smaller tributaries were like 3 great serpents that plunged over from the distant horizon, plunging into the embrace of the great dragon. As the 4 tributaries collided with each other, the current of the lake was extremely treacherous. Even though there was no wind blowing, there were still several tens of feet-tall waves rocking, and there were even whirlpools that could be vaguely seen under the surface of the water, producing loud, crashing noises from time to time. At this moment, the moon was about to rise to the center of the sky, and it was almost midnight. Suddenly, the surface of the lake began to sparkle, as countless aquatic demon beasts, such as fishes, shrimps, crabs, and many others, came out from under the water and floated on the surface, opening their mouths and staring blankly at the sky, waiting to absorb the essence that was sprinkled down from the full moon when the moon rose to the center of the sky, which could transform all demon beasts thoroughly. The night of the full moon was an extremely important moment for all demon beasts, and none of them will want to miss out on this day. From a dense forest halfway up a lofty mountain, Ying Zheng's voice was heard, faintly coming. Last month, because of the disappearance of Su Fu, the field headquarters was thrown into chaos, and that's why we couldn't come here to capture that flood dragon. Tonight, we can't afford to fail. Once I've subdued that flood dragon and attained the first stage of the 9 Dragons Cauldron Heaven cultivation technique, I'll be able to attain the righteous fruit of Heaven Immortal, and all of you will be credited with your contribution. As for that little rascal who has been harassing the field headquarters for the past few days, once I've accomplished the task, I'll definitely crush his bones and scatter his ashes, and wipe out his entire clan. A mountain breeze came blowing from the surface of the lake, and Wuxia felt a cool breeze coming from all over his body while lying on a rock. His ears and eyes were very sharp now, and Ying Zheng's voice was very loud and clear. Therefore, he could hear every single word clearly. Suddenly, he recalled the day when he kidnapped Su Fu. Did Su Fu say that Li Si had found a flood dragon? The cultivation technique cultivated by Ying Zheng required the blood essence and soul of a flood dragon as a supplement. It looked like they had suffered a loss in the hands of a demon dragon of Heaven Immortal realm, and today they were going to find this flood dragon to vent their anger. Ying Zheng was going to break through the realm of Heaven Immortal with the help of the flood dragon's power? Wuxia shook his head. How could he let such a good thing succeed? But what should he do to ruin Ying Zheng's plan? Wuxia could not help but frown as he watched Baiqi instruct all the soldiers to deploy a formation on the mountainside that was emanating a murderous aura, and saw those black-robed practitioners deploy many vicious restrictive spells on the mountainside. Step by step, the moon was sliding toward the middle of the sky, and the number of demon beasts on the surface of the lake was increasing. The stronger the demon beasts were, the later they would appear. The stronger the demon beasts were, the larger their bodies were. Therefore, the demon beasts that appeared now were rising up from the surface of the water like small hills, causing the already billowing surface of the lake to become even more turbulent. Huge waves kept slapping onto the huge rocks on the shore, and the rumbling of the waves could be vaguely heard from over 1,000 miles away. Right at the moment when the moon was about to reach the center of the sky, a giant catfish, over 3,000 feet long, suddenly leaped out from under the water, and with a single swipe of its tail, it smashed 2 demon crabs, a male and a female demon crabs. Both crabs measured over 100 feet in circumference, and they were demon immortals with a very profound cultivation base. But with a swipe of the giant tail of the catfish, their tough bodies were crushed into pieces like tofu. Originally, catfish had a smooth and sticky body and no scales. However, when this fierce catfish leaped out from the water, its body was densely covered with a layer of black scales the size of a water tank. Furthermore, they were pentagonal scales that were very different from ordinary fish scales, and the edge of the scales was inlaid with a tiny golden edge, which gave it a very beautiful appearance. The long whiskers on the corner of the catfish's mouth were 6 flood dragon whiskers, each 1,000 feet long and glittering as if they were made from pure silver. There was also a dragon horn on the top of its head, a pitch-black dragon horn that looked like the antlers of a deer, crystal clear and divided into 8 forks. When this giant catfish leaped out from the water, gusts of chilly wind immediately rose from all directions, and a thick layer of watery clouds wrapped around its body, with lightning flashing vaguely in the clouds. Lying on the dark clouds, the catfish raised its upper body and faced the moon lazily. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth and took a deep breath towards the moon. Half of the moonlight on the surface of the lake, which measured 3,000 miles in circumference, was sucked up by this catfish. All the other demon beasts roared and roared crazily, cursing furiously at the catfish, then left the catfish angrily. If they could not absorb even a tiny bit of moonlight when they were around it, wouldn't that be a waste of an opportunity? However, the catfish did not pay any attention to the protests of the other demon beasts. It just kept absorbing the moonlight essence in the sky comfortably, while a bright glow flashed and flickered around its body. Suddenly, dragon claws poked out from underneath its body, grabbing wildly in all directions while producing swishing noises. 2 huge water snakes, each measuring over 100 feet long, were caught by its claws and swallowed into its stomach without even chewing. Wuxi's eyes lit up when he saw this. What a ferocious and powerful flood dragon. However, it was really rare to see a flood dragon transform from a catfish, and its appearance was really strange. He gave a malicious look at Xianxia, who stood halfway up the mountain not far away. "Catfish, are you going to take me or not?" Chapter 170. Wuxia stared greedily at the catfish flood dragon's body. If he could obtain a part of her blood essence, the benefits he could get would be greater than what Shi Tianma and his son could give him. Abruptly, the catfish flood dragon opened her mouth, which measured several hundred feet in circumference, and thrust towards Xianxia with a frightening suction force. The surrounding air and the lake water turned into several dozens of waterspouts, rolling and rolling into the catfish flood dragon's mouth. For a moment, a strong gust of wind roared across the surface of the lake, while catfish flood dragon's eyes shone with an eerie blue gleam. Like 2 searchlights, they penetrated through the watery mist for several miles and locked onto Xianxia's body. Xianxia let out a complacent laugh, then waved the long spear in his hand and smashed it down towards the catfish flood dragon's head. Far away on the surface of the lake, the catfish flood dragon had absorbed the essence of the full moon tonight and had eaten 2 large dark fishes to fill her belly. She was now excitedly flipping her body on the surface of the lake, exposing her white and plump belly to the moonlight. Her 4 claws were gently scratching her belly, producing deep, muffled noises that sounded like the rumbling of thunder. The noises could be heard thousands of miles away, and all the demon beasts on the surface of the lake dared not to make any noise. Meanwhile, Catfish Flood Dragon had given up on by Qi and the others. She opened her big mouth and sprayed out countless pitch-black water in thunders, smashing towards Xianxia's face. Then, she coiled her body and charged towards Xianxia. At the same time, the Catfish Flood Dragon roared out loud. "All of you attack. These are all nascent soul cultivators who have cultivated to the realm of Earth Immortal. Eat their flesh and blood, and it will greatly nourish your energy. It belongs to whoever gets it. Whoever kills the most people will be the second leader of the Lake of Four Waters. She should have the appearance of a dragon. She should be one of those vigorous, divine, mighty, and graceful divine dragons." Xianxia was cultivating the 9 dragons cauldron grand magic. So what was the meaning of having a catfish swimming behind his back? Was it the 9 dragons cauldron grand magic? If this was spread out, it would be a joke. Xianxia pondered for a long while, but still could not make up his mind. Should he kill the catfish flood dragon and become a heaven immortal? Or should he wait a little longer and find a flood dragon with a graceful body, whose appearance was almost the same as a true dragon? Su Fu's face fell, and just when he was about to explain to Li Si, Xianxia snorted displeasedly and said, "Enough! Shut up!" Near and far, countless demon beasts let out earth-shattering roars simultaneously. Innumerable strange aquatic beasts rolled up endless waves, rushing towards Ji Hao and Ji Hao. Among these aquatic beasts, several dozens of them had an aura comparable to that of Earth immortals of nascent soul realm, and over 2,000 large fishes, prawns, and other demon beasts had an aura comparable to that of human immortals of Jindan. Although the other aquatic beasts weren't as strong, they were still huge in size. Their brute strength and innate abilities were also not to be underestimated. Wuxia was also dumbfounded. Legend has it that pythons could transform into flood dragons, and carps could transform into dragons. This was the heaven and earth's love for them, so their chances of transforming into flood dragons were much higher than ordinary creatures, and it was also much easier. As the sacred emperor who founded the Daqin dynasty, carrying a catfish on his back, this was really. Zheng's brows were locked in a tight frown, and he could not make up his mind for a long while. Li Si straightened his back, stared at Su Fu with a bright gleam in his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Su Fu, it is true that I didn't eliminate the root of the problem, and that's why you were kidnapped. But, as the leader of His Majesty's close courtiers, the imperial advisor of Daqin dynasty, you were actually kidnapped by a junior. How can you blame me, Li Si, for this? You don't feel ashamed of this scandal, but do you think you have the capital to attack Li Si? If he were to cultivate into a heaven immortal with the help of this catfish flood dragon's blood essence and soul for a very long period of time in the future, whenever he used the 9 Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic to fight with someone, the shadow of a flood dragon manifested in the dark mist behind his back would take the form of a strange, fat catfish. Suddenly, the catfish flood dragon stopped patting her belly. Slowly, she turned her body, raised her head, and looked at Zheng. She stared at Zheng with her 2 big eyes for a long while, then suddenly burst into a loud laughter and said, "You little thing, what are you talking about? You want me to offer you my soul and blood essence? You alone? TSK, your little size is not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth." The space between the catfish flood dragon and Zheng had turned into a frightening storm of thunderclouds. Dark clouds were rocking and rocking between them, and countless thunderbolts were producing deafening rumbles. Lightning bolts as thick as a water tank kept striking out from the thunderclouds, lighting up the entire lake 3,000 miles in circumference, making the figures of countless demon beasts hiding in Wuxia's lake water vaguely appear and disappear like ghosts. Baiqi snorted coldly, cupped his fist, and said to Zheng, "Your Majesty, regardless of whether it is beautiful or ugly, a flood dragon is a flood dragon. It has the ability to ride on clouds and overturn rivers and seas. A flood dragon is a flood dragon, no matter what it looks like, as long as it is a true dragon." He sneered and said, "When your Majesty becomes a heaven immortal and cultivates the first stage of the 9 Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic, you will be able to sweep across this world. When your Majesty decides what a true dragon looks like, it will be a true dragon. Why should I be afraid of what others think? Those who have any objection will have their entire clan wiped out." Zheng smacked his lips. He looked at Su Fu, then at Li Si, and a flame of fury rose in his heart. "Prime Minister, Li Si, you told me that you found a flood dragon. Good, I like it very much. But is this the flood dragon you found? How can this thing be called a flood dragon?" Meanwhile, the catfish flood dragon stared furiously at the 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent behind Zheng's back. "I can't believe you've killed so many flood dragons. No wonder your magic power is so strong. But if you want to deal with me, you can't just rely on magic power." Looking at the long dagger thrust down from Zheng, the catfish flood dragon threw her head back and let out a long cry. Abruptly, her huge tail sprung up and lashed out viciously. The tremendous suction force unleashed by Zheng and catfish flood dragon clashed head-on in midair. Both of them trembled and took a step forward at the same time. Although Zheng's body was hundreds or thousands of times smaller than catfish flood dragons, and several tens of thousands of times lighter than her, when both of them took a step forward at the same time, it was obvious that Zheng's strength was much stronger than catfish flood dragon. Baiqi raised his right fist and was about to give the order to attack catfish flood dragon together. But suddenly, Ying Zheng's voice was heard coming from the sky. What a powerful strength! Among all the flood dragons I've killed, you have the strongest fleshly strength. Excellent. After absorbing your blood, essence, and soul, my fleshly body will definitely reach a state where no magical treasures can harm me. With both hands clasped behind his back, Ying Zheng stood in the middle of the forest, looking over at the catfish flood dragon who was stirring up a storm 100 miles away. His face was filled with uncertainty. Amidst a wild howl that shook the surrounding mountain ridges, Ying Zheng trod on a cloud and flew back at top speed. In just a few seconds, Ying Zheng, who kept coughing blood from his mouth, flew back to the battlefield. He pointed his finger at the catfish flood dragon, who had her eyes and mouth wide open, and cried out, "Wonderful! Wonderful! I can't believe that your fleshly body is even stronger than my fleshly body, which has absorbed 8 flood dragons and a great serpent who is about to transform into a flood dragon. You are indeed an extraordinary creature of the heaven and earth." Meanwhile, the catfish flood dragon cried out in pain. Ying Zheng's dagger had left a several 100 feet long and 10 feet wide cut on her tail, nearly splitting it into 2. A great amount of pale golden blood sprayed out from her tail, and the pain made her body tremble violently. Immediately, she rolled up a wild wind and dark clouds, bringing together countless thunderbolts and bolts as she charged towards Bai Qi and the other captains of Daqin dynasty, who were standing in formation. Ying Zheng let out a loud laugh. Suddenly, a plume of dark mist burst out from his back, amidst which the shadows of 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent were seen twisting and turning. Ying Zheng opened his mouth and inhaled abruptly. A frightening suction force that was a few times stronger than catfish flood dragon's big mouth was produced out of nowhere. Amidst the deafening whistling of the wind, more water tornadoes rolled up from the surface of the lake, while more water was sucked up into the sky. Stronger hurricanes were kicked up, and huge waves tens of feet high rose from the surface of the lake. A great number of aquatic demon beasts could not withstand the tremendous force, and were sucked into the tornadoes, then crushed into pieces by the tremendous pressure. The 9 Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic was a supreme divine ability he learned after he came to this world, a supreme Tao of divinity that cultivated the fleshly body, energy, and soul at the same time. Currently, what he lacked was the blood essence and soul of a flood dragon, which would allow him to form the power of a dragon and step into the realm of heaven immortal. However, the blood essence and soul of the final flood dragon he had absorbed would determine the appearance of the dragon power he had condensed. But for a catfish, Wuxia had never heard that a catfish could transform into a flood dragon in his entire life. It was not hard to imagine how long it had spent in the process of transforming into a flood dragon, and how many fortuitous encounters it had gone through. Therefore, it was only natural that it had a very strong, fleshly body. Ordinary carps and serpents could transform into flood dragons after cultivating painstakingly for 1,000 years. But how much effort did this catfish have to spend to achieve its current strength? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Perhaps it was even more than that. One could imagine how strong this Dharma body would be after spending several tens of thousands of years to temper its fleshly body. Ying Zheng's eyes lit up. Slowly, a dark mist emanated from his body, and he gave Bai Qi a look of appreciation as he said, "King of Wuan knows my mind well. Why should I be afraid of what the people under the heaven think? Anyone who dares to object will be killed. Ha ha!" Throwing his head back and letting out a few wild laughs, Ying Zheng pulled out an ancient-colored dagger forged with some strange stone. Then he cast a cloud and brought up a strong wind as he sped towards the catfish flood dragon. Together with several dozens of military officers, Bai Qi followed closely behind him, forming a formation capable of both offense and defense, protecting Ying Zheng's left, right, and rear. While laughing, Ying Zheng flew forward and soon came before the catfish flood dragon, who was lying on the surface of the water and drying her belly. He cried out sternly, "You evil creature, quickly offer me your blood, essence, and soul, and I'll spare you a thread of your soul for reincarnation. After thousands of reincarnations, you will still have a chance to be reborn." Hastily, both men shut their mouths and returned to their wooden expressions, bowing their heads and not saying a word. Then, both men peeked at the catfish flood dragon from the corner of their eyes. Su Fu had a gloating smile on his face, while Li Si was looking at the catfish flood dragon indifferently, his eyes cold and indifferent, as if nothing mattered to him. Su Fu had seen through Ying Zheng's mind, so he kept bowing his head and crossing his arms, refusing to say a word. Li Si was a quick-witted man. He knew that the flood dragon he found was a real flood dragon, and a very powerful one at that. But the appearance of this flood dragon was a little shabby. When he thought that Ying Zheng would take the form of a catfish flood dragon for a long period of time in the future, Li Si carefully bent down and hid behind Ying Zheng's back, not daring to say a word. As Ying Zheng and the catfish flood dragon were crazily sucking the water, a huge amount of lake water kept turning into water tornadoes and flying up into the sky, then being sucked into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the lake water that entered their bodies was broken down into the tiniest water element by a tremendous force, turning into billowing dark mists and clouds that sprayed out from their bodies, blanketing the void within 1,000 miles in circumference with a dense mist. The water level of the lake kept dropping, and in just a blink of an eye, all the lake water within 100 miles around them had been sucked up into the sky, exposing the pitch-black bottom of the lake, which was densely covered with countless reefs and shells. A loud boom rang out as the surface of the lake within 200 miles suddenly froze, then shattered into pieces. Countless demon beasts were ripped to shreds by the explosion. Ying Zheng was slapped far away by the huge tail of the catfish flood dragon. Even with Wuxia's mystic eyes of universe, which had an incredible eyesight, he could only vaguely see Ying Zheng being slapped up into the sky, piercing through a dozen layers of clouds, and then being blown several hundred miles away by a strong wind that came sweeping across the sky. Looking at the aquatic demon beasts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, Wuxia finally understood why so many of the cultivators sent out by Great Yin Dynasty were killed in Meng Mountains. Countless aquatic demon beasts leaped up and surrounded Ying Zheng and his company in just a blink of an eye. Li Si blinked his eyes and bowed deeply, not daring to say a word. When Su Fu saw how Li Si behaved, a wave of resentment surged up from his heart. He said in a low voice, "Could this be the divine dragon in Prime Minister's heart? This is a great disrespect to His Majesty, a crime of deceiving him." Chapter 171. Behind Ying Zheng, Baiqi sprung up into the sky. Holding a white sword in his hand, he viciously hacked the back of the old turtle. The old turtle howled miserably. His back, which was stronger than diamond, was ripped apart by Baiqi's sword, severely injuring the inside of his body. But at the same time, Baiqi was smashed down by the frightening force brought by the huge weight of the old turtle, and fell into the rolling lake in a sorry state. Immediately, several dozens of long tentacles that looked like an octopus squeezed out from under the water, wrapped around Baiqi's body, and dragged him into the depths of the lake. Clutching the pearl in her hand, Catfish Flood Dragon stepped on a dark cloud and chased after Ying Zheng and his company angrily. At the same time, Ying Zheng and his company had returned to the peak of the lofty mountain, and the group of demon beasts had arrived at a place less than 3 miles away from the lofty mountain. Sighing for a while, Wuxia watched the group of demon beasts rush toward the ambush that Ying Zheng had prepared beforehand, and he could not help but shake his head. Suddenly, Baiqi took a step forward, spat out a mouthful of mucus from the squid, and roared in exasperation. "Qin crossbow, killing formation, kill!" Ying Zheng raised the seal in his hand up high, performed an incantation gesture, and struck it into the seal, then cried out with a stern voice, "Nine Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic, sword sweeps 6 directions. Get the hell out of my way!" Ying Zheng gave a loud cry that swept across all directions like a thunderclap. Several dozens of demon beasts who had formed their demon cores were knocked back while coughing blood, and were knocked several tens of miles away by the sound wave. Behind Yingzheng, the figures of 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent suddenly converged inwardly, and in a blink of an eye, they had transformed into a black seal the size of a fist, engraved with 9 coiling dragons. He grabbed the seal and cried out, 9 dragons cauldron grand magic, 9 provinces conquering grand magic. Suddenly, several dozens of thunderbolts struck down from the sky, smashing towards Yingzheng in a messy manner. But they were all crushed into pieces by Yingzheng's palm. Meanwhile, Catfish Flood Dragon, who had curled up into a meatball, was shrinking rapidly. In just the time of 2 to 3 breaths, Catfish Flood Dragon had transformed into a strange black-clothed lady, 5 feet tall, with a bloated body, a catfish head, and a dragon horn in the middle of her skull. She casually made a grabbing motion towards the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the bottom of the lake, and a black pearl the size of a human head slowly floated up, emitting a tremendous amount of water elemental energy. Countless water and thunders kept exploding crazily around Yingzheng, making him tremble violently. Yet, none of them could break through the dark mist that shielded him. Yingzheng stood amidst the dark mist with the imperial seal in his hand, his eyes bursting with a boundless murderous aura. His power alone was enough to fight against the demonic aura emanated from all the demon beasts in the entire lake of 4 waters. 2 gigantic green prawn demons, each having a length of over 1,000 feet, glinting with a green gleam as if they were carved out of gems, let out a shrill cry. Each of them had 6 arms carrying 6 oddly shaped fangs, as they charged towards the several dozens of nascent soul realm captains behind Yingzheng. The front limbs of these green prawns had a very strong explosive force. With just 1 foot long front limb, they could shatter a crystal glass as thick as a thumb. As for these 2 green prawns who had become demon beasts, with just 1 thrust of their front limbs, they could pierce through a few lofty mountains. Coincidentally, Yingzheng raised the imperial seal again and swung it down forcefully. 9 dragons cauldron grand magic, sword stabilizing 8 directions. Catfish Flood Dragon, who had shrunk herself into a meatball, roared at the top of her voice, Kill! Kill all these people in front of us. Whoever dares to retreat, I'll definitely eat him or her later. As Catfish Flood Dragon's furious roar echoed out, countless demon beasts charged towards Yingzheng and his company, braving the sword beams that blotted the sky. Among them, those demon beasts whose overall strength was equivalent to Earth immortals of nascent soul realm were the first to strike, unleashing their innate divine abilities. A series of creaking noises rang out, as several hundred Jin Dan soldiers, standing halfway up the mountain, pulled out huge crossbows, each with an arm longer than an adult man. They knocked the bowstrings, then placed rows of specially made bolts, each measuring 8 feet and 1 inch long. Nonchalantly, the group of practitioners led by Su Fu pointed their fingers at the air. Countless runes shot out from their fingertips, slowly merging into the bolts. An old turtle demon, whose back armor measured over 2,000 feet in circumference, let out a loud howl as his huge body suddenly shot up into the sky. After that, he spun rapidly like a frisbee, smashing down towards Yingzheng's head with his back armor. When the old turtle demon's body fell down, watery clouds rolled and rolled around him, while countless thunderbolts burst out from his back armor, smashing down towards Yingzheng with deafening booms. Abruptly, the pitch-black imperial seal expanded and transformed into countless sword beams, each 1,000 feet long, that swept and slashed in all directions. The power of these sword beams was nearly equal to a full-force strike unleashed by a late-stage Jin Dan human immortal with a lower-grade magical treasure. The power of these sword beams was peerless, and in just a blink of an eye, they had covered the entire lake of 4 water. Wherever the countless sword beams went, all the demon beasts who had formed their demon cores were struck and killed. The blood of all kinds of demon beasts had even dyed the surface of a lake into a different color. Such an innate divine ability was something that even Wuxia, who had cultivated the Dharma body of an earth immortal, could not compare with. Man was the most intelligent of all living beings, but all the birds, beasts, and insects under the heaven also had their own extraordinary abilities. When they cultivated to a certain level, they could evolve this innate ability into a divine ability, which would be no weaker than the Taoist magic of human cultivators. On the contrary, it would be even stronger. A large amount of sticky, pale green blood sprayed out from the shrimp demon's body, spraying onto the body of the battle general. Loud ripping noises kept echoing out. The corrosive force of the shrimp demon's blood was 100 times stronger than Aqua Regia. The nascent soul battle general let out a miserable howl as his armor melted abruptly. After that, his skin and muscles were melted into a puddle of poisonous liquid by the shrimp demon's blood. Nevertheless, the battle general was a decisive man. Without hesitation, he self-detonated his body. A beam of blood shot out from his dantian, amidst which his nascent soul, which stood 2 feet and 3 inches tall, fled in panic. In just one volley, nearly 10,000 demon beasts had their bodies pierced through, dying tragically on the spot. Seeing that so many demon beasts in the lake were wounded by Xianxia with just a single strike, the catfish flood dragon let out a wild roar in exasperation. She grabbed fiercely towards the surface of the lake with 4 claws, causing 4 water dragons to shoot up into the sky. Like 4 long whips, the pitch-black water dragons were waved wildly and thrust towards Xianxia's face. When the water dragons took shape, the water level of the lake of 4 water, which measured 3,000 miles in circumference, dropped by nearly 1,000 feet. It was not hard to tell how much water was stored in these 4 water dragons. There were 13 bolts in a single crossbow, and with a loud noise, a large number of bolts were shot whistling out. The bolts tore through the air and brought up a long trail of dark smoke, which twisted and turned into the shape of the heads of wild beasts on the surface of the bolts. The runes which Su Fu and the other practitioners had cast on the bolts had attracted the ferocious souls of all the wild beasts and birds that could be found everywhere in the woods, and attached them to the bolts, making the power of the bolts several dozens of times stronger. Suddenly, the pearl of fire and element in Wuxia's dantian moved, resonating with the black pearl from a distance. Wuxia was struck dumb. Judging from the reaction, the black pearl was also an acquired natural spirit item, and it contained an enormous amount of water element essence, which was a perfect match with the pearl in his dantian. Holding the seal in his hand, Xianxia pressed it down forcefully. An invisible force came crashing out, and all the aquatic demon beasts that came within 30 miles around him fell from the sky, while howling miserably. Some of the weaker demon beasts, such as loaches and eels, had their bodies torn apart by the tremendous force. Wounds of various sizes opened up on their bodies, and a huge amount of blood sprayed out from them. Some unlucky demon beasts had their bodies ripped into 2 by the tremendous force, sending their internal organs and bones flying all over the place. But before they could flee for another 30 miles, a pitch-black turtle demon suddenly revealed himself from the dark clouds that blotted the sky. Holding a pair of large hammers in his hands, the turtle demon stretched his neck and stared at the fleeing nascent soul with a pair of beady eyes, then smashed the hammers down towards the fleeing nascent soul. A miserable howl rang out as the fleeing nascent soul was smashed into pieces by the hammers. Then a water element in thunder burst out from the hammers and blew a thread of his broken soul into pieces. The nascent soul battle general's soul was completely destroyed, completely vanishing from this world. It was especially so for the giant squid. Apparently, it had suffered a great loss when it tangled with Bai Qi, and that was why it kept spitting out clouds of smoke and foam while roaring and leaping forward, using its several dozens of tentacles to thrash Xianxia's body. Wuxia was puzzled by what he saw. This was an inland lake, so how could there be a creature like a squid demon here? But on second thought, since even flood dragons existed in this lake, it should not be strange for there to be a giant squid here, right? 13 nascent soul battle generals stepped on clouds and greeted the two giant squid demons. They too drew their swords and charged forward, using their pure strength to fight head-on with the two giant squid demons. A series of several dozens of loud, clanking noises were heard as the 12 nascent soul battle generals were knocked flying backward while coughing blood. The heart protection mirrors on their chests had been shattered by the sharp teeth of the giant squid demons. Only the last battle general let out a furious roar, flipped his sword, and brutally hacked on the chest armor of one of the giant squid demons, leaving a very long cut on his chest armor. These demon beasts are ferocious. "Retreat!" cried Xianxia. A dark mist rushed out from under his feet and surrounded him, shielding Baiqi and the others as they quickly fled towards the lofty mountain where Li Si and Su Fu had deployed the formation. How could these demon beasts know what was good or bad? And how could they know any trick to lure the enemy? While laughing wildly and joyfully, they chased after Xianxia and his company with their heads held high. The catfish flood dragon had a huge body, and at least several tens of thousands of sword beams kept hitting her body. Under the full power of Xianxia, the sword beams contained a boundless murderous aura, and the penetrating strength of each sword beam was incredibly strong. The catfish flood dragon's huge body kept trembling as large pieces of scales were sliced off by the sword beams. Drops of blood kept bursting out from her body, and some of the sword beams even sliced off large chunks of flesh from her body, causing pale golden blood to spray out like a rainstorm. The pain made her body shiver violently, and her body shrunk into a meatball. The bolts streaked across the sky, whistling across the distance of 100 miles. Suddenly, the bodies of all the demon beasts who were charging forward turned stiff, and in the next moment, countless demon beasts plunged down like raindrops. 8 enormous black sword beams darted out from the seal, sweeping across all directions with a jarring whistle, cutting the tentacles of the giant squid into countless pieces on the spot, while the bodies of several hundred huge demon beasts were sliced apart by the sword beams. The pain made them howl and retreat, but there were also several dozens of demon beasts who had lost all their life force and plunged into the lake. A furious roar towered up into the sky from under the water as Baiqi, whose body was stained with all sorts of strange mucus and blood, fled from the lake in a sorry state. A giant squid, about 3 miles long and covered with countless shells and algae, slowly emerged from the water. It stared fiercely at Baiqi with its eyes gleaming with a ferocious gleam as it roared with a muffled voice. "I've eaten! I've eaten! I've eaten!" With a shake of its body, 7 to 8 tentacles suddenly grew to several tens of miles long, grabbing towards Baiqi with a jarring noise. A loud boom rang out as 4 water dragons were ripped to shreds. Countless streams of water shot up into the sky, turning into a heavy downpour that blanketed an area of 10,000 miles in circumference. Xianxia hovered steadily in midair, taking the brute force of the attack head-on. Blood burst out from his 7 apertures, and his robe was ripped to shreds by the water dragons. Half of his body was bruised and swollen, and soon turned dark purple. While coughing blood, Xianxia stared at the catfish flood dragon and laughed wildly. "You're able to hurt my body of a true dragon. You do have some abilities, catfish demon. I've taken a fancy to you, and you're the best candidate for me to cultivate the 9 Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic." Chapter 172. A strange gleam flickered in Wuxia's eyes. Under his gaze, all the secrets of those strange bolts were revealed. The bolts were forged using the ice and snow essence of the northernmost ice and the 9 nether dark iron, which was produced in the filthy and evil land in the earth's core. They were extremely and evil, and contained a thread of evil poison that could destroy the corporeal body and soul of cultivators. During the forging process, at least 19 deadly poisons had been added into the bolts, each of which was powerful enough to kill a Jin-Dan human immortal in an instant. They were one of the most vicious objects under the heaven. On top of that, the runes that Su Fu and the other practitioners had cast on the bolts were called the Soul Melting Spell, which borrowed the power of evil souls to melt the corporeal body of cultivators. It was a very powerful spell. When the bolts were shot at the same time, apart from those demon beasts whose cultivation base was comparable to Earth immortals who barely survived, all the other demon beasts within 100 miles were killed by the bolts. Blood rained down from the sky. Apart from several dozens of the strongest demon beasts hovering in midair, all the other demon beasts plunged into the lake, splashing the water up into the sky. Catfish Flood Dragon, who had rushed up excitedly with the black pearl in her hand, was stunned as well. Standing on a cloud, she stared blankly at the practitioners and soldiers of Daqin, who had formed a formation in front of her. She felt a chill run down her spine and dared not to go any further. With just one strike, over 10,000 demon beasts were killed. How many demon beasts were there in the Lake of Four Waters? The formation in front of her had given her a great threat, a threat that was strong enough to kill her. After hesitating for a brief moment, Catfish Flood Dragon gave a loud cry, then stepped on a demon wind and fled toward the center of the lake. Those powerful demon beasts were not stupid. Since even the strongest overlord of the Lake of Four Waters had fled for her life, they naturally followed closely behind Catfish Flood Dragon, stepping on the demon wind and spitting clouds and mist all the way. A cold, mocking smile emerged on Ing Zheng's face as he cried out in a deep voice, "Since you've come, don't leave. Catfish Flood Dragon, you're mine, and no one can save you." In the middle of the formation, Su Fu glanced at Li Si and said coolly, "Prime Minister, please make your move." Li Si nodded his head. He took out the strange scroll and writing brush, staring at the crowd of demon beasts that were running away at top speed. Then, he casually wrote the word / on the scroll. Li Si softly shouted, "Words are the law. / kill in all directions." With a gentle flick of the brush, the word sever quietly flew out. Suddenly, it turned into a faint light that was almost invisible to the naked eye and shot forward. A series of shrill howls could be heard, and the bodies of the slowest monster beasts suddenly split open from middle, and their internal organs and blood fell into the lake. The dozens of demon beasts in front of them roared in pain. Countless wounds had appeared on their bodies, and some of the wounds even penetrated their internal organs. Through the huge wounds, one could see their squirming internal organs. Some of the demon beasts were too heavily injured and could no longer ride the clouds, so they also fell into the lake. Li Si smiled. Once again, he casually wrote the word "turn" on the scroll. He snorted lightly and said, "Words are the law. Turn, move the stars." Then, he flicked the tip of the writing brush, unleashing a beam of light that fell onto the Catfish Flood Dragon, who was running for her life. A strange fluctuation of natural energies arose, and in the next moment, her body disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already several miles behind Ing Zheng and his company. Her body was shrouded in a dark cloud, as she was seen gritting her teeth and rushing towards Ing Zheng and his company at top speed. Su Fu smiled coolly and said, "Prime Minister, your divine ability is indeed marvelous." Suddenly, the Catfish Flood Dragon, who was running for her life with her head lowered, noticed that the scenery underneath her was different. A moment ago, it was a vast lake under her head, but now it had turned into a mountain range. She hastily raised her head and looked ahead and saw Ing Zheng, whose upper body was bared, looking at her with a smile on his face. The Catfish Flood Dragon cried out in shock. She opened her mouth and unleashed several dozens of water element thunderbolts, smashing towards Ing Zheng and Baiqi. After that, she turned her head and flew away in a slanted direction. The tip of Li Si's writing brush moved again, and the Catfish Flood Dragon's body disappeared abruptly. She reappeared right in front of Ing Zheng, still riding the cloud and flying towards him. No matter how she changed the direction of her flight, as long as Li Si moved his brush, she would always appear at the same spot and continue flying towards Yingzheng. Yingzheng grabbed and shattered the water element thunderbolt, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "Evil creature, just follow me. I'll seize your blood essence and soul and refine them into the 9 Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic. In the future, when I unify the world, I'll build an ancestral hall for you to enjoy the worship of incense. What do you think? I've already shown you a great kindness by allowing your soul to reincarnate. Could it be that you really want to be beaten to the point where your soul disperses and you don't even have the last bit of hope for reincarnation?" Flustered and exasperated, the catfish flood dragon roared, "Ancestral hall. I've already become a ghost in the underworld, so why would I need an ancestral hall? How rude of you! How dare you intrude into this forest and slaughter my people? Do you know that I'm a subordinate of Wanying Dragon King, and I was ordered by him to guard over the Lake of Forewater? I'm a mountain protector of the eastern gate of Meng Mountains. If you kill me, Wanying Dragon King will never forgive you." It would have been better if she did not say that, but after she said that, Ying Zheng's face turned extremely unsightly. He reached out his hand and touched the wound on his chest, which had more than half healed, but still looked ferocious. He sneered and said, "Wanying Dragon King? It seems the demon dragon who wounded me that day calls himself Wanying Dragon King. So, you, evil creature, are the subordinate of that demon dragon? Good, good, good." After shouting good 3 times, Yingzheng cried out sternly, "Activate the formation, trap and kill it." Immediately, Su Fu let out a long and sonorous cry. Both of his palms moved like lightning bolts, unleashing beams of strange light. The few hundred practitioners around him struck at the same time, coordinating with the runes unleashed by Su Fu and unleashing all kinds of primordial runes. The runes unleashed by Su Fu were the trunk, and the runes unleashed by these practitioners were the branches and leaves. They circled around the trunk and transformed into a sheet of hazy light, which instantly blanketed the sky for several tens of miles in circumference, including the catfish flood dragon and all the people. Those fleeing demon beasts were scared out of their wits by the ferocious methods of Ying Zheng and his men. They could no longer care about their immediate superiors, and had plunged back into the lake of Forewater to hide themselves, not daring to come out again. The catfish flood dragon was trapped in this small patch of sky, facing Ying Zheng and over 1,000 mighty cultivators of Daqin dynasty, all by herself. Bai Qi led the soldiers and flew up into the sky, surrounding catfish flood dragon, who was so frightened that she did not know what to do. He kept unleashing one sword beam after another, smashing her, sending her flying all over the sky. The sword beams unleashed by Bai Qi did not hurt catfish flood dragon's body, but they always made her tremble and suffer severe pain. After dozens of rounds of attacks, catfish flood dragon's vitality was severely damaged, and the dark mist around her had dimmed by half. Unable to bear the pain, she gave a shrill cry and sprung up into the sky, crashing into the light formed by the primordial runes. A loud boom rang out, as several dozens of green thunderbolts came bursting out of nowhere and exploded her, causing water vapor to surge and blood to spray out from her 7 apertures. Her body was charred like a fish in a frying pan, and she scrambled back in a sorry state. How could it be so easy to break through the primordial runes formed by Su Fu and his men? All of a sudden, Li Si waved his hand and cast out a tiny character, mountain. Just like what Wuxia did that day, a small mountain came whistling down from above and hit right on the catfish flood dragon. A miserable howl rang out as she was knocked down from the sky by the small mountain. She fell to her knees on the ground, holding the small mountain above her head with both hands while staring at Li Si and his men with a ferocious gleam in her eyes. Ying Zheng laughed. He looked at the catfish flood dragon, who was suppressed by Li Si's Dharma word, and said in an indifferent voice, "Evil creature, do you want to obey me? I'll give you a chance. Release your true spirit and be reincarnated, leaving your fleshly body and soul behind." If you dare to do anything unusual again, I'll definitely kill your true spirit and not give you the chance to be reincarnated." Catfish Flood Dragon twisted her wrist, wanting to throw out the black pearl to attack the enemy. But when she saw the ferocious faces of Bai Qi Tian, and the other Daqin generals, she felt a chill run down her spine and dared not to throw out her last trump card so easily. She gnashed her teeth and stared at Zheng for a while, then screamed, "His Majesty, Wanying Dragon King will definitely avenge me. All of you will die in this mountain. Today, you have slaughtered over 10,000 aquatic demons in the Lake of Four Waters, which means you're going against the hundreds of millions of aquatic demons in Lonyuan River. All of you will die in this forest." Hundreds of millions of aquatic demons? A murderous look flashed across Zheng's face as he said in a deep voice, "Once I've mastered my divine ability, I'll deploy all 10 million tiger soldiers of Daqin to wipe out all the aquatic demons in Lonyuan River. I'll kill every single one of them, not leaving a single fish or shrimp alive." Zheng sneered and said proudly, "That Wanying Dragon King is destined to be the first dragon soul of the second stage of my 9 Dragons Cauldron Grand Magic." He strode to a place about 1,000 feet away from the Catfish Flood Dragon, performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and was about to grab her. Catfish Flood Dragon's eyes went wide. She had the black pearl in her right palm, which was holding the artificial mountain above her head, and was about to throw it towards Zheng. At the same time, Wuxia had stealthily sneaked 3 feet under the ground. With such a short distance between them, Wuxia carefully transmitted his voice to the Catfish Flood Dragon, not letting Zheng and the others hear his voice. Then he said in a low voice, "Listen up, big catfish. If you give me the black pearl and all your treasures, I'll save you from this disaster." The Catfish Flood Dragon's eyes narrowed, and she nodded her head heavily. She was smart enough to keep her mouth shut. However, the little mountain above her head was getting heavier and heavier, making her body tremble. She could only hold the little mountain with one last breath, and she did not have the strength to speak. "Swear on your prime soul that you'll give me all your treasures, and you won't use any means to punish me for taking advantage of your precarious situation. Only then will I save you." Wuxia smiled. Looting a burning house was also a kind of great thief. As long as it was used well, it could make people willingly give up their treasures. The Catfish Flood Dragon took a deep breath, mustered up the last bit of her strength, and roared out, "I swear on my prime soul to the heavenly fiend that whoever can save me, all my treasures will belong to him. On top of that, I'll definitely not punish him after the incident, and I'll treat him as a distinguished guest." Zheng's expression fell instantly upon hearing the Catfish Flood Dragon's loud shout. He shouted harshly, "Who's here? Who dares to ruin my plan?" While laughing wildly, Wuxia had already sprung up into the sky from underground. Facing all the surrounding Earth immortals and Jin Dan human immortals, he fearlessly took out over 6,000 talismans drawn by Elder Jin Dan of Heavenly Spirit Sect from his storage ring. He even threw out the 5 huge talisman treasures, exhaling 5 mouthfuls of innate energy onto them. Wuxia did not want to form a talisman formation in his Jin Dan, as it would make him unable to use any flying swords or magical treasures in the future. Although these 5 talisman treasures were very powerful, they were of little value to Wuxia. Therefore, without any hesitation, Wuxia took out all 5 talisman treasures and brazenly launched their last and strongest attack, self-detonation. Over 6,000 talismans exploded in an instant, which was equivalent to 6,000 human immortals of Jin Dan attacking at the same time with all their might within a distance of about 1 mile. The power of the self-detonation of 5 talisman treasures was equivalent to a desperate attack launched by 5 Mahayana Jin Dan cultivators by burning their divine souls. Such an attack had instantly sucked away all the natural energies within a radius of 100 miles. No matter it was Su Fu's talisman formation or the divine ability of Dharma Word, as they had lost the supply of natural energies, they shattered with a loud boom. Wuxia let out a wild laugh, grabbed the catfish flood dragon, and transformed into a beam of yellow light, plunging into the ground. Chapter 173. What was the scene when over 6,000 talismans, which were equivalent to the full force strike of a Jin Dan human immortal, exploded at the same time? Wuqi had no idea, and he could not care less about it. In any case, he brought the catfish flood dragon and plunged into the ground, transforming into a stream of earth and mist and flying towards the lake of four waters at top speed. However, for Ying Zheng and his men who stayed above ground, it was a catastrophe that nearly wiped them out. 6,000 talismans exploded at the same time, sucking away all the natural energies within 100 miles circumference in an instant. It was a chain reaction that caused a disturbance in natural energies, just like the chain reaction of a nuclear warhead. 6,000 talismans were compressed into a golden ball of light, measuring about 10 feet in circumference. 5 talisman treasures spun rapidly around the golden ball for a while, then exploded with a loud boom. Thunder, lightning, flame, poisonous flame, and all sorts of attacks of 5 elements were gone. It was a complete energy explosion. The energies of 5 elements were transformed into the most violent, frightening force that was close to the chaos, and exploded right in front of Ying Zheng and his men. A towering beam of red light rose into the sky, while tens of mushroom clouds rose from the nearby mountains. Along with the dazzling light and the strong wind, the mountains within a radius of 10 miles were instantly turned into nothingness, and the ground caved in, leaving a huge crater. When the talismans and talisman treasures exploded, the faces of Ying Zheng and his men twisted. Baiqi leaped up and stood before Ying Zheng, his armor emitting a blinding light and shielding both of them. The explosion knocked both of them far away, making them sink deep into a lofty mountain. After that, the lofty mountain crumbled to pieces, and both of them were knocked flying away once again. Apart from those Earth immortals who were protected by magical treasures, nearly 100 Qin soldiers with the cultivation base of Jindan were instantly vaporized. Not even their souls could escape from the explosion. Bai Qiqian, who was also near the center of the explosion, abruptly spurted out a shadow of a black flood dragon, which wrapped around his body and carried him away. In just 3 seconds, the violent ripples of natural energies in the surroundings had shattered the black flood dragon, but Bai Qiqian had already escaped. The shadow of this black flood dragon was a life-saving dragon energy that Ying Zheng had personally injected into Baiqi's body after Baiqi had rendered some meritorious service, and it had indeed saved his life today. Su Fu and Li Si, who were standing on the top of a mountain far away, looked at the chaotic scene as if they had lost their parents. They could not even get close to the explosion point, and they shrieked, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The warlocks and soldiers were also in a panic. They looked blankly at the area, which looked like the end of the world. Their bodies trembled, and cold sweat kept coming out of their bodies. Ying Zheng was the sky of the Daqin dynasty and the ground of the Daqin dynasty. If anything happened to him, the Daqin dynasty would definitely fall apart. While Su Fu and Li Si were screaming in panic, Ying Zheng's voice was heard coming from afar. "Shut up. I'm not dead yet, and I don't need you to cry here. Li Xian, did I ask you to lie by the side to watch the show? Where's your marksmanship? Where's your bow? Where are your arrows?" Following Ying Zheng's loud roar, a general clad in a silver armor and carrying a longbow suddenly leaped out from the top of a mountain several tens of miles away that looked like a pen stand. Behind the general's armor was a pair of wings made of metal blades. The wings were fluttering in the wind, looking as light as a pair of wings. A cold laugh rang out, and a vertical eye suddenly opened up on the general's forehead. In an instant, a hazy golden light shone and illuminated the area 100 miles in circumference. Under the illumination of this vertical eye, Wu Qi, who was fleeing with Catfish Flood Dragon 1,000 feet underground, could be seen clearly. At the moment, Wuxia was about to enter the lake of four waters with Catfish Flood Dragon. Once they entered the lake, they would be Catfish Flood Dragon's territory, and the difficulty for Zheng and his men to capture her would be at least 100 times higher than before. Li Exin, the general of Daqin, who was standing on the peak of the mountain, grabbed out 3 black arrows with the arrowheads shaped like wolf heads, and their shafts densely covered with countless fine patterns. He quickly pulled the bowstring, knocked the arrows, and aimed straight at Wuxia, who was fleeing at top speed underground. 3 shrill wolf howls rang out abruptly, as 3 black beams of light, each 1,000 feet long, shot out at top speed, transforming into 3 greedy wolf heads with their mouths wide open, thrusting straight towards Wuxia. The huge flame produced by the explosion of talismans and talisman treasures was pierced through by the black beams, and in just a blink of an eye, they caught up with Wuxia and drilled straight into the ground. The vertical eye on Li Xian's forehead lit up, and in the next moment, Wuxia felt a chill run down his spine as a threat of death rose out of nowhere. Without hesitation, he brought Catfish Flood Dragon and plunged into the ground. Just when they were 3,000 feet underground, the arrows shot out by Li Xian had already pierced through the ground and arrived behind Wuxia in a blink of an eye. The arrows came with a frigid air, as well as a tremendous aura, which made Wuxia's body tense up and made all the pores on his skin stand on end. Li Xian's archery had reached the acme of perfection. Instinctively, Wuxia felt that no matter what methods he used to evade, there was no way he could avoid these 3 arrows. Also, no matter what method Li Xian used to discover Wuxia's whereabouts, at least he could see Wuxia's figure, and Wuxia was not willing to use the Silver Lotus to save his own life, as it was an extraordinary treasure that could easily attract the attention of others. He had already offended Daqin, and if he were to show off a few more innate grade spirit items, he would be courting death. At that point of time, not only the people of Daqin, but also those from Great Yin Dynasty would have their eyes on him when the news spread out. That would truly make him an enemy of the entire world, and he would not be able to live a peaceful life anymore. Laughing bitterly, Wuxia shouted at Catfish Flood Dragon, "Show your true form, if you want to live." Catfish Flood Dragon was very obedient at this moment. Although she did not know why she had to show her true form, she twisted her body and transformed back to her original form of a catfish, which measured over 3,000 feet long. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud booms echoed out as Li Xian's arrows hit her body and exploded, leaving 3 large holes on her body, each about 10 feet in diameter. If Wuxia were to receive this kind of injury, he would be dead by now, but when it was inflicted on Catfish Flood Dragon, it only made her howl in pain. She quickly transformed back to her human form, then turned to Wuxia and cursed, "You bastard! How dare you ask me to be your shield? Is this how you save people?" Knowing that he was in the wrong, Wuxia carried Catfish Flood Dragon and kept running away without saying a word. On the ground, Zheng and the others, who saw Wuxia's behavior with various mystic techniques, cursed together, "Shameless." Only Li Si nodded his head, then murmured under his breath, "This young man has a good temperament. I like him very much. If not for him attacking His Majesty, perhaps he could inherit Li Si's mantle. TSK, he is treacherous, cruel, and merciless. Even Su Fu has suffered a great loss from him. This young man is interesting, very interesting." Standing on the peak of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back, Li Si looked at Wuxia, who was fleeing at top speed underground. Surprisingly, he felt a great sense of admiration. Seeing that all 3 arrows had missed their target, Li Xian's face turned extremely unsightly. Abruptly, he pulled out a heavy arrow with an arrowhead shaped like a black tortoise, the shaft as thick as an adult's arm, but only 3 feet long. He knocked it on the bowstring and was about to shoot it at Wuxia. Right at this critical juncture, right in front of Wuxia, right next to the edge of the Lake of Four Waters, a general clad in a golden armor with a resolute face, suddenly leaped out of the lake, leading hundreds of elite soldiers, and stopped at the point where the lake and the shore met. The general was holding a bronze mirror with a diameter of 1 foot and 2 inches in his left hand, emitting a hazy green light that shone several thousand feet deep into the ground, covering Wuxi's body. In his left hand was a strange, coiling dragon spear with a crimson gold shape, and he cried out sternly, "Why don't you surrender now? With Da Qin and Wang Jian here, you will not be able to act so arrogantly." On the other 2 mountaintops, on the left and right of Wuxi, 2 more generals dashed out. "Da Qin and Wang Bin are here," cried one of the black-armored generals at the top of his voice. "Da Qin and Wang Li are here." Another black-armored general cried out coldly, "I swear I will kill this thief." Wang Jian, Wang Bin, and Wang Li, the 3 generals from the Wang clan of Qin, one of the 7 warlords of the Warring States period, were all here. Their grandfather, father, and grandson were holding a bronze mirror that looked exactly the same, emitting 3 bright lights of green, white, and blue, which locked tightly onto Wuxi's body. Abruptly, Wuxi's traveling speed became a few times slower, as a force that was stronger and tenacious than the magnetic force had tightly bound him, making it hard for him to even move his fingers. Then, Ying Zheng's joyful laughter was heard coming from afar. "My dear ministers, don't slack off. Capture this little thief. I like to see how bold he is to go against me, Da Qin. And that catfish flood dragon, don't take her life." All the generals and generals of Qin army gave their assent, while Bai Qi and Li Xian rushed up with their weapons in their hands, surrounding Wu Qi from all directions. Su Fu and Li Si had also arrived with many practitioners, casting all sorts of restrictive spells like raindrops, turning the ground around Wu Qi as hard as diamond. Meanwhile, Li Si had written 108 mountain characters in a row, unleashing an enormous earth element energy that pressed down on Wu Qi, making him unable to move even a finger. Ying Zheng laughed even more joyfully, then said loudly, "I knew you, little thief, would definitely follow behind me and ruin my plan. Well, this is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That catfish flood dragon can help me cultivate my divine ability. And as for you, little thief, I just happen to need your testimony." Ha ha ha. Ying Zheng let out a loud and joyful laughter. Served by a few practitioners, he changed into a set of clean and tidy emperor robe, then rode on a cloud and rushed over to where Wu Qi was. 3,000 feet underground. Wu Qi looked at the catfish flood dragon, whose body was cramping with pain, and said with a wry smile, "I still have a way to escape, but it will cost me a lot of my blood essence. If you promise to give me 30% of your prime dragon blood essence to temper my corporeal body, I'll save you." The catfish flood dragon clenched her jaws tightly and cried out, "If you can save me, 30% of my blood essence will be yours. If that's not enough, I can also teach you the body tempering technique of Flood Dragon Clan, which Waning Dragon King taught me." Wu Qi's heart skipped a beat. This catfish flood dragon was too kind and honest. Not only did she give him 30% of her primordial dragon blood essence, she even gave him the body tempering technique. What Wu Qi lacked now was a powerful divine ability to temper his corporeal body and to fight with his corporeal body. The body tempering technique of Flood Dragon Clan should be pretty good, right? But if a living human cultivator were to cultivate it, would he be able to produce some strange things? But he did not care too much. Seeing that Ying Zheng was about to arrive on a cloud, Wu Qi hastily began to burn his blood essence. The blood-burning escape art of Scroll of Stealing was activated, and in an instant, 90% of Wu Qi's blood turned into nothingness. His body was emptied, and his vision darkened, nearly passing out. The enormous energy transformed from his blood essence was rocking and rocking rapidly in his meridians. Clenching his jaws tightly, Wu Qi recited a few incantations, then quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands and thrust them out. A blood-red light flashed around him, as Wuxia brought the catfish flood dragon and abruptly pierced through the strange light unleashed by the mirrors. Like a stream of light, they went through the restrictive spell jointly deployed by Su Fu and Li Si and plunged into the lake of four waters in a flash. Guided by the catfish flood dragon, both men flew at top speed for over 2,000 miles and plunged into a hidden underwater mansion in the center of the lake. Chapter 174. The Lake of Four Waters was the place where four rivers converged. The surface of the lake was filled with turbulent waves, and it was extremely dangerous. However, the area below 1,000 feet from the surface of the lake was calm and peaceful. Apart from some rapid undercurrents that flowed along a fixed path, the rest of the lake was filled with beautiful sceneries, as if it was a paradise. The Catfish Flood Dragon's cave was located in an abyss slightly to the south of the center of the Lake of Four Waters. The depth of the water here was over 30 miles, and at the bottom of the lake was a large number of strange rocks that looked like jade and were shaped like corals. These strange rocks were scattered all over the area of 100 miles in circumference. Amidst these rocks, there was a tens of miles long and about 1 mile wide abyss that plunged 100 miles deep. The Catfish Flood Dragon's cave was located in a water cave at the bottom of the abyss. The main entrance of the cave was not very spacious, as it was artificially built into an arched door that looked like a city gate. A plaque made from 10,000 years old water-ean wood was hung on top of it, on which 3 characters were written Catfish King's Cave in a handwriting that looked like the scratching of a chicken's claw. On the rock walls on both sides of the arched door were several thousand pearls of different sizes, emitting bright lights of different colors, such as green, white, red, and blue, illuminating the abyss as if it was daytime. Inside the cave was a huge cave, measuring about 10 miles in circumference. Right in the middle of the cave was a large stone bed. Presumably, it was the place where the demon catfish usually meditated and cultivated herself. There were countless small holes on the walls of the cave, and some aquatic demon beasts could be seen moving in and out of them. Right when Wuxia brought the catfish flood dragon into the cave, he immediately fell to the ground. In an instant, 90% of his blood essence was burned into magical energy, and he exercised a mystic technique to flee 1,000 miles away. If it were an ordinary man who had lost 90% of his blood, he would have died long ago. Fortunately, Wuxia had a mystic technique that kept him alive, but he had also exhausted all his energy essence, and his body was as empty as a broken sack, without any strength left. The catfish flood dragon also fell to the ground when she entered the cave. She sprung to her feet, waved her hands, and cried out, "Boys, close the door and activate all the formations. There are villains who want to capture me. Quick! Activate all the defensive mechanisms. Io, send a letter to the old Dragon King and ask him to come and save us." Amidst Catfish Flood Dragon's loud roar, a group of strange-looking little demons, such as crabs, shrimps, carps, loaches, and many others, came leaping out of the cave, hastily closing the 3 feet thick main door, which was forged with pure water silver, and placed 3 metal bolts on it, each as thick as a human head. Soon after, these little demons scrambled around in a flurry, waving some formation flags and the like. Suddenly, the underwater mansion trembled, and a protective formation had been faintly activated. Wuxia took a deep breath, pulled out 2 bottles of pills that could quickly replenish his energy and breath, and shoved them into his mouth. After that, he grabbed the catfish flood dragon, who was waving her arms and legs wildly, and said, 30% of your blood essence, quick, then all your treasures, quick, quick. I can't afford to provoke that group of people outside. I'll leave after taking what I deserve. Just now, when those little demons activated the protective formation, Wuxia gave a glance at the formation flags and magical items placed on the platform, placed right in the middle of the cave. It was a 3 dragons water-sucking formation, which communicated with the water veins and gathered the earth energies. The formation communicated with the energies from the three tributaries of the Lake of Four Waters, transforming into an immeasurable water element guarding formation. Once the formation was fully activated, the enormous water element energies from the three tributaries could transform into three water dragons to attack the enemy. But, after all, it was a pure water element formation, and it lacked some variations of the interaction and restraint between the five elements. On top of that, the person who constructed the formation had a rough understanding of the Tao of formations, and the formation flags and other magical items used to control the formation were not worth looking at. At most, they could only unleash less than 30% of the total power of the three tributaries. With such little power, how could they withstand the siege of Yingzheng and his men? Just now, Wuxia was nearly killed by Yingzheng's generals, and he had personally experienced the formidable cultivation base of Daqin and the other captains, as well as the strange treasures they possessed. Not to mention anything else. Just the large bao owned by Li Xian and the three mirrors owned by Wang Jian and his family members were almost as powerful as upper-grade magical treasures. Even Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, which claimed to be the strongest among all 13 immortal Dao sects of Great Yin Dynasty, only possessed 5 flying swords of lower-grade magical treasures. Of course, Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect also had a dustless lamp, which could be classified as an innate spirit treasure. However, as it was stolen by Wuxia, it was not included in the list. All in all, no matter it was the cultivation base or magical treasures of the people from Daqin Dynasty, they were all incredibly powerful. So, how could this crude underwater mansion stop them, who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers? Once the Three Dragons water-sucking formation was breached, Wuxia had no interest in dying together with his catfish flood dragon. Although the catfish flood dragon was a demon beast and had an innate ferociousness in her bones, she did have a simple and honest character. Upon hearing Wuxia's request, she quickly ran to the side of her stone bed, pulled out several dozens of magical items, each glinting with various colors, from a secret compartment at the head of the bed. Without any hesitation, she told Wuxia, "Apart from my flood dragon core, all the other treasures are here. I'll give you 30% of my blood essence now." Then, she casually drew a line on her fingertip. Her body trembled, and a stream of golden blood shot out from it. Wuxia reached out his hand and grabbed the golden blood, refining it and fusing it into his body. An enormous energy essence burst out from his body like an explosion, quickly fusing with all the cells in Wuxia's body. Creaking noises were heard coming from Wuxia's body as the strength of his fleshly body skyrocketed once again. His spirit, energy, and vitality were soaring at an incredible speed, and in just a blink of an eye, they were at least a few times stronger. As the catfish flood dragon had a huge body, 30% of her blood essence was nearly equal to the total blood essence of several hundred ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, as her cultivation base was equivalent to that of an earth immortal of nascent soul realm, the energy essence in her blood essence was even greater and purer. After barely absorbing a little bit of the blood essence, Wuxia's fleshly body could no longer endure it. Hastily, he kept the remaining enormous amount of blood essence into his body, placing it in the stamen of the silver lotus and nourishing it with the innate energies of 5 elements. After that, he took a deep breath and rose to his feet, his body brimming with energy. The blood essence he consumed just now had been completely replenished, and he even obtained a great amount of it. Currently, Wuxia was brimming with energy, as if he had the strength to lift up a mountain. After putting all the treasures brought to him by the catfish flood dragon into his storage ring, Wuxia did not have the time to identify the origin of these dazzling objects. He cupped his fist and said, "All right, the deal is done. Wuxia will take his leave now. Fellow Taoist, you better be careful. I'm afraid those people won't let you go until they capture you alive." The catfish flood dragon kept nodding her big catfish head and said in a low, muffled voice, "If they want to take my life, they will have to see if they have the ability to do so." Oomph. Those useless fools must have already sent the news to Old Dragon King when they returned. Also, I've asked my children to send out a message asking for help just now. I'm sure Old Dragon King will be here soon. Old Dragon King. Waning Dragon King. During the fight between Yingzheng and the catfish flood dragon, Wuxia had heard this name before. He was the one who wounded Yingzheng and killed several tens of thousands of elite soldiers of Yingzheng. He was a demon dragon who was very close to becoming a heaven immortal. Once he became a heaven immortal, he would have the body of a true dragon, and his overall strength would be at least 100 times stronger than now. Wuxia wondered what kind of good things this giant of the demon clan had. However, Wuxia knew very well that although he could deal with Yingzheng and his men, compared to this giant demon dragon who had lived for countless years, he was still too young and naive. Unless he could cultivate his nascent soul, no matter how good his divine abilities and cultivation techniques were, they would be useless in the face of an absolute overall strength. If he wanted to fish out some benefits from this old dragon, he would have to wait until his cultivation base became stronger. As Wuxia was about to bid farewell to the catfish flood dragon and leave, a tricolored beam of green, white, and blue suddenly came falling down from the sky. The cave abode was instantly locked down by the tricolored beam. Dozens of shrill wolf howls could be heard coming from the cave abode, while one sharp arrow force after another fell down at high speed, causing the cave abode to shake violently. The thick and heavy water outside the cave abode was stirred up by huge waves, while dozens of formation flags and magical items on the platform in the cave abode were knocked down. "Oh no!" cried the catfish flood dragon, hastily leaped onto the platform, waving her arms and legs while holding a few formation flags to control the formation to defend against the enemy. However, it seemed this catfish flood dragon was not very proficient in the Tao of formations, as she placed a few formation flags in the wrong positions and used the wrong hand gestures to control the formation. Initially, the formation could defend against the enemy automatically, but after being disturbed by her, its power became weaker and weaker. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of the water element energy gathered by the formation was destroyed. The sound of water splashing was heard coming from outside the cave abode, followed by Yingzheng's voice. "Evil creature, and that little thief, I won't let you go this time." A stream of water lit up on the platform, showing the scene outside the cave abode. Leading a large group of men, Yingzheng had lined up into a formation above the cave abode. Li Si was seen writing quickly with a writing brush in the eye of the formation, writing one character after another, mountain. As the last stroke was drawn, Li Si casually flicked his finger, and the numerous characters on the scroll shot out whistling, wheeling, and wheeling above his head. Suddenly, the ground at the bottom of the lake began to tremble, as a huge amount of earth element energy rolled and rushed towards those characters. A lofty mountain, standing a few miles tall and having a base of nearly 1 mile in circumference, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Panting heavily, Li Si pointed his finger at the lofty mountain, then forcefully pointed his finger at the Catfish King's mansion. The lofty mountain fell down from the sky with a whistling noise, smashing viciously onto the nearly 1 mile thick dark water layer above the Catfish King's mansion. 99% of the water element energy gathered by the three dragons' water-sucking formation was shattered by the lofty mountain. Countless waves of water rolled and rolled in all directions, leaving only a thin layer of water vapor that barely protected the cave abode. The tremendous pressure from the lofty mountain caused the cliffs surrounding the cave abode to crumble, while the violent impact shattered the broken rocks into countless tiny particles of sand and sand. With just one strike, the terrain within 100 miles around the Catfish King's mansion had changed its shape. "I'm finished. I'm going to die." The Catfish Flood Dragon cried out in exasperation. The formation flags in her hand, as well as the magical items on the platform, all exploded into pieces. The Catfish Flood Dragon was caught unprepared and was blown away from the platform by one of the exploding formation flags. She rolled and rolled before Wuxia, her body covered in dark smoke. While Wuxia was hesitating whether he should help the Catfish Flood Dragon, or simply run away as soon as possible, a golden flood dragon, with the diameter of a water bucket and several tens of feet long, dashed out from the hole in the deepest part of the cave. Following behind the golden flood dragon were dozens of strange and bizarre demon beasts of the flood dragon family. Some of them looked like big fishes, some looked like giant pythons, and some looked like pangolins. However, all of them had dragon horns on their heads, for claws on their abdomens, and golden or silver dragon whiskers growing from the corners of their mouths. When she saw the golden flood dragon, who was enshrouded in a faint layer of watery clouds, the catfish flood dragon cried out joyfully, "Whinnying Dragon King, help me." Pointing her finger at Wuxia, she cried out, "This little brother is a good man, and he has saved my life. Those people outside are all villains, and they want to capture me to cultivate some 9 dragons cauldron grand magic." The golden flood dragon twisted its body and transformed into an old man with white hair and a ferocious face. Clad in a golden robe, Whinnying Dragon King gave Wuxia a ferocious look, then laughed evilly and said, "9 dragons cauldron grand magic? Hee, this name sounds so familiar." Clicking his tongue, Whinnying Dragon King said with a gloomy voice, "My boys, hide yourselves. When they come in, we'll catch them off guard." The dozens of strange and bizarre flood dragons transformed back into their human forms, standing guard around the cauldron. From the hole they came out from just now, many strange and bizarre aquatic demons kept leaping out. In just a blink of an eye, the entire cauldron was filled with countless aquatic demons. Wuxia smiled, a very happy smile. Chapter 175. Tens of thousands of demons had gathered together, and all of them had formed their demon cores, having a cultivation base equal to peak Jindan realm or above. All the demon beasts had transformed into their human forms, preparing their most brutal and vicious innate abilities, preparing to deliver a deadly strike to the invading cultivators. Some demon beasts even found some magical treasures by chance, or crafted some magical treasures using their horns, teeth, scales, and some other things that fell off from their human forms. All of them were ready. Some of the demon beasts threw hostile glances at Wuxia. After all, it was too eye-catching for a living human being to appear amidst several tens of thousands of demon beasts. However, after he heard that Wuxia had saved Catfish Flood Dragon's life, Whinnying Dragon King immediately stood beside Wuxia. As the king of all aquatic demon beasts in Longyuan River, none of the demon beasts present dared to challenge his dignity. Although some demon beasts wished to open their mouths and swallow Wuxia, when they saw Whinnying Dragon King talking and laughing with Wuxia, they obediently gave up on the idea. Currently, Wuxia was talking to Whinnying Dragon King with utmost caution. This old demon dragon had lived in Longyuan River for at least several tens of thousands of years. He was a cunning man, and his scales were emitting a strong smell of oil. He was the kind of person who was extremely slippery. While the old demon dragon was talking and laughing with Wuxia, he kept trying to find out about Wuxia's background and all sorts of questions related to Wuxia. Wuxia dared not to tell this old demon dragon about his background. Instead, he kept making up stories and, at the same time, kept trying to find out more information from the old demon dragon. For example, he wanted to know the exact situation of Longyuan River's water system, the details of Meng Mountains where it flowed through, the old demon dragon's background, and why the demon beasts of Longyuan River, who were so powerful, did not come out from mountains. Both of them talked and laughed merrily for the time it took to finish a pot of tea. After that, they exchanged a glance and gave each other a knowing smile, looking at each other and nodding their heads. Neither of them said anything useful. They were just babbling nonsense, but they made it sound as if they were telling the truth. Wuxia looked at the old devil dragon, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. This old devil dragon wasn't easy to deal with. There were a few times when Wuxia almost couldn't block his questions. Old demon dragon looked at Wuxia and nodded his head repeatedly, Talent. This kid is a talent. His subordinates, who are as stupid as rocks, are completely incomparable to Wuxia. It was a pity that he was a human. If he was a demon, the old demon dragon would definitely keep him in Longyuan River and let him take over his throne in the future. Waning Dragon King felt that he was about to attain the realm of Heaven Immortal. In the future, once he got rid of the body of Demon Dragon and transformed into the body of a true dragon, he would immediately leave Longyuan River and ascend to the place where he was supposed to go. However, among the countless demonic beasts in Longyuan River, there wasn't a single successor that caught his eye. Wuxia was clever and cunning, but unfortunately, he was a human. Waning Dragon King breathed out a sigh, looked at Wuxia, grinned, and said, "Not bad, little kid. Well, I've talked a lot of nonsense. Putting aside everything else, you should at least tell me your name, right? TSK. Don't tell me I'm going to keep calling you little kid or kid. You've saved the catfish flood dragon's life, so you're our honorable guest. Don't worry, I won't eat you in one bite." Wu pondered for a while, then he laughed and said, "My name is Wuxia. Wu means don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you, and Qi means beg the heaven and earth for my life. The meaning of my name is that I will never lower my head and beg anyone." Wuxia laughed dryly in his mind. His real name was Wuxia, and Wuxia was the name he gave himself after he was forced to join the anti-government Boy Scout troop. Even if Waning Dragon King or those demon beasts around him had some kind of vicious curse technique, they could not do anything to him, Wuxia. In the world of cultivators, the real name could not be easily revealed to anyone. Wuxia, Wuxia. The old demon dragon nodded his head and said, "Not a bad name, and the meaning is excellent as well. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. TSK, sounds interesting." He casually pulled out a medallion made from dragon bones and threw it over to Wuxia, smiled, and said, "From now on, you're the honorable guest of all the demon beasts in Longyuan River. With this medallion, no demon beast within 10,000 miles of both banks of Longyuan River will treat you as an honorable guest." The medallion was very heavy, as it was carved from the bones of a demon dragon. It was about the size of a palm, and on the front side of the medallion was a map, which should be the detailed layout of Longyuan River. On the backside was a picture of a dragon soaring in the wind, and two characters of whinnying were inlaid with tiny black pearls. There was also a thread of Waning Dragon King's dragon aura in the medallion, which proved that it was an authentic one and not an imitation. After receiving the medallion and thanking Waning Dragon King, Wuxia kept the medallion and did not put it in his heart. On the other hand, Waning Dragon King was laughing in his mind. Since Wuxia had accepted the bone medallion of Longyuan River as an honorable guest, he had established a friendship with Longyuan River. In the future, if something bad happened to the aquatic demon beasts in Longyuan River, Wuxia would surely lend a helping hand. With a medallion, he had established a friendship with Wuxia, and this old demon dragon had truly profited. While both men were having different thoughts, the stone wall above Catfish King's mansion suddenly shattered, and a tricolored ray pierced through the hole. However, upon Waning Dragon King's arrival, he immediately unleashed his dragon core, unleashing a vast amount of water waves that covered the entire cave. When the tricolored ray shone down, they could only see the endless rolling water waves and could not see the existence of tens of thousands of demon beasts underneath. As a demon dragon that was nearly a heaven immortal, Waning Dragon King's divine ability and magical power were far stronger than Wang Jian, Wang Ben, and Wang Li. Although the mirrors in their hands were upper-grade magical treasures with incredible power, Waning Dragon King's dragon core had been tempered by him for several tens of thousands of years, and its quality was close to that of an immortal item. Thus, how could these three mirrors be able to deal with it? The tricolored ray flickered and swirled, splashing and splashing onto the surface of the dark water waves, producing a magnificent seven-colored glow. Ing Zheng and his company slowly descended from the watery cloud, hovering above the water waves and looking down at the cave which had its cover uncovered. With both hands clasped behind his back, Zheng was looking down at the cave in a domineering manner. Meanwhile, Su Fu was acting as his mouthpiece, grinning coldly and saying, "That catfish flood dragon and that little guy, why don't you come out and accept your death?" Su Fu's facial muscles twitched. He hated Wuxia to the core. His dharma, I was nearly blinded by Wuxia, and 70% of his soul essence was consumed by Wuxia as well. All his cultivation base was nearly gone. If not for the spirit herbs secretly kept in Zheng's inner palace, he would have long become a cripple. This was a deep and serious hatred. Su Fu swore in his mind that once he captured Wuxia alive, he would put him into the cauldron and concoct him into a human core pill. Otherwise, how could he vent his hatred? Su Fu gave a loud cry and raised both of his arms up high. A large sheet of green flame flowed out from his palms, forming into two dark green ribbons around him. Su Fu's shriveled lips were wriggling as he recited some strange and abstruse incantation. Abruptly, the green flame exploded and wheeled around him, forming into a huge rune that looked like the character of thunder found in the ancient seal script. The rune was written in an ancient style, and when it was fully formed, wisps of thunderbolts kept bursting out from it, circling around it for a few times before fusing back into the rune. Accompanied by a deep and strange incantation, Su Fu held the rune with both hands and slowly waved them down. Abruptly, the rune transformed into a few hundred tiny thunderbolts, plunging down at top speed amidst a series of rapid popping noises. Waning Dragon King let out a loud laugh. He opened his mouth and sucked the dragon core back into his body. The water waves that blotted the sky disappeared in an instant. He laughed aloud and said, "That little kid named Zheng, you haven't mastered your 9 dragons cauldron grand magic? My boys, kill them all." He casually pointed his finger out. A stream of dark water soared up into the sky, transforming into a huge hand and greeted the thunderbolts that plunged down from the sky. The thunderbolts, which had a power equal to the full force strike of an early-stage nascent soul Earth Immortal, were easily grabbed and crushed into pieces by the hand. Amidst the wild laughter of the old demon dragon, the several tens of thousands of aquatic demons, Chi-Chi, unleashed all the innate divine abilities and various magical treasures that they had long prepared. Immediately, colorful poisonous fog and poisonous water soared up into the sky, transforming into a mass of poisonous gas that measured 100 miles in circumference and several tens of miles in thickness, wrapping around Zheng and his company tightly. Countless magical treasures forged from tusks, horns, and scales flew up into the air and shot into the poisonous gas like raindrops. On the spot, several hundred Jindan Grey Daqin soldiers had their bodies pierced through while blood sprayed out from their mouths and drifted into the water like sieves. They were at the bottom of the lake, several tens of miles below the surface of the water. As such, the surrounding water element energy was extremely abundant, allowing the magical powers and divine abilities of several tens of thousands of aquatic demons to be brought into full play. Apart from Zheng, the magical powers and divine abilities of the others were greatly restricted in this place. Several tens of thousands of aquatic demons had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. With a series of surprise attacks, the Daqin soldiers were in a very difficult situation. In just a blink of an eye, they had lost 70% of their men. Zheng let out a shrill cry. "Waning Demon Dragon, it's you again." Waning Dragon King laughed joyfully and said, "Little Zheng, I'm your grandpa dragon. Ha ha, last time you had to use several tens of thousands of soldiers to cover the rear, and only then did you manage to escape. This time, you only have a few men with you, and I brought all my boys from several tens of thousands of miles around here. If you can still escape, I'll spare your life the next time. What do you think? Run away, run away, run away." While roaring wildly, Waning Dragon King brought several tens of thousands of aquatic demons and soared into the sky, surrounding Zheng and his company tightly. A white light flashed as Baichi leaped towards the old demon dragon with a sword in his hand. But suddenly, a shadow of a dragon tail flashed behind the old demon dragon's back, sweeping across and hitting Baichi head-on. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and was forced to retreat. Baichi's cultivation base was very close to the mastery stage of nascent soul realm, but the old demon dragon was a mastery stage nascent divinity cultivator. As long as he could transcend the heavenly tribulation, he would become a heaven immortal. The gap between their cultivation base was one major realm, and it was a gap that could never be made up for. With just one strike, Baichi was forced to retreat. Yingzheng cried out at the top of his voice, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The shadows of 8 flood dragons and one serpent soared into the sky from behind Yingzheng's back, quickly forming into a fist-sized seal. Yingzheng opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood, then cried out fiercely, "Old demon dragon, I swear I'll wipe out your entire clan." After that, he spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood essence onto the seal, then cried out, "9 dragons cauldron grand magic, turning the sea into mulberry fields 10,000 miles teleportation." The black seal exploded abruptly, while streams of blood burst out from Yingzheng's 7 apertures at the same time. A black light enveloped Yingzheng, as well as Li Si, Su Fu, Baichi, and all the important ministers standing beside him. Their bodies gradually turned blurry, then slowly disappeared from where they stood. Waning Dragon King flew into a great rage. "Are you trying to escape this time?" he roared. Abruptly, he transformed into a flood dragon that measured over 3,000 feet long, waving his claws and grabbing towards Yingzheng, who was shrouded in the black light. However, when his claws touched the black light, the bodies of Yingzheng and his company were like phantoms, and they did not suffer any harm. Wuxia followed closely behind the old demon dragon and quickly approached Yingzheng. Then, he performed the seal of minor universal star shifting with his right hand, and used the picking star's palm with his left hand to gently touch Yingzheng's left hand with his picking star's palm. With that, he removed the black dragon ring worn on the ring finger of Yingzheng's left hand. When the ring fell into his hand, Wuxia immediately hid it under his sleeve. After that, he roared and yelled as he wielded the sword of Greedy Wolf and charged towards those soldiers and practitioners who were left behind by Yingzheng. The sword beam flashed, and a dozen heads flew up into the sky. Chapter 176. This bunch of rascals. Waning Dragon King stared at the spot where Yingzheng and his men disappeared with a gloomy expression, then casually crushed a few peak stage Jin Danshin soldiers into pieces. The surrounding demon beasts swarmed up and attacked, slaughtering all the Qin soldiers and practitioners hovering above the Catfish King mansion. The sky was filled with Jin Dan, which were forcibly pulled out by the demon beasts. The demon beasts were laughing and playing with these Jin Dan, their eyes narrowed into 2 lines. For demon beasts, the Jin Dan of human cultivators was the best tonic. A single Jin Dan could save these demon beasts several hundred years of hard cultivation. Yingzheng had brought over 1,000 Jin Dan soldiers and practitioners to provoke them, which was equal to giving a generous gift to the aquatic demons of Longyuan River. Wuxia was beaming with joy as well. Just now, when these demon beasts were busy killing the demon beasts, and when Jin Dan was flying all over the sky, Wuxia had used a unique trick to stealthily fish out nearly 100 Jin Dan pills, which had a cultivation base of at least middle-stage Jin Dan. Together with the Jin Dan from the few talisman masters from Heavenly Spirit Sect, his false core would be greatly improved, and his cultivation base would improve to a higher level. What a pity! Wuxia shook his head helplessly as he looked at the glinting Jin Dan in the hands of those demon beasts with greedy eyes. He could not ask these demon beasts to spit out the food that had entered their mouths. These demon beasts were greedy by nature, and they were even greedier than Wuxia himself. Shaking his head, Wuxia cupped his fist at Waning Dragon King and said, "Old Dragon King, are you really going to let Yingzheng and his men go? How can you allow someone to sleep beside your bed? If Yingzheng and his men are not killed, Your Longyuan River will never be peaceful." The dragon beard on Wanying Dragon King's lips trembled as he said angrily, "Of course I have to kill them. But this group of juniors are running away at a frightening speed. Last time, when I revealed my true form and wounded Zheng, he had to use several tens of thousands of soldiers to detonate themselves and tie me down, allowing them to escape. This time, they escaped in such a strange way. Where can we find them?" Wuxia smiled, a very happy smile. He hurriedly said, "The old Dragon King doesn't know where they are hiding, but I do. I've been going in and out of their camp dozens of times in the past few days. If I rush over now, I should be able to catch up to them and prevent them from escaping." Wanying Dragon King raised his brows and immediately let out a long and drawn-out dragon cry. Following his dragon roar, the Longyuan River, which stretched for an unknown distance, began to boil. Not only the main water vein of Longyuan River, countless demon beasts of various sizes, including those of nascent soul realm, Jindan realm, and even Xianxia realm of human cultivators, began to gather in Catfish Flood Dragon's mansion through the Dragon Essence water channel formed innately in the Longyuan River. The Dragon Essence waterway was similar to the teleportation array set up by human cultivators. It could allow demon beasts to quickly move from one region of water to another. The waterway did not consume energy stones, but the water element energy that was stored in the waterway. When the water element energy stored in the hundreds of thousands of Dragon Essence water channels in Longyuan River was completely depleted, several million demon beasts of various sizes had arrived at this place. Among these several million aquatic demon beasts, 3 of them were nascent soul and divine transformation realm great demons. They were a giant turtle, a giant crab, and a giant starfish. Once again, Wuxia was puzzled. Why would a starfish, a creature that lived in the deep ocean, appear in Longyuan River? All 3 of them had the cultivation base of divine transformation realm not too long ago. Although their nascent divinity had not stabilized yet and could not leave their bodies to travel, their magical power and divine abilities were very frightening. Each of them could easily fight 3 to 5 peak stage nascent soul cultivators head-on. Apart from the 3 nascent soul and divine transformation realm great demons, there were nearly 1,000 aquatic demons whose cultivation base was equivalent to human nascent soul cultivators, and more than 50,000 Jindan realm aquatic demons. All the rest of the aquatic demons had the cultivation base of Xianxia realm. Although their magical power and divine abilities were not very strong, relying on their enormous bodies and innate talent, they still possessed a combat strength that was much stronger than human cultivators of the same realm. Wuqi's body was shivering when he saw the scene. He could not believe that the Longyuan River, this ridiculously huge river, had actually nurtured so many aquatic demon beasts. Perhaps it was because the water element energy stored in the Dragon Essence water channel had been depleted, as more demons had yet to arrive. Only heaven knew what the scene would be like when Wanying Dragon King summoned all the demons in the entire Longyuan River. However, the demons that were summoned now possessed a power that could destroy the heaven and earth. All these demon beasts were aquatic demons. Once they moved, they would be filled with water vapor and dark clouds. Millions of demon beasts had gathered in the sky above the lake of 4 waters. The area, several thousand miles in circumference, was filled with dark clouds that blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. Thunderbolts and lightning flashed crazily amidst the dark clouds, and a heavy downpour came whistling down. A vast expanse of white water curtain swept across the mountain ridges several thousand miles in circumference. Those towering trees, which stood 1,000 feet tall and required several dozens of men to wrap their arms around them, were bent over by the sudden storm. The giant hailstones brought along by the storm even broke the branches of these trees, and countless unlucky birds and beasts were smashed in a meat paste by the heavy rain. The storm had even triggered mountain torrents. Yellow, muddy water poured out from various valleys and killed countless living beings. The water level of this section of Lonyuan River had risen to a height of 1,000 feet. Many hills were submerged by the water, and only a small hill was left floating above the water surface, struggling to survive. Looking at the mighty aura of these aquatic demon beasts, Wuxia felt his scalp going numb. Fortunately, these demon beasts were aquatic demons and had no interest in walking on the shore. Otherwise, if one day they were not in a good mood, they might bring an army of thousands of men and horses to Great Yin Dynasty for a stroll. That would be a great disaster. Amidst the rumbling of thunder and flashes of lightning, Wayne Dragon King flew above the demon beasts and roared furiously. Since the ancient times, we, the people of Lonyuan River, have always guarded our territory and never made enemies with anyone. A few months ago, there was a greedy junior who tried to capture me alive so that he could practice his cultivation. Today, it is the same daring junior who tried to capture and kill the master of Lake of Four Waters. See you. There's a saying among the humans, if this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Today, we must flatten this group of human cultivators. The giant crab, giant turtle, and giant starfish, who had the strongest cultivation base, had revealed their true forms. Each of them was a giant demon with a circumference of several thousand feet. They were breathing demonic clouds and water vapor out of their mouths while roaring with a monstrous aura. When the three great demons unleashed their power, the water level rose another 1,000 feet. Following closely behind them, countless demons were roaring and roaring furiously, filling the air with a pungent smell of water. Wayne Dragon King did not waste his breath. After boosting up the morale, he rode on a cloud and rushed to the forefront. Wuxia rode on a sword beam and led the way, while the army of several million demon beasts rushed towards the direction of Qin Army's field headquarters in a mighty manner. When the aquatic demons made their appearance, a great amount of water in Lonyuan River moved along with them. Wherever the aquatic demons went, the water of Lonyuan River would surge and follow them. Countless mountains and forests were submerged by the water, and a vast expanse of whiteness ruled the land. Amidst the roars and roars of numerous demon beasts, Wuxia and his company quickly arrived before the Qin Army's field headquarters. At the moment, the moon was hanging high above the western mountains, and the dawn of dawn was slowly rising from the east. Vaguely, a few wisps of red clouds could be seen looming in the east. In the Qin Army's field headquarters, located in the valley, several 100,000 soldiers were lining up in a formation amidst a shrill cry of command. Numerous practitioners were hovering midair, their bodies shrouded in dark clouds and green mists. Holding long banners of strange shapes in their hands, they were nervously deploying various runes and restrictive spells, covering the entire field with countless layers of vicious and cruel restrictive spells. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, countless dark clouds came sweeping over from all directions, as several million aquatic demon beasts surrounded the Qin Army's field headquarters from all directions. Huge waves rolled and rocked, rushing down from the surrounding mountains, forming into a white wall of water that stood nearly 1,000 feet tall near the valley where the Qin Army's field headquarters was located. Amidst the vast and mighty ocean, apart from those demon beasts with cultivation base and magical power who were stirring up the waves, there were also countless aquatic creatures who were brought here by the river, showing their mighty bodies and showing off their mighty prowess. There were all kinds of venomous snakes, piranhas, and many other ferocious creatures swimming in the water. The dark and dense shadows of these creatures made one shudder with fear. Escorted by Wuxia, catfish flood dragon, and a few dozen other flood dragons, the giant turtle, the giant crab, and the giant starfish, Wayne Dragon King rode a cloud and came to the sky above the Qin Army's field headquarters with a ferocious look. His eyes shone with an eerie golden gleam as he looked down at the Qin Army's field headquarters. Wayne Dragon King cried out sternly, "Ingzheng, little boy, chop off your own head and let me use it as a wine vessel. The rest of you, bring me your nascent souls, Jindan, and whatever you have." I'll make the decision and allow you to leave a thread of your true soul for reincarnation." Wuxia nearly burst out laughing. Why did Waning Dragon King's words sound so similar to Bai Qi Tian, Li Si, and the others? Waning Dragon King cried out in a carefree manner, "Lord Dragon King, I understand the will of the heaven. The heaven has the virtue of cherishing every living thing, so it is not appropriate to kill all of you. Leaving a thread of your true soul for you to reincarnate is a good deed that will accumulate virtue. I only need to face one last thunder tribulation before I can ascend and become an immortal. As you have committed too many sins of killing, the thunder tribulation is too heavy, so it won't destroy your souls. Now that I've given you a chance to reincarnate, why aren't you kowtowing and kneeling down to thank me for my great kindness?" Wuxia could not help but let out a laugh. He, too, flattered Waning Dragon King, and at the same time ridiculed Xianxia and the others. "You are absolutely right. Old Dragon King, you are the most merciful and kind man. Xianxia, Li Si, Su Fu, and the others should kneel down and kowtow to you." Xianxia, who had exercised a mystic technique and brought his trusted subordinates and ministers to flee, had his face pale. Together with all the senior ministers and generals, he flew up into the sky, facing Wuxia and the others across the primordial talisman formation. Staring coldly at Wuxia and Waning Dragon King, Xianxia sneered and said, "This is ridiculous. You are just a bunch of chickens and dogs, evil creatures who don't know the meaning of life and death. How dare you talk to me like this? Today I'm going to kill all of you demons and devils at any cost." Looking at the venomous look in Xianxia's eyes, Wuxia quickly took a step back, smiled at Xianxia, and said, "Your Majesty, this is between you and Old Dragon King. I'm just a guide. No matter how you fight, don't blame me." Waning Dragon King was very generous. He stretched out his hand and patted on Wuxia's shoulder, laughed, and said, "Xianxia, Wuxia is just a guide. His cultivation base is too low, so he can't interfere in our business. This is between you and me. Today either you die or I live. Either I live or you die. In any case, you are dead meat." Wuxia grinned and laughed. He did not expect this old demon dragon to be so humorous. His words made Xianxia's body tremble violently, and he nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. With a stern look in his eyes, Xianxia gazed at Wuxia, sneered, and said, "What a low cultivation base." Fine. Waning Dragon King, if you have the capability, then break into my camp and take my life." Waving his sleeve, Xianxia brought all his ministers back to the wooden city. He stood on top of the city wall, staring coldly at the demon beasts that filled the sky. Wuxia turned to look at Waning Dragon King. The old demon dragon pondered for a brief moment, then raised both of his hands and cried out, "My boys, attack! Kill them all and eat them all." While Wuxia was puzzled by the order given by Waning Dragon King, he saw countless demon beasts swarming towards the Qin army's camp in a disorderly manner, like some hooligans fighting on the street. A loud boom rang out from the surrounding mountains. Then they poured down from the lofty mountains with a frightening force, smashing forcefully onto the defensive ruins of the Qin army's camp. A bright light flashed, and suddenly, the defensive ruins above the Qin army's camp flickered with a strange flame. Chapter 177. When he saw the Qin army had activated the restrictive spell, Wuxia instinctively retreated several hundred feet back, getting ready to slip away at any time. The first thing that was activated was the outermost layer of countless black runes hovering above the Qin army's campsite. These twisting black runes appeared out of nowhere in the air, emanating a bone-piercing cold air. A frigid wind rolled up from the ground, and a great amount of black snowflakes fell from the sky. Suddenly, a black blizzard swept across an area of 100 miles in circumference, blanketing the entire valley. Wherever the bone-piercing cold wind blew past, even the mountain rocks were frozen into ice cubes, turning into crystal-clear ice crystals that scattered all over the ground. The raging waves of numerous aquatic demons slammed forcefully onto the layer of black restrictive spell. The cold wind blew across, and a frigid air shot out in all directions. The raging waves froze abruptly, transforming into a several tens of miles thick black Xianbing barrier, firmly trapping the Qin army's campsite underneath. Inside the ice barrier, hundreds of thousands of venomous snakes, piranhas, water spiders, and all sorts of venomous aquatic insects and ferocious creatures were frozen by the frigid air, losing their lives in a blink of an eye. Nearly 10,000 aquatic demon beasts who charged at the forefront were frozen as well. Apart from a few demon beasts who had formed their demon cores and struggled for a few moments, all the other demon beasts had lost their signs of life. Wuxia narrowed his eyes. He had studied these runes in the script of ancient law before. Not only was the black cold wind bitingly cold and could hurt people, it also carried a thread of nether energy that came from the legendary nether palace of the netherworld, which was used to wipe out the lives of all living beings. In the Tao of ancient runes, these black runes represented the meaning of bitter cold and quietus. A restrictive spell formed from several 100,000 of these runes had an unimaginably mighty power. Waves kept slapping onto the black Xianbing barrier, but the frigid air kept spreading along the ice flood. In just a blink of an eye, all the raging waves that rushed into the valley were frozen, and the entire valley was sealed in ice. Over 100,000 large demon beasts were frozen in the ice. Those with stronger cultivation base could still struggle in the ice, but all the demon beasts with a cultivation base below the demon core realm had their lives reaped in just a blink of an eye. Waning Dragon King's brows twitched as he waved his hands and roared, "My boys, don't panic and be afraid. Just charge forward, charge forward. There are countless demons in my Longyuan River, so why would we be afraid of a mere few 100,000 of them? Use long-range spells. Use spells. You guys are 10 times more stupid than boars." "Why are you rushing over?" Astonished, Wuxia gave the old Dragon King a look, who was waving his arms and legs and foaming at the mouth. Hesitantly, he grabbed Catfish Flood Dragon's sleeve and asked, "Old Dragon King, have you never learned how to deploy an army? Has he never commanded an army in battle?" Catfish Flood Dragon turned her huge catfish head over, staring at Wuxia with her pair of gleaming golden fish eyes as she asked in surprise, "Formation of troops? What does it do? Command the army to fight?" "Sigh, the old Dragon King has lived in Longyuan River for tens of thousands of years, and no one has ever challenged him. So why is he commanding the army to fight?" Wuxia loosened his grip on Catfish Flood Dragon's sleeve and rolled his eyes. Once again, he prepared himself to flee at the first sign of danger. It seemed to him that apart from having an extremely strong cultivation base, this old Dragon King had no other strong points. Nevertheless, his temperament was very much to Wuxia's liking. Although he was a cunning old fox, he was still a good man. Should he just watch him suffer a great defeat? While he was hesitating, several tens of thousands of demon beasts, including carps, green jades, snakeheads, grass carps, etc., suddenly rose into the sky on their demon clouds, opened their huge mouths, and took a deep breath towards the river water in the distance. An immeasurable amount of river water rolled and flowed towards them, pouring into the stomachs of these demon beasts. Suddenly, the bodies of these fish demons, whose bodies were about 100 feet long and possessed the cultivation base of Xiantian realm, began to swell rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, their bodies had expanded to 300 feet to 500 feet. Their bodies were glowing brightly, nearly transparent, and their stomachs were filled with rolling river water. Abruptly, several tens of thousands of huge fish mouths aimed straight at the Qin army's campsite. Amidst ear-splitting whistling noises, several tens of thousands of water pillars, each as thick as a water bucket and moving at a speed not much slower than the sword beams, shot whistling towards the campsite, slamming viciously onto the thick and heavy Xianbing barrier that sealed off the entire valley. Amidst jarring screeches of friction, these rapidly spinning water pillars pierced through the Xianbing barrier like several tens of thousands of drilling drills, and in just a blink of an eye, they had penetrated a few miles deep into the barrier. Amidst the deafening cracking noises, countless cracks appeared on the Xianbing barrier, and even the bodies of the aquatic demon beasts trapped in the ice were shattered. The bodies of these fish demons shrunk rapidly, and the water in their stomachs was emptied in just a blink of an eye. All they could do was gasp for breath. Above the Qin army's campsite, another layer of misty white runes flashed. The layer of ice that was shattered by the water pillars shot out by these fish demons shattered abruptly, turning into countless ice swords and ice blades, each measuring about 10 feet long and looking extremely sharp. Abruptly, these white runes exploded, unleashing a tremendous explosive force that shattered the several tens of miles thick ice that filled the entire valley. Countless ice blades and ice swords shot out in all directions, accompanied by ear-splitting whistling noises. Wherever they went, the bodies of countless aquatic demon beasts would be ripped apart, their blood, internal organs, and scales splashing and filling the sky. Shrill and miserable howls of demon beasts could be heard everywhere. With just this single strike, over 300,000 Xiantian demon beasts gathered within an area of 100 miles were killed by these ice blades and ice swords. Broken limbs drifted everywhere along with the flood, while an enormous amount of blood dyed the entire area of 1,000 miles red. It was an enormous amount of blood from the bodies of 300,000 enormous demon beasts. At first glance, the entire place was dyed red, and even the great waves had turned into a blinding blood-red color. Waiting Dragon King's lips were trembling with anger. He threw his head back and gave a long and loud cry. The head of an old man with gray hair abruptly transformed into the head of a ferocious flood dragon, while his body abruptly rose to the height of 30 feet. Scales emerged from all over his body, transforming into a thick and heavy armor that covered his body. Meanwhile, both of his hands had transformed into a pair of dragon claws. When he clenched his fists tightly, the claws collided with the scales on his palms and produced a large amount of sparks. "Kill them all! Kill them all! What are you waiting for? Hanju, Tan Shui, Lehai, bring your children in charge." Waiting Dragon King cried out with a stern voice. Without hesitation, he ordered the 3 great demons to charge into the battlefield. Among the 3 great demons, the giant turtle called himself Hanju. He had been cultivating for several tens of thousands of years, and had produced 36 Dragon Balls on his back. This was the foundation for him to attain the Tao, and also the origin of his name. The giant crab called himself Tan Shui, as he loved to dig deep caves everywhere. Countless caves in Lonyuan River were personally excavated by him, and that was the reason why he had this name. And the giant starfish was none other than Lehai. He called himself Lehai, but he actually lived in Lonyuan River. He was a natural freak. Upon receiving the order from Old Dragon King, the 3 great demons immediately brought countless demon beasts and charged towards the Qin army's campsite. Right now, the Xianbing barrier was broken, and the Qin army's campsite was surrounded by the flood. All the demons could clearly see the beards on the faces of the Qin soldiers. It seemed that with just one charge, they would be able to break into the campsite and start a massacre. The giant turtle threw his head back and gave a long and sonorous cry into the sky. His body grew to 5 miles in circumference, coiling up a huge wave that stood 100,000 feet tall. Using himself as a weapon, he smashed forcefully towards the southwest corner of the Qin army's campsite. This giant turtle had a sturdy body and a huge body. He never liked to use divine abilities or dermic powers, and preferred to hurt his enemies with brute force. When it came to strength, apart from Waning Dragon King, no one in Lonyuan River could be his match. On the other side, the giant crab spun his body, transforming into a cone-shaped dark wind that spun at high speed and plunged into the ground. In just a blink of an eye, he had drilled deep into the ground. Suddenly, the ground of the Qin army camp began to shake violently, and one large pit after another was sunk into the ground. From these pits, All sorts of aquatic poisonous bugs kept shooting towards the nearby Qin soldiers like arrows, biting and stinging them. Meanwhile, the great starfish, Lu Hai, was seen hovering above the Qin army's campsite with a five-colored demon cloud behind him. He slowly stretched his body, and suddenly, tens of thousands of tiny eyes opened up under his enormous five-pointed star-shaped body. These eyes were blinking with five-colored gleams. In the blink of an eye, countless five-colored light needles shot towards the Qin army's campsite, bringing together a huge amount of five-colored sand and a faint fragrance. The third defensive mechanism of the Qin army's campsite had been activated. On the southwest corner of the campsite, 9 layers of yellow runes suddenly flashed and flashed, transforming into a thick and heavy yellow light barrier that greeted the giant turtle, who was smashing down from above. A loud boom rang out. As the gigantic body of the giant turtle was too heavy, the yellow energy barrier was shattered into pieces, while a huge hole was ripped open on the defensive barrier near the southwest corner of the Qin army's campsite. Several thousand Qin soldiers did not manage to react in time, and were crushed into meat paste by Hanju's belly. Along with the loud boom, the ground of the Qin army's campsite began to light up with bronze runes. Suddenly, the soil and rock layer 10,000 feet under the ground of the campsite became a few times stronger than an iron that had been tempered 100 times. Suddenly, the hole that kept sinking was restored, and those poisonous bugs that rushed up to the ground were crushed to death by the Qin soldiers. Apart from a few hundred soldiers who were killed by the poisonous bug stings, the rest of the people were unharmed. Loud noises kept coming out from underneath the campsite, and the ground was shaking violently. It was the sound of the giant crab attacking the underground energy veins of the campsite in a flurried and exasperated manner. Meanwhile, more defensive mechanisms were charging towards Lahai. Meanwhile, 90% of the attention of the practitioners hovering in midair was focused on this strange and huge demon who should not have appeared in Longyuan River. One after another, they raised up their long banners and waved them. Along with their chanting, streams of dark mist kept rushing out, forming into several tens of thousands of ghost soldiers who looked like skeletons, clad in black armors and wielding long blades in their hands. Needles of 5 colors sprinkled down from the sky, and the ghost soldiers who had just taken shape let out miserable howls and vanished into nothingness amidst the needles. Wherever the needles went, all the runes and formations were shattered, and before the several hundred practitioners could change their defensive mechanisms to counter the enemy, the needles had already pierced through their bodies. These practitioners let out miserable howls, as their bodies suddenly transformed into wisps of 5-colored flame and quickly burned into nothingness. Hovering in the sky, Lahai took a deep breath. The 5-colored smoke produced by the burning of these practitioners quickly fused into his body, making his body grow bigger. Meanwhile, those 5-colored sand grains swept across the Qin campsite like a sandstorm. The bodies of several tens of thousands of Qin soldiers turned stiff when they were hit by the sand grains that contained a faint fragrance. All of a sudden, their bodies collapsed, turning into countless new 5-colored sand grains and joining the boundless sandstorm. Wuxia looked at the 5-colored starfish and was struck with great astonishment. This was an ancient species, the 5-light poisonous cold centipede, which was recorded in Scroll of Stealing. It had the shape of a starfish, but in fact, it was a poisonous insect born from a thread of vicious aura found in the heaven and earth. It was an expert in using 5-colored enchantment, and there was a thread of innate poisonous energy in its body, which was an expert in polluting magical treasures and souls, as well as breaking defensive mechanisms. The 5-light poisonous cold centipede was a quick-witted creature, and it was well-versed in the Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, there were only a few defensive mechanisms that could trap it. Therefore, in front of it, the defensive formation of the Qin campsite was easily torn apart like a piece of paper. It was not because Su Fu and the other practitioners were useless, but because they had bumped into a natural enemy. The 5-light poisonous cold centipede did not know anything about the Tao of defensive mechanisms, and it could not even understand the simplest single-origin formation. However, its innate divine ability allowed it to restrain over 70% of all defensive mechanisms under the heaven. Strange creatures born from the natural energies were just that unreasonable. Wuxia could not help but let out a loud laugh. Zheng and the others were really unlucky this time. Slowly, Lu Hai stretched his body and flew towards the depth of the Qin campsite. Following behind him, the 5-colored needles and 5-colored sand kept rolling towards the Qin army. Seeing that Lu Hai alone could shake the entire formation of Qin army, Baiqi, who was standing right next to Zheng, suddenly pulled out a strange-shaped bugle. Chapter 178. Wuxia had been paying close attention to Zheng and the others. When Baiqi pulled out the nearly 10 feet long bugle horn that looked like it was made from a crooked bone, Wuxia immediately covered his ears and used the 7 holy deities and devils to guard his soul. Meanwhile, the silver lotus was wheeling and dancing in his spiritual ocean, shielding Wuqi's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls in the stamen of the lotus, while emitting a large amount of 5-colored light that surrounded him. Baiqi raised the bugle up high, took a deep breath, and blew into it with all his might. A sonorous and impassioned dragon roar echoed out. When the dragon roar was heard, there was no other sound between the heaven and earth. Even the rolling sound of the great waves had vanished. The dragon roar was dignified and noble, filled with an ancient aura that came from the primordial era and could not be violated. It was as if a divine dragon with an incomparably venerable status had really descended to the mortal world and let out such a long and shocking roar. Upon hearing the dragon roar, Wanying Dragon King's body trembled, and he nearly spun and fled. Fortunately, he still remembered his identity as the Dragon King of Longyuan River and managed to guard his mind, preventing himself from making a fool of himself in front of countless demon beasts. He clenched his fists tightly, stared at Baiqi with his bloodshot eyes, and roared, "A bugle horn made from the bone of Dragoning! A bugle horn made from the bone of the god of Dragoning! How could they have such a precious treasure in their hands?" In the ancient times, when a human emperor, Yu the Great, was trying to control the flood, countless aquatic demons and devils had gathered together and fought against him. The divine dragon, Dragon Ing, descended from the sky and intimidated all the demons with his mighty power, helping Yu the Great to control the flood. Dragon Ing himself was a superior divine dragon among the dragons, the leader of all aquatic demons under the heaven. On top of that, the virtues he achieved during the flood control had intimidated all demons, and he had become an existence like a deity in the hearts of countless aquatic demons under the heaven. The long and loud roar of Dragon Ing had a very strong deterrent and lethal force to these aquatic demons. Although it was only a bugle horn made from a bone of Ing Dragon and let out a dragon cry, all aquatic demon beasts who heard it, as long as they were below the Gold Core realm, had their heads exploded and died. With just a single dragon cry, over 1 million Xianxia realm aquatic demons within an area of 100 miles were killed. Countless venomous insects, big fishes, and other aquatic beasts that were hiding in the flood were killed. The surrounding flood suddenly turned crimson red, emitting a pungent smell of blood. Suddenly, 2 streams of blood spurted out from Baiqi's nostrils. Just now, he had mustered all his strength to blow this horn. Just this sound alone consumed the power that he had painstakingly cultivated for 60 years, and it almost caused his cultivation level to drop from the peak of the nascent soul stage by a small realm. Taking a deep breath, Baiqi looked at the ground of Qin Army's campsite, which was still shaking violently. He turned to look at the gigantic turtle that was slowly rising and getting ready to smash down again, and the great demon Lahai, who was twisting his body and approaching him. He mustered all his energy and once again blew at the bugle horn with all his strength. A shrill dragon roar rang out once again. In an instant, countless aquatic demons in the surroundings were killed, and over 10,000 demon beasts who had formed their demon cores were knocked unconscious, swaying and drifting away along with the flood. Hanju, Tan Shui, and Lil Hai had their bodies trembled at the same time. They let out loud roars at the same time, trying to cover the dragon roar of Dragon Ying's bugle horn. But no matter how hard they roared, the dragon roar just kept coming out from the bugle horn and was not affected by their roars at all. An arrow of blood sprayed out from the bugle horn, as Baichi had blown the bugle for the second time. Immediately, his cultivation base dropped from the peak of the nascent soul realm to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The energy essence of his nascent soul was greatly damaged, and the source of his soul was wounded as well. Blood burst out from all 7 apertures of his. The arrow of blood came out from his mouth, shooting out along the bugle horn. Countless aquatic demons fled in all directions in a great panic. Facing the roar of dragoning, they had no power to resist and could only flee in a sorry state, following the deterrence and driving intent of the dragon roar. Apart from several thousand aquatic demons who had formed their demon cores and several hundred demon beasts who had formed their nascent souls, all the other aquatic demons and ordinary fishes, shrimps, turtles, and crabs hiding in the water had either died or fled for their lives. In just a blink of an eye, the surrounding water level had dropped to a depth of 1,000 feet, revealing the towering mountain ridges. Baichi let out a shrill howl. Suddenly, a blood-red flame burst out from his body, rolling and rolling like sticky blood and wrapping around his entire body. The nearly 10 feet thick blood-red flame was rocking and rocking, emitting a pungent smell of blood. Vaguely, one could see countless twisted human faces twisting and rolling amidst the blood-red flame, letting out shrill and miserable howls. Baichi gripped the bugle horn tightly, cried out with a shrill voice, "How dare a demon like you come here and act presumptuously? I, the Iron Blood Dachin, am not someone that you demons can underestimate. Dachin, Dachin, Dachin." Following Baichi's crazy howl, the several 100,000 Qin soldiers in the field headquarters raised the weapons in their hands, exerting all their strength, divine soul, and blood to burst into a thunderous roar. Dachin, Dachin, Dachin. The sonorous and impassioned roar shook the surrounding water and caused the surrounding mountains to crumble. It even shattered the fleshly bodies of several hundred weakest demon cores and water demons, leaving only Jin Dan, who was fleeing. The fierce, murderous aura of several 100,000 Qin soldiers transformed into a blood-red, murderous aura that one could see with naked eyes, shooting straight up into the sky. After that, it was attracted by the blood-red flame shrouding Baichi's body, fusing straight into Baichi's body. The blood-red flame rose and rose from Baichi's body, and his aura abruptly turned into a towering, murderous aura, as if he was unparalleled in the world, as if he was wielding a sword and slaughtering all under the heaven. Baichi laughed ferociously, brought the bugle back to his mouth, and blew it once again. This time, it was not the dragon cry of Ying Long that echoed out, but the cry of kill that came together from countless captains and soldiers. The blood-red flame, shrouding Baichi's body, vanished abruptly, and a bloody, murderous aura sprayed out from the bugle. It divided into 3 extremely strong, murderous intents, shooting straight towards Hanju, Tan Shui, and Lil Hai, the 3 great demons. The murderous intents were shapeless and intangible, but they could be seen with naked eyes, heard with ears, and felt with the body. 3 murderous intents shot out and smashed onto the bodies of 3 great demons almost at the same time they came out from the bugle. Lil Hai howled miserably. One of his horns was cut off. A huge amount of 5-color blood sprayed out and fell onto the ground, corroding the ground and creating a huge hole. While trembling violently, Lil Hai spun and fled. Countless light needles and fine sand kept flying back into his body, while the part of his body that was cut off disintegrated in an instant, turning into light needles and fine sand and fusing back into his body. Hanju let out a miserable shriek. Suddenly, a huge wound, about a mile long and several tens of feet wide, appeared on his 1,000 feet thick back armor. A huge amount of pale golden blood sprayed out from the wound, and tears kept bursting out from Hanju's eyes due to the severe pain. The giant turtle, who was known for its slow movement, was now moving its short limbs and sprinting back to whinnying Dragon King's side like a wild gust of wind. A loud boom that sounded like the collapse of a mountain and the cracking of the earth was heard coming from underneath the field headquarters, as the ground within the circumference of tens of miles suddenly collapsed. The giant crab howled miserably and kept spitting out countless white bubbles along the way, fleeing back to the camp with green blood stains all over his body. His left pincer had been cut off by the murderous intents, and sticky green blood kept bursting out from it. He kept howling and howling miserably, hiding behind whinnying Dragon King's back. The three murderous intents shot out and severely wounded the three great demons. Baichi's skin burst open, and his blood sprayed all over the people around him. After unleashing this attack, Baichi, who was a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator, had his cultivation base drop to mid-stage nascent soul realm. Furthermore, his cultivation base was still dispersing, and it seemed like he could barely maintain the cultivation base of mid-stage nascent soul realm. However, with only a cultivation base of nascent soul realm, Baichi was able to defeat three great demons who had broken through to nascent soul and divine transformation realm. Wuxia looked at Baichi, who now looked like a man covered in blood, and could not help but twitch his lips. How could the Daqin dynasty have so many precious treasures? A bugle made from the bones of dragoning. How could they have such secret treasures? If not because of this bugle, when millions of aquatic demons risked their lives to attack the Qin army's field headquarters, even if Yingzheng really had the body of a divine dragon, he would still be smashed into a meat paste. But now, among the millions of aquatic demons, some had fled, and some were dead. Only a group of nascent soul and Jindan realm demon beasts were left behind, whose minds are disturbed by the dragon roar of dragoning. What good fellow Baichi! He had gathered the murderous intent of several tens of thousands of Qin soldiers and turned it into a single strike that could injure a great demon of nascent divinity realm. The cultivation technique he cultivated was indeed overbearing and evil. Wuxia stared at Baichi with bright eyes. He was worthy of being Baichi, the human butcher, the Daqin Baichi who could kill 400,000 people without batting an eyelid. After Baichi fell to the ground, Li Exin, who was standing behind him, walked up and held tightly the bugle that had consumed a lot of energy. Yingzheng's laughter was heard coming from afar. Whinnying Dragon King, you don't have to bring out those useless subordinates of yours and make a fool of yourself. If you want to break in my Daqin's field headquarters, you'll have to do it yourself. With the bugle of dragoning in your hand, how much of your dragon energy is suppressed? Whinnying Dragon King took a deep breath, stepped on a cloud, and drifted forward, then laughed coldly and said, I've taken a fancy to the bugle made from the bones of dragoning. Even though 50% of my dragon energy is suppressed by the roar of dragoning, it is still a piece of cake for me to kill all of you. And, with your overall strength, how long can the bugle last? 3 breaths? 5 breaths? How many Earth immortals of nascent soul realm do you have to waste on this? Amidst the strange laughter, Whinnying Dragon King's body began to expand and gradually transformed into a muscular half-dragon, half-human body, standing 50 feet tall with a dragon head and a human body, fully clad in a golden scale armor. His robe fluttered in the wind, revealing his muscular body with bulging muscles. Water vapor, clouds, and tiny electric arcs were coiling around his body, emanating a powerful aura that seemed to be unstoppable. With a wave of both hands, a pair of purple gold thunderhammers appeared in Whinnying Dragon King's hands. The handles were 40 feet long, and the hammerhead was twice the size of a large water tank. The pair of ridiculously huge hammers were shrouded in purple mist and golden light. Then, Whinnying Dragon King casually swung the hammers. Immediately, Thunderclaps echoed out in the surroundings, and a violent storm came rolling down crazily once again. Great waves rose several thousand feet high from the ground, and countless thunderbolts struck onto the pair of hammers. The hammers burst out a large sheet of purple light like a flame, illuminating Waning Dragon King's entire body and giving him a frightening look. Wuxia cast a covetous glance at the pair of purple-gold thunder hammers in Waning Dragon King's hands. They were definitely a pair of spirit items, and they were of excellent quality. The one who forged this pair of hammers must be a top-notch grandmaster craftsman. Although there were not many formations and restrictive spells in the hammers, all of them were of excellent quality. They were perfectly integrated with each other and had brought out the full power of the materials used in the hammers and the restrictive spells. As for this pair of hammers, Wuxia did not have any intention of coveting it. Without even trying, he knew that the weight of this pair of hammers was incredibly heavy. Except for Waning Dragon King, there was no one else that Wuxia could carry it. This pair of hammers was a heavy weapon used for close combat, not a magical treasure that could be controlled by spells. The hammers collided forcefully with each other. Waning Dragon King let out a ferocious laugh, raised the hammers, and leaped towards Yingzheng. Yingzheng, you little bastard. Blow, blow for Lao Tzu. Blow, blow for Lao Tzu. Waning Dragon King's strange laughter shook the surrounding great waves, causing them to roll and roll. Following his movement, the huge waves crazily slapped towards the Qin army's field headquarters. Yingzheng's face turned unsightly, while the Xian held the bugle tightly and blew the bone bugle. A shrill and sonorous dragon cry rang out, as more than half of the mist and water vapor on Waning Dragon King's body dissipated. The shadows of 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent emerged behind Yingzheng's back. He took a deep breath, then suddenly pulled out an 8-feet-long, strangely shaped heavy sword, swinging it towards Waning Dragon King. A loud boom rang out as the pair of hammers and the heavy sword clashed together. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.